fell in love with a girl, and the White Stripes said, look, we support the nation's military. We simply don't want to be a cog in the wheel of the current conflict. White Stripes hate America, don't support the troops.
No, I think they love America. They're against stealing. They're against thievery. When the Air Force...
The military needs it, Fez. Suppose you needed water, fresh supplies for those troops. You don't hand it over?
If I was asked, I would probably be more than happy to hand it over. The White Stripes, they don't want to hand over their song, free or otherwise.
Well, then why don't we do this? Why don't we hand over the flag to the enemy? Is that where you want to be with this? This war can't be won. These wars can't be won unless we all pull in together. If that means the White Stripes have to give away the use of one of their fucking precious songs, then go ahead and do it. We have got to beat the 9/11s. We have got to beat them. Or else we're going to be fighting that war here. Probably at a White Stripes concert.
I'll fight that all day long.
The military can't come in and seize your property.
They didn't seize the property. They had a beautiful commercial, and in the background, they were playing the White Stripes. That's something to be offended about? It's a fucking hell of a song, too. It's right up there with this Diamond Ring. Yeah! Join the Air Force and we're gonna bomb Iraqis! Bomb all the brown people! Try to blow them up in their own little houses! You know why you don't understand this, Fez?
Why?
You've never been where I've been and watching a new movie about defusing bombs. Kill all the Afghanis and their little children, yeah! We're the White Stripes, and we bomb brown people! Well, I am so fucking sorry, Abby Hoffman, but we're trying to win a war right now. By the way, Johnny Weir ought to send a paycheck to fucking Jack White every time he leaves the house, because he's trying to do him. I don't see what the big deal is. We're playing the song now. Is that fucking destroying anything for them? I don't understand why it's okay that we play the song, but the Air Force can't.
They don't believe in recruiting people to the Air Force right now when these two wars are going on.
I'm sure they don't believe in blowing kids, but I'm going to come out and say it right now.
It might just be a work since they do have a movie and a DVD huge box section.
Thank you. That's what everything is. Everything's a work.
Not a bad repeating.
The best of Ron and Fez on the Opie Anthony channel, Sirius XM.
Hey, this is Mark Goodman. Sirius XM channels can now be personalized to fit your taste with My SXM. Like on My Channel Classic Rewind, you can hear more classics from the 70s. Or maybe more from the 80s and beyond. How about more songs you don't get to hear very often? Declare your independence. Get more of what you want and less of what you don't with My SXM. For more details and a free trial of SiriusXM Internet Radio, go to SiriusXM.com/MySXM.
Look, you've got to plan for your future. You do financial planning, you get insurance, but to get real peace of mind, you've got to make sure your family is legally protected. So where do you turn for affordable legal protection you can trust? LegalZoom.com. They've been helping Americans get personalized wills, powers of attorney, and living trusts for over 12 years. LegalZoom also helps protect your assets with incorporation and LLC filings, trademarks, and real estate documents. The service was developed by a team of experienced attorneys, and LegalZoom takes care of you from start to finish. If you're a parent or entrepreneur, don't wait any longer. Call or visit LegalZoom.com today and see how easy it is to get legally protected. LegalZoom can provide self-help services at your specific direction or connect you with an attorney, but they're not a law firm. For even more savings, be sure to enter SiriusXM in the referral box at checkout. That's LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom.com.
We love beautiful skin and the sun, but daily exposure can cause premature signs of aging and irreversible damage. HelioCare is an antioxidant, anti-aging supplement that can help your skin maintain its defenses against the sun for more youthful-looking, resilient skin. And the advanced science of HelioCare starts working the first time. Look for it at Rite Aid and Walgreens, or visit heliocare.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. We know that not everyone is hoping to get married. So if you're looking for a fun, rewarding dating life, eHarmony.com could be perfect for you. We'll bring you people that share your passions and are truly compatible with you. Think how much you'll enjoy life when you have people of quality to date. Visit eHarmony.com. Stop waiting. Start communicating for free today.
Attention business owners. Are your receivables now going out 45, 60, and even 90 days before you get paid? And to make matters worse, your bank is canceling or limiting the line of credit you use to finance your receivables? Hi, I'm Kevin Goen, president of AmeriFactors. At AmeriFactors, we can finance your receivables to match the needs of your business. We guarantee your customers' payments to you. If your customers can't and won't pay, we eat the credit loss. For over 22 years, AmeriFactors has been funding and helping businesses grow nationwide. AmeriFactors can fund your application within 24 hours. So if you're tired of getting questions and not answers from your bank about funding your business and want to keep your business running smoothly and growing, call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-3863. AmeriFactors, 800-884-3863. Or AmeriFactors.com and fill out your application today for approval tomorrow.
It's the annual 4th of July Savings Explosion Sale at DaveSmith.com. Over 1,500 new Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, Rams, Chevys, GMCs, Buicks, Cadillacs, and top-quality pre-owned vehicles are on sale. Go to DaveSmith.com and see what all the fireworks are about. We are the world's largest Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram dealer and the Northwest's largest GM dealer. Celebrate the 4th with low prices. Go to DaveSmith.com.
Shocking admissions.
James Lipton. A pimp is somebody who exploits the women who work for him. I was a tour guide. I would say you want to see some sex.
Shit-faced buffoonery.
E-Rock drank all the Patron.
Everything is blurry. And whatever this is.
Well, normally I like a couple fingers up my ass.
What the fuck happened? Relive 6 months of O&A in just one short week. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
Welcome to day 5 of the worst of 2013 so far with me, Sam Roberts. Opie and Anthony are ending their week-long vacation back on Monday with live programming. However, before that, we'll finish off this great week of highlighting the best moments that have happened this year so far. Actually, this just happened. We met a guy, well, we found him on YouTube, and he ended up calling the show, named Max Cook, who does a spot-on Tony Soprano impression. Well, James Gandolfini died. It was a very sad day for everybody, but especially for the guy who does all the Tony Soprano impressions on YouTube. He decided, he lives in California, so he calls in at like 6:30 a.m. East Coast time, which is 3:30 in the morning his time, and he's all fucked up on Ambien. He calls in as Tony Soprano, and it's just making sense of nothing. Very weird phone call from Tony Soprano, beyond the grave, on the worst of 2013 so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
Hi, who's this?
I fucking died.
Oh, no.
It's not what I fucking wanted. I'm 51 fucking years old. What, are you fucking kidding me? I still had fucking work to do down here. Fucking shattered. But I'm glad I died in Rome. It's kind of poetic if you look at it.
Jeez. Wow. Wow. What happened?
Let me tell you something. I'm a gluttonous son of a bitch. But more than that, there might be other elements. Things I can't talk about.
I'll tell you one of the first thoughts I had when I heard he was dead is, fuck, I should have come back that day and met him. I wish because he was here one day at 3, and I was doing something legitimate for work. But I remember going, like, I want to go back and meet him, but I think I couldn't. And I was like, fuck, I was so mad.
Right.
And, God, I wish I would have come back and met him. So you automatically think of my little being affected by it.
Right.
It's such an
Frankly, I'm
unimportant
glad I
thing.
never met you. I gotta be honest. Everybody thinks I'm a fun-loving guy. I'm fucking not. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm miserable.
That's another thing that Gandolfini probably would have said exactly like that.
Exactly.
Look, I appreciate it very much. But can you back the fuck away? You're invading my personal space. I'm in no mood. Hell,
What?
what are we gonna do without Gandolfini?
Panic.
What you're gonna do? You're gonna fucking sit your ass down and shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I think a lot of people will be seeing your YouTube videos in the coming days because now they're going to be searching out all sorts of Gandolfini stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
I was only 51. I don't know. Doesn't make any fucking sense, huh? I just had a little girl. Now what? I never wanted to be one of those deadbeat dads that's not around to take care of the kids. I gotta tell you something. This really fucking hurts. I was having a good time, even though I was a bit of a crank. What did Brad Pitt say? Is he all right?
No, he's really upset about your passing there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
He's got a lot to be upset about. Look at him with his zombie movies, his long blonde hair, this Adonis. He's a good guy, though. I gotta say, I enjoy playing off of him. Did a couple movies together, him and me.
It sounds just like this.
Oh.
Man is right. What do you have to say about all the people that are really, really, really sad?
I don't know. I feel really bad for him. Then again, I'm sort of floating around in these vapors here, and I don't know what's going on yet. I mean, I can't tell you there's life after death, because I don't know yet. Give a man a minute. It's not like you're bored in a cosmic train.
Fucking ambient.
Well, did you see the light? People talk about the light.
People talk about the light, don't they? I saw AJ, I saw Meadow, I saw Carmela, I saw them young, and then as I started to ascend further up into the sky, they started to get older. And then I saw babies. I didn't recognize them. It's very weird. And then it's like that night at Holston's, when everything went black. Hey, Jim Gandolfini, I don't want to fucking be dead. I want to watch my little girl grow up. This sucks.
Jesus.
Not to mention all the food I'm going to miss. The food and the beverages and the lifestyle. I got very comfortable. I got a lot of respect. But I was tortured. Come on. You gotta be pretty fucked up to play a part like that, Tony Soprano.
At least you'll see Christopher when you're there.
Fucking A.T., welcome. Get your fucking ass up here right fucking now, and let's go for a fucking ride. Oh, yeah? I'm gonna miss him.
What about AJ? I mean, you think AJ's going to be all right with your passing there, Tony?
I don't know. I'm gonna be fine. I want money.
Money. I've been saying that all day. Just walking around my house. I want money.
The eyes really wide. I'm going to be fine.
Not fair. I knew he would die eventually, but not like this. So now what? I don't want to lose my bedroom.
Oh, my God.
Well, I did write a script a couple of weeks ago, which is really eerily about this. So it makes it even more compounding now that it's all going down.
What was the script about?
It's basically Carmela telling T he's got to go because he's dead. That he's got to let go because he goes to the fridge and there's nothing in there for him. He doesn't understand. Calm, what the fuck? You got to keep the meats on tap. What's with the fucking yogurt? Go, go, go!
Yeah.
Sits him down and she says, you got to go. Oh, yeah? Why? I live here. And she's like, no, you don't. You don't live here anymore. You got to go. Where am I going? What am I doing? I'm fine. I can take care of everything. I've got it covered here. I've made changes in life. I can do it. But you need to get out of here. Okay. What if I'm scared? Well, it's going to be okay. You're not going to go to hell. I'm not going to tell the whole thing, but it's that.
Oh, wow. I believe it's on the phone. It's amazing. Sounds amazingly like it's very, very creepy now.
It is creepy.
now it's creepy.
What's even creepier is that we get a call from Gandolfini from the afterlife, and some ass keeps showing up and taking the phone from him.
James, okay, you got to go. Max, they don't want to hear you. They want to hear me. I know they do. But you're very upset, and you're on Ambien. No, you're on Ambien. now you get to listen to his schizo talk.
Jesus Christ. Again, creepy.
Yeah, you need to work on the Carmela voice.
Anyway, fellas, I got to say you do a good job over there. I just hope everyone's getting along. I hope those serious bathrooms are clean enough for you. I hope at night you're going out and you're having some beverages and you go home to your families, because that's all it's about. It's also about watching horror movies. What? Horror movies? Horror movies are good.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I like watching horror movies because everyone's a fucking asshole. In a horror movie, you can cathartically watch them all fucking die in horrible, violent ways. So by the end, you're tired, you've seen a lot of death, a lot of blood, and you feel pretty good.
Right.
Max, thank you, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys. A salute.
All right.
Salute.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Now.
Welcome back, highlighting all the fantastic moments that have already gone down this year. This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Opie and Anthony are on vacation, so me, Sam Roberts, I will be bringing this special to you, as I've been doing all week long. David Lee Roth is officially a friend of the show as of 2013. He stopped by for the second time to talk all kinds of shit. Talk about being in Van Halen, talk about being an EMT, talk about jumping and kicking and being the greatest rock star of all time. This is David Lee Roth.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Could you even fathom back in the late 70s and early 80s?
Other than spring?
Anything.
No.
Could you even fathom that you'd still be playing with Van Halen and still be in arenas and playing the music?
It was the plan, actually.
Was it really?
Yes. The idea was based on old Uncle Manny, who is still with us. He's 93 now. And, the Cafe Wah, okay?
Yep.
That history runs really deep with the Roth family. He's the patron, the godfather of the whole family, still is. And it was his, he was total bohemian. He was totally downtown. He was getting high in a bathtub with two chicks in 1961. And I can say that in Japanese. Senkyuhaku Rokujini. 1961.
Wow.
But it was always that if you do something in showbiz, you got to do it with discipline. Do it with that, no such thing as bad weather, man.
yeah. Just bad gear.
You got to have a note of that in you, as well as, hey, I have a new idea. I have a crazy idea. Oh, I got a crazy new idea. That's the easiest part. Showing up and having to drive that wedge home every time you have a new idea. Knowing where to place it. That's a great new idea. Now here comes the legwork. Here comes the elbow grease and all those, kinds of expressions.
How was it going back there for the, we saw the really small show there, and it's like, it felt like it was a really personal and special thing for you to do. So was it 200 people there that night?
Tops.
And it felt like you really wanted to go that small place, and you talked about like coming down there as a kid, and it was really like a personal thing for you.
Well, my pop was just starting school, not even medical school, just college. I was an accident. Mom has since announced that. Happened a lot in the 50s. And Pop was just starting college, so every summer I would be dropped off down at the right above the Comedy Cellar. Uncle Manny had a loft, which is, the Cafe Wah and the Comedy Cellar were the same thing. In fact, you could spend the night in Comedy Cellar was a thieves market with stalls, and you could spend the night on one of the sofas or the couches in the Cafe Wah for, I think, 25 cents, something like this. And I spent the summer of, let's count, 61, 62, 63, 64, almost 5 years every summer in that loft right up above where it's still there. I don't even know the dame who lives there. And, he was the Duke of McDougal.
Right.
And my Aunt Judy, who is still with us, she's like, I don't know, she's got to be 88 years old. She's now
good genealogy in there.
She's a complete hippie, lives in Northern California, grows her own pot,
At 88.
How is it? How is the pot?
Well, she can enough to completely confuse my Uncle Dave, who's a brain surgeon from the East Coast who can't understand that kind of shit at all in his life. So you got to have both.
Right.
If you're gonna do.
Is she still smoking pot at 88?
Oh yeah, everybody laughs. When she says it's time to go to bed, and that's you can, at the family reunions, it bears a lot of comment.
When did Cafe Wah start? What year?
Oh, late 50s, like 1958 or something like this.
So they had like Lenny Bruce and Dylan and all the guys
He
coming
gave
through,
Bob
right?
Dylan his first job.
Yeah, I know.
What was his real first? What was the real name?
I don't know.
You
mean Bob Dylan's real name?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, Zimmerman. Thank you.
Bobby Zimmerman.
I know Bob mentioned Manny Dwarman in his biography because Manny had Cafe Finjon at the time or whatever, and he wouldn't put Bob Dylan on. Manny, the other Manny who ran the Comedy Cellar when I was there, and he thought Bob Dylan had no talent and he refused to put him on.
Whoops. He actually said no to Bob Dylan.
Thing about the Beatles after the first Ed Sullivan failure.
They stink.
One of those classic blunders.
It ain't the Dave Clark 5, I'm telling you. Guys, there's no saxophone.
These guys will never fly. Yeah.
Haircut, schmearcut.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Dave, you saw like Richard Pryor right back in the day at the Cafe Wah as a kid, and Joan Rivers.
Coming through there, and I remember seeing also poetry readings. There was Virgin Islands steel drums, and I said to Manny just this last family reunion, just within the last year, I said, I remember walking in the first time when I was probably 9 years old, and there was some Virgin Islands steel drums, and a guy who did poetry goes, "Oh, that's Eddie Barclay. He still lives over in Brooklyn.
Wow.
You want to do?" I talk to him all the time. So he still maintains. Yeah, he maintains all of his connections on the phone. Manny's a coffee drinker, like 4 cups a night, and he doesn't start till 11.
Yeah.
And and the Duke of McDougal is now the Duke of swimming class at Leisure World.
Leisure.
Yeah. But with that sense of humor and that drive, he was a complete downtown guy for 50 years, 50.
And you grew up around all that. How cool was
and
that?
all the rest of my family was doctors and lawyers and Indian chiefs. My pop was a prison doctor for the last 25 years of this thing.
Wow.
Ivy League, he called it, Folsom and San Quentin. And
was there anything that happened like a crossroads in your life where you might have ended up as a doctor or lawyer instead of a rock and roller?
Well, we were combat hippies, back in when Life magazine first declared, the flower children or whatever in the mid 60s. I remember that like it was yesterday. We boom. We all had crew cuts. We were all in the junior ROTC doing flag, whatever, where you march with the fake rifles and go to put up the flag. And shit, the first time I was handed a rifle, I was 8 years old, and I still go shooting. at the same time, when we were done, we'd go sneak some Marlboro cigarettes that we had shoplifted from the Ralph's Market right around the corner and listen to somebody's older brother's Jimi Hendrix records. And it was kind of in the same day. You know, we're talking about 6th and 7th grade, you know, and, you know, just as I was becoming a teenager, you know.
So you never had the ambition to want to go into a professional field like a doctor or anything like that?
No, it was always, I knew I wanted to be showbiz from the time I was really like 7 years old.
Right.
I wanted to broadcast. I wanted to talk on the radio, you know.
You seem like one of those guys, the little I know about you, that you would actually maybe go out and check out the town you're in.
I take my bicycles with me, and I still do.
Oh, okay.
You set up a mountain bike, but instead of like where you're hunched all forward, like, you know, like you're like a monkey on a football. Sometimes it looks like when you're all just right forward. It's an uncomfortable position if you're not actually in the mountains, and we're never in the mountains. So you set it up with those beach cruiser handlebars, so you can sit up straight and tall, you know, and look around
like a gentleman,
and see the world around. You go at half speed, you know, and then
just chill out.
It's kind of a low rider approach.
It's gotta be hilarious though. It'd be like, I think I just saw David Lee Roth ride by on a bicycle.
Oh yeah,
and people would be like, you're full of shit.
Yeah,
you're high.
You can trade that, you know, easily. Easily. I've taken my bicycles all over the world. Now you can get a bicycle for $200, you know, so you can actually go to Europe and buy one there. But it used to be we'd pack them up and take them with us virtually everywhere, you know.
But Dave used to do that after tours, like he'd do a big Van Halen tour for like 2 years and then go like live in a hut in Africa for like 3 months with no phone. This is in the 80s. There's no phones. There's no communication. The band's trying to track him down, and they're like, we don't know where he is. He's in some hut. He'll be back in October.
That bicycle, I've been living in Tokyo since the end of the last tour here, which was like, what, the beginning of last summer?
I'm sure you don't stand out much there.
Same bicycle, same get around. I get around, you know.
You just decided to live in Tokyo.
Yeah, let's take a shot at that. We've been looking at it through the back window of the car for so many years touring. Let's actually take a walk around from the inside out, get to know the folks.
And do you like it?
It's one of the most interesting travel experiences. I've probably been in over 250 cities in the United States alone.
Yeah.
And on my bicycle in most of them. Come on, this is our 35th anniversary.
Holy shit.
Is it? Yeah. It's if there's anything holy about us, it is that.
Wow. 35 years.
Yeah.
What do you like about Tokyo?
It is an island. You know, that's the polite way of saying it.
Wow.
You know, everybody else is from outside. Gaijin is, you know, it's a foreigner, outside, whatever. And man, the number of white boy faces that I would see in a common day on my bicycle, you can count on one hand.
Really?
The whole day. And I ride my bicycle everywhere. I go to language school almost every day. So
you must be very like, if people see you, they must know you're David Lee Roth from Van Halen.
Oh yeah, I use my smile like a ray gun. There, see?
I like
all the way across, no sighting, nothing.
You're always.
Oh yeah, and I know how to really just slow the room down easy, because as soon as I walk in, people are, you can see the shoulders come up, and I know how to say, you know, right away, Nihongo ga here desu sumimasen. I mean, excuse my bad Japanese. and if you're cool looking, Nihongo ga here kuso sumimasen. You know, like this. Excuse my shitty Japanese. And you know, right away they're laughing. Okay, he just made me in charge.
Right.
Yeah, he's okay. The food, you can pretty much Stevie Wonder it, you know, and I got to keep to my crocodiet. It's like crocodiles eat just birds and foliage. You know? It's pretty much just chicken and turkey and
is
whatever.
that it these days?
Yeah, whatever greens come with. But
you eat sushi?
I do.
There's a place in Japan, the Subway, that famous guy. Have you eaten at that place?
Jiro, there's probably 25 places that serve every bit as good as that. Do you guys like sushi?
Love
you like Japanese food?
Love it.
It's really simple, and it's not based on how big is the slice. It's just how fresh it really is. Like, and that's why the guys are yelling when you come walking in. Everybody goes, "Oh, see what's happening!" It's supposed to make it seem like really immediate. You know? It's like when you hear a siren and you look and you see rollers in the rearview mirror. It's like, no, right now. No, really. If you've ever wondered,
it makes perfect sense.
It's when they're hammering and, you know, and doing like this.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, when you come into a sushi bar, old school style, and there's a couple of them around here, where you'll see old ladders, one on each side of, like, you know, behind the bar where they have the big mirror, and they'll have a couple of old ladders, and they're wrapped with ropes and stuff like this, and it looks like ornamentation. Look for it, you'll see it. You know what those are for?
No idea.
That's old school. When you get a drunken samurai who's just out of his brain on sake, which is stronger than white wine, and he's swinging around that blade, how do you actually stop him without touching him? They get two little guys with ladders.
You pin him with the ladder.
Yeah, two guys like Jim. You could actually just pin him to the wall until he gets a little tired, and you run up and put the sword out of it.
No idea.
That is brilliant. Did not know that, but now I'm going to look for those ladders.
Well, it's kind of
That's when you know you're in a good place.
I guess.
That is old school.
Hey, what's the best place to get sushi in New York?
That I wouldn't know. I've been out.
You don't know?
I came here to find out from you guys what's going on. After the first tour, you know, you knew exactly where. Okay, here's the best place for donuts. Here's the best place for Thunderfunk. Here's the best place for ribs, and here's the best place for disco. And here's the best place, and you can just go through the whole list.
Yeah. But back then, the connections to places were probably more real. Like now, it's all just this thing in the stratosphere you can pull down. But back then, there was probably much more of a real connection to each place because you could only get this here or you could only get that there. So each place meant more for a different reason.
Now you do travel. It's the same shit in everywhere.
Everywhere's the same
it's
thing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, you look out a window, you see the Applebee's and the Fridays,
the Starbucks and the
Starbucks and a Home Depot. Like I don't know if I'm in Seattle or.
We're a block away from Times Square. It amazes me. All these people spend all this money to come to New York to hang out with everyone coming to New York, and they go to the Fridays and the Applebee's. They're not even seeing New York. They hang out in Times Square.
Like I don't think Dave goes to McDonald's in Tokyo.
He probably has.
I would go because it's
a little different.
Right. I would go check it out.
This is part of the fun of travel. This is a good point, is that each McDonald's is a little bit different according to the location.
What do you get in Tokyo?
In Tokyo, you get, it's a little bit of it's like a bit of a soy taste. It's called umami. And it's just a little, it's not fish, it's more like mushroom kind of a flavor.
Really?
And it's in most Japanese food, okay? It's in the miso soup that you order, you know, and a lot of the food, like in your teriyaki sauce and stuff, you just don't know it. It's in there. And until somebody takes it out, and then you go, wow, this is a little bland today, or whatever. And they put that in the burgers.
They put that in the burgers?
Okay? In Paris, France, you know, we all know from Tarantino,
Royale,
the burger
cheese.
Royale, whatever. But there's more sugar in the, whatchamacallit, in the ketchup. It's noticeably sweeter. And if you go down south into the Alabamas in this area like this, then the Coca-Cola has twice as much sugar easily.
Really?
know? So yeah, and then there's other places like a lot of salt. You know, France and Belgium, they like tons of salt all over their French fries. You know, other places, not so much. Yeah.
Do you guys see? You seem like you're a very unstructured guy. You like to do what you want to do.
Free spirit, Jimmy.
Free spirit,
He's a
but
free spirit.
when you want to be structured, if it's something you like because you become an EMS here in New York. Like if you focus on something, you have no problem being structured and doing it. But it seems like you probably don't like being told that you have to do something.
Maybe that's why you never got married. You don't like to being told what to do.
That's a part of it. That's a big part of it. Is
I can't see you telling your wife, "Look, I'm going to friggin' Africa and live in a hut for a month. I'll see you later."
No, you can't. You know,
Ain't gonna happen.
and people will say, there's dames out there like that." There are not.
No.
And as far as anybody who even got my job and kept it this long is nobody functional ever did that. Okay, nobody well-adjusted ever stayed this long in my job in show business. So that being said, I think what was the original question?
It seems like you'll focus on something because no one likes being told what to do, but then you are able to go and become an EMS, or like you said, go to Japan because you want to learn to do this, and that's there's something to be said for that.
The EMS thing is strange. How many years did you do that?
Let me think.
And how many times did you get recognized as you're trying to help somebody out?
Many times.
People thought they were hallucinating.
Right.
Like,
what is it? Really?
Dave's going to give me mouth to mouth. Some chicks like I've been wanting to kiss him since 82.
All I needed was a closed head wound.
You were all in with the EMS thing? You were out there doing it, huh?
Yeah.
For how long?
I started when I was about 46, 47, and I finished up about a total of about 6.5 years.
Really?
Yeah, I recerted 3 times. And I did my internship up in the Bronx with the 47th Precinct. Big shout out to all of you out there. And I kind of made my way around. I rolled in every neighborhood here that would have me. Bed-Stuy, Queens, East New York.
What made you want to do that? Like, what happens where, like, you know, you're a rock star, and then all of a sudden you're like, I want to do this thing. This is what I want to do. What happened? It was a thought, or it just became this obsession?
Yeah, the obsession is with other people. Why would you want to be a singer or a broadcaster? It's because you have an obsession with other people, interacting with other people. You know, whether you're getting along with or antagonizing, it's just there's other folks involved, you know, as opposed...
But it's drastically different, the two professions. That's what blows our minds, I think.
Right. Well, my first job, you know, I can help trace it a little bit. I don't know if I can psychoanalyze myself.
Sorry.
I can try. Do you have some strong drink?
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Sorry. It's just a question.
You have some bourbon?
Right.
I'll psychoanalyze me.
I think it's fascinating as well.
My first job out of high school was working in surgery. Very relaxed, so I assisted during every kind of emergency surgery. I worked in the emergency room. And then I realized the girls thought it was romantic that, you know, I worked in something like that.
Always the
combination of those two things, those two motivating factors, always stuck with me. And I always kept my hand in, you know, behind the scenes, you know, as far as, you know, camping and climbing, that somebody should know what to do. So I'll take a 1 week course, you know, or something like that. And then a couple of things happened that really quickened my spirit for, you know, putting on the uniform. The first, and probably the most clearly evident, was that after I finished with Van Halen, on my first album, I rebuilt the pediatrics ward where we used to hang out, and put in a lifetime supply of ice cream in an industrial freezer for the kids, because I used to bum ice creams off the night nurse at 2 a.m. You follow the thinking, etc.
Sure.
At some point around mid-90s, right around there, earlier 90s, it was grunge and it was Kurt Cobain, and I went from, I don't know, we'll say 20,000 people to 2,000 people, and playing those size venues. I never did stop playing, but, you know, you will be doomed to wander through the Tina Turner desert for X amount of years. Love this, the Frank Sinatra, the Emptiness, you know, all the great artists, the Rod Stewart, vastness. Everybody has to go through that if you're going to last 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
And I was no longer able to make a contribution, and that's the key word in my family, with my pocketbook. Well, I can still lift pretty heavy things. I still have an interest in, you know, getting out amongst folks, and that kind of energy, you know, was something I was familiar with, grew up around it. You know, what kind of a kid becomes a cop? Usually one whose dad was a cop. What kind of kid runs into a burning building with a fire hat on? The one whose dad was. And, you know, on and on, you know. So I grew up around that element as well. And also, in the little bit towards the late 80s, somebody tried to kidnap my father with a loaded pistol.
Whoa.
And that kind of really brought into focus the combat part of being a combat hippie.
Was it random, or were they targeting him, or was it a random thing?
It was targeting, and he was going to go put him in the trunk, and he was going to give me a call, and the guy turned out to have a history. Yeah, he was going to ransom Pop, and age is an interesting thing in my family. Pop had just gotten his black belt. He was almost 58 years old. He was about as old as I am now, but he had just gotten his black belt. And a fellow walked into his office, opened up a briefcase looking very serious and everything, and said, I'm from the state. I need to speak with you. I need you to sign some papers. There's a lawsuit or something, whatever. He went into the back room of his doctor's office in very, middle of nowhere, Southern California, pulled out a loaded pistol and said to him, okay, I'm going to tie you up. We're going to put you in the trunk of the car. I know that this is the back door here. Wow. Pop started talking him loose, verbal judo, we call it in the trucks, Hey, relax. Nurses come out here, burst through that door all the time. Just relax. I'll do whatever. Bah! Hit him? Oh, yeah. he goes, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Put his lights right off and took off out the back door. Guy gets away. Pop is now at the house with bodyguards and FBI and everybody hanging around. My house now looks like the Berlin Wall, with the lights and the dogs and the guys going up and down the
walking the perimeter,
the walkway, exactly. Which sounds like fun, but it's a little scary. These are nutcases, and this is before there's really cell phones and any kind of real interactive media. You're much more separated from
you're
each
alone.
other. Yeah. And they caught the guy, and they put him in lockup in little old Pasadena, which, keep in mind, this is the 80s, very different time and place, because it's overbooked at the Central Jail. He stays in the drunk tank for month after month after month, right? And he's talking craziness. This guy's nutcase. He's claiming to people, that David Lee Roth is a close personal friend, but I stole his girlfriend, Elizabeth Taylor, and that I telepathically robbed his mind for lyrics, and that I now owe him telepathic money. Literally, this all came back in questionnaire form when he's moving from the police station, and in total cowboy fashion, yes, things are different today. Count back to the late 80s, 1986, 87 in there. He's being walked out by two cops from the front door of the police station, and two of his lowrider buddies bust him free at gunpoint. Wow. Put him in the back of a lowered whatever and go around the corner and take off. This is how it was described to me. Okay. So he's now back at large. The lights come back on. The dogs are re-rented.
Holy fuck! What a crazy ass.
Yeah, and you're now confronted with, how do you protect yourself? How are you going to arm yourself? Or do you go Godfather and just hire a whole bunch of strangers who are going to sleep on the job at the gate? I'm sorry, Mr. Corleone says nobody leaves the property. We'll get you your groceries now.
Go to the mattresses.
Exactly. Like this. About a month later, they caught the guy again, and he got into a gunfight with Los Angeles PD, and he died in a firefight underneath a parked car.
Losing into that, huh?
Well, now here comes the credits and the outtakes when I turn to my dad and I go, I'm thinking about taking some shooting lessons.
Yeah.
What about you? He's going, I'm thinking about carrying conceal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about learning to shoot anything that comes in black. And he's going, me too.
Wow. What's really scary is that this crazy guy actually convinced two other people to break him out of jail. That's what's even scarier to me.
Yeah, right?
Like that he's that nuts you figured nobody would listen to him, but he had two friends that are like, all right, we'll
he
meet
found
you.
two.
Yeah.
Being that popular a guy over the course of the years, you must have had other instances where you directly were the target of some, people that might not have wanted to
you get threats and invective, and particularly on the internet, or somebody throws something over the gate, But it was those two experiences really that just says, hey, you know what? This could be a good thing. I feel a kinship with all of my instructors and everybody that I work with there. I grew up around that in the medical field as well as the martial arts field. I now have an extra desire to be part of that community after, my pop's experience, whatever, spent extra amounts of time then, going to the shooting range.
Did you ever get a concealed carry?
Nope.
No, huh?
No, don't. But I do know how to shoot pretty much anything that comes in black.
Yeah. That's,
so maybe the guy just wanted like a signed 8x10 headshot. Here's a big fan.
That.
You personalize it to him.
So that led to the EMS
control.
Yeah. Send him a T-shirt.
Part of it.
Yeah. Huh.
That's very interesting, man.
One thing that when I was really young, and I'll tell you 2 funny stories about Earth, Wind, and Fire. In fact, I'll tell you the first one. It's with Edward and I. You wonder where some of the conflict comes from. Is I was always pitching him, my sisters and I went through the integrated busing program. He went to the all-white schools. And I kept saying, there is a great new band. You got to hear them. They're called Earth, Wind, and Fire. And they're really popular, okay? And this was before they became a wedding band.
Huge.
Like you would hear in September, you're going to hear that at every bar mitzvah, and every graduate. Exactly.
Yeah, you remember. Yeah, I like a bunch of Earth, Wind, and Fire songs.
Bingo! It is the sound of.
But you don't tell anyone you like it.
Right. Just fill it in. We would have had them if we could have afforded it. The name came up more than twice. Believe me. And they were brand new. It was like 1975. And, keep in mind what Eddie and I looked like with the hair down here, with the part in the middle and hands permanently in the pockets, boxer shorts, et cetera. Camel filters crushed up in the pocket of your Pendleton shirt. And we were the only 2 Caucasian faces in the entire forum. That's 22,000 people, 22,000 of our closest friends. Earth, Wind has just now started to break international market, but it's an all-black audience. Eddie and I sit up in the peanut gallery in the nosebleed seats. We watch the show. I think you really enjoyed this show. At that point in our career, we were talking. So we waited, because we knew traffic was going to be heavy duty. We've been to a lot of shows there for other bands. And we waited until there was just, most of the people were gone. We come walking out in the parking lot. There's almost no cars. One little, Opel Kadett station wagon. It looks like somebody drew it against the background. It's a cartoon. And as we come up, a hoodie. African-American kid with a hoodie comes on. He's got his hand in his pocket, goes, "Yo, give me your money, y'all." And I looked at Ed, and Ed looked at me, and I went, "Do we look like we have any money?" Nah. Eddie has never been to another show with me.
Like your motherfucker,
never had
what are you
a cup
doing to
of
me?
coffee since then. I don't know if it's connected. I'd love to think it is.
Well, you should have left with the crowd. That was the mistake you made, was leaving late.
Yeah, right.
You should have filed out and just walked behind a group of black people and acted like you were talking to them and just fucking stuck in the car.
Live and learn.
Yeah, no shit.
Don't hurt yourself. An entire generation and a half launching themselves off the top of Toyota Land Cruisers and trying to touch their toes. You could hear the belts popping. Pop, pop. Like this. I would come out after a show.
Yeah.
And you would invariably see there would be a pickup truck festooned with beer cans. Every single space that you could get a vertical empty beer can on. In fact, vertical empty beer can, that sounds like a band at Coachella, doesn't it? And they would have it covered, and somebody would get on the bumper. There'd be 3 gals, 3 guys, and they'd launch themselves off the was that you, Jay? Did you ever try that?
Oh, all the time.
Jump off the bumper, and try and touch their toes, and somebody go, "No, that's not how you do it." And clear off the hood, and you hear the beer cans, and you climb up and launch and land in a heap, much to the glee, of the derision and ridicule of the crowd, and somebody would do it from the top.
Yeah.
Until somebody snapped a leg, probably.
Dave told the best story on my podcast about Van Halen trying to expand their parameters. He said, like when you were a kid, you have bunk beds. Do you remember this whole thing he said?
Oh, sure.
It was
Go ahead, do it, and I'll help you along. Let's see what you remember from it.
When you're a kid, you have bunk beds. You put them a little farther apart, and you go, "Hey, let's see if we can make it this far apart from this bunk bed to that bunk bed." And then the whole band's like, "Oh, you know what? Put the bunk bed against the wall. I'm Eddie. I can do it better than Dave. I can do better than Alex. And put it all the way across the wall. The ground is lava. If you touch the lava, you're out.
Hot lava, you call it.
Yes,
you have 2 bunk beds. People say,
I don't know why you have
Dave,
to interrupt me. I'm in the middle of a really good story here. Jesus Christ. What an ingrate. It's your story. I tried to get you to tell it.
I never got tired of doing that. You have 2 bunk beds. My sister slept in one, I was in the other. And you would jump across one to the other and go, hot lava, hot lava. And you didn't want to fall in. But, well, you start off with a foot in between. And then, of course, they try and up the ante. You put it 2 feet apart. Sure. You go, hot lava, hot lava. And my career has been kind of the same based on that ever since the beginning. Farther and farther apart. How far away can we move and still survive? What can we do musically that's going to push the advantage a little bit more? What can we try on stage? What can we do on the album cover this time? That's farther and farther. Inevitably, you're going to fall into the hot lava.
To the hot lava, yeah.
And that's your best drinking story.
And the record company comes in, like, with we got ideas for this album. You guys could maybe take it in this direction. And Dave was like, no, you don't understand. We've already had the beds. They're in different rooms. We put one outside, and we jumped from the 2nd-story window. So, move synthesizer. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're already up to out the window, off the wall, against the board.
It'd be really great if you guys could do a little more melody hooks. That'd be great. Some melody, some hooks.
The worst is yet to come. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Sirius XM presents a special town hall.
It's go time. We are at DEF CON 5 here.
With Emmy and Golden Globe Award winner Tina Fey and her husband, composer Jeff Richmond.
The set looks great. I'm ready. We just need an audience.
All about their life in comedy, on screen and behind the scenes. Hosted by Sirius XM's Seth Rudetsky. Crazy. It's a special town hall with Tina Fey and Jeff Richmond. Today, 5 p.m. East, 2 West on Entertainment Weekly Radio, Sirius XM 105. Or listen on the Sirius XM app. Check out the Opie and Anthony podcast today.
Well, look at us. We got a podcast finally.
It's a miracle.
Original bits from the show.
This is so illegal.
Classic material.
Whole lot of fucking going on here.
And of course, the Nugget.
Sex Bagel is a big fat guy. His titties are big and round. Slavo, you rarely see him moving.
Find the Opie and Anthony podcast on iTunes and at Facebook.com/Opie and Anthony.
It's a fact. You can make thousands of dollars flipping houses. Discover the secret house flipping formula from Dave and Pete, the stars of A&E's hit show Flipping Boston, for free.
Hi, it's Pete and Dave. We're giving you our flipping formula for free. It's what we use to find the right house, flip it fast, and get paid.
It's time to stop just talking about flipping houses and start doing it. Now is one of the best times in history. USA Today reported that you can make thousands of dollars in profit flipping houses.
In New York City, the average profit was over 118 grand. Omaha, it's over $71,000. Lake Havasu, Arizona, the profit per flip was $87,000.
And we're going to show you how we do it for free. Stop dreaming. The houses are there. The opportunity will never be better. And for a limited time, the flipping formula is free.
Call now, 800-229-1933 for your free flipping formula book and 2 DVD quick start guide. Just pay processing. That's 800-229-1933. 800-229-1933.
It's hot in here. Can somebody open a window? Thanks.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, neither does a business not automating their marketing strategy. You work hard being the best at what you do. Let the industry expert Demand Force take care of your marketing. Demand Force keeps your customers coming back and gets you new customers by automating text messages, emails, and online reviews for your business. Sign up in July and Demand Force will pay for your SiriusXM subscription. Visit demandforce.com today.
We just moved here, and my 12-year-old grandson asked him a question: how does a person get cancer? Most doctors wouldn't spend the time. He sat down and explained it to my grandson. To have a doctor that makes you feel positive is so important. It really makes you feel almost like extended family.
Florida Cancer Specialist has over 60 locations, including Orlando, The Villages, and Fort Myers. For an office in Florida near you, go to flcancer.com. World-class medicine, hometown care. flcancer.com.
Guys, it's the dog days of summer, the hottest and most humid days of the year, and our balls are sweating. Your boys are not just a little damp, they are drenched with all this heat and humidity. It's time for Fresh Balls, available at freshballs.com and at London Drugs in the deodorant aisle. Fresh Balls is an amazing product that keeps your balls dry all day. Use Fresh Balls as part of your daily grooming routine. It works while you work. while you play. No matter what you do, your balls are fresh and dry with Fresh Balls. Visit our website, freshballs.com. If you order today, you'll also get a free sample of Fresh Feet, the newest addition to our So Fresh, So Dry family of products. Fresh Feet keeps your feet fresh and dry, and you get it for free with your purchase of Fresh Balls. It's a great summer deal, available for a limited time exclusively at freshballs.com.
Go to Fresh Balls right now and enter promo code SIRIUS and get free shipping on your next order of Fresh Balls and a free sample of Fresh Feet. It's the best deal of the year. Go to freshballs.com or visit London Drugs in the deodorant aisle.
Purchase Fresh Balls and get Fresh Feet for free now at freshballs.com.
The joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you need. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. Claim your sample today. 1-800-514-2757. Great for your knees, hands, even your hips. Instaflex is available at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-514-2757. 1-800-514-2757.
Opie Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Now.
Continuing on, it's the worst of the year so far with me, Sam Roberts. Opie and Anthony are on vacation, so while they're gone, we're about halfway through 2013, and 2013 has been a year of years. It's been a wonderful year, and so much has happened, we thought we had to share everything so far with you all this week. James Lipton was in studio this year. It was only a few months ago. He stopped by, he was talking about his new book, but more importantly, he talked about being a pimp in Paris. Now, you probably read about this, that James Lipton from inside the actor's studio was once a pimp, that he pimped hoes. But you didn't hear that it came from the Opie and Anthony show. That's because several months after this interview happened, some other news source, some magazine article or something, got the same story. And they went everywhere with it, and everybody reported on it like it was news. We had it first. We just don't have a great PR firm behind us. However, this is the evidence. James Lipton tells us the story way before he told anybody else on the worst of the year so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst in 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Well, obviously, we were astounded by the list of people you have interviewed. It's quite extensive and an amazing array of celebrities. When did you start interviewing people in this fashion?
Well, 19 years ago.
That's it.
In 1994, when the Earth was covered in mists, I had an idea, as a member of the Actors Studio, that we ought to create a degree-granting program for the first time in the history of the studio, which was then 47 years old. And you know the people that had given us, from James Dean and Paul Newman and Marlon Brando and so forth, right up through Pacino and through De Niro and Jack Nicholson, etc. And I suggested at that time that the studio, first of all, was a very private place. It was a gymnasium, and nobody was allowed in from the outside. It was a place where people could go and make mistakes. Why? Because you learn from your mistakes, right? But you don't want to make them in public once you're famous. So that's how it worked. I said, why don't we create a degree-granting program for the first time? We don't have to let people in. The studio is still on 44th Street. It's still a private, cranky place where nobody can get in. But let's let this method that has been honed all these years out in an educational environment. And that was how we started Actors Studio Drama School, which is now at Pace University. And when we started the Actors Studio Drama School, I had people who would... All of our core courses, by the way, are taught by life members of the Actors Studio. That way we get the continuity that we wanted. And so we had people who would teach 30 weeks. People would come in and do 6 Fridays in a workshop. But there was one category left that was unfilled, and that was those people who were members of the studio or friends of ours or colleagues with whom we've worked who could only give us one night of their lives. So I sent a letter out and said, will you come and teach our students for one night? Paul Newman answered, Dennis Hopper answered, Sally Field answered. I got these extraordinary people saying, yes, we'll do it. And that's when I sent word back into the professional community. I was by now dean of the Actors Studio Drama School, which I had created it. So they said, well, you'll give it a year, start it.
How long had you been at the studio by this time? Had you been there since the beginning?
Only 2 years. I'd been there by then. I was trained by Stella Adler and Harold Klerman, and so I got these responses, and I sent word back into the professional community from which I had come. And I said, look, these people are liable to say something worth preserving. Mm-hmm. And anybody interested, because that means television cameras. And Bravo took the existential leap with me. At that time, Bravo had 20 million people. That is to say, and Cablevision. They were owned by Cablevision. There were 20 million subscribers. Today, we are in 94 million homes on Bravo. We are in 125 countries. We have a record-breaking 15 Emmy nominations. And if you had put a gun to my head in 1994 and said, predict that or die, I would have said, pull the trigger.
Can I ask, when you do such amazing prep for these interviews, do publicists give you the same thing they give us? Well, you can't ask about this, you can't ask. What are the parameters you allow?
We are about to do our 250th episode. Wow. Not one publicist has ever told me I can or cannot do anything. Not one. There is no pre-interview on our show. We're the only talk show of our kind that has no pre-interview. That's why I have to work for 2 weeks to do those 300 or 400 cards all by myself.
Wow.
And the result of that has been that the guest walks in and has absolutely no idea what's coming next. That's the rigid rule on our show, and nobody has ever asked to violate it. Not once.
I'm amazed by that.
That level of trust they have for you.
It's trust and...
Well, they know that we're going to talk about craft. We're not interested in gossip.
Right.
We're a master's degree program. Those are master's degree candidates sitting out there at Pace University. And so they know that we're not going to get into gossip. We don't care about it. We really don't care, seriously. And what do we care about? We care about the work they've done. And if I were to ask you or anybody in this room, look, I'm going to interview you. And what we'll talk about, I'm just going to ask you about those turning points in your life that made you whoever the hell you are now. Both as an artist in the case of our show, and as a person. And you start, and I've done my research, and I know that there was a turning point. Somebody died, therefore they did this. And so I asked them, I describe to me what happened, and then they tell me what happened, and in doing so, what happens, it's called effective memory in the Stanislavski system. What happens is the emotions that they felt at the time begin to come back. And as a result, we became, to my absolute astonishment, the most intimate and the most emotional show of our kind.
Who gave you the most emotional interview that you can think of, or one
Bradley
that
Cooper.
was... Yeah?
Look, when I was asked over and over again, over the years, who's the guest you want the most? I said, look, I was for 10 years the dean of the Actors Studio Drama School. I was its founding dean. I'm no longer its dean. I'm dean emeritus. And I said, the night that one of my graduated students has achieved so much that he or she walks out on that stage and sits down in that chair next to me is going to be the night I've waited for since we started this program. Wow. And Bradley Cooper graduated in 2000. We trained him for 3 years. And when Bradley walked out on that stage, he looked at me and I looked at him. We burst into tears and we had to... Wow. We couldn't go on with the show for a bit until both of us had recovered. So there is that kind of emotional attachment in the show that, again, doesn't make us better. I hope it doesn't make us worse. But it sure as hell makes us different.
Yeah, and it's honest. I mean, obviously, not talking about the gossipy end of it, just the craft, and just open honesty about it. I think people feel safe there too. It doesn't feel like they're going to be blindsided by some TMZ reporter.
No, because look, we're a master's class in university. We don't care about those things. Yeah. Our students don't care. They would be disappointed in me if I asked a question about that had nothing to do with the reason that we're all there. And the result for us, for our students, remember, they come from we're in 125 countries. That's not a joke. We were immense in France, in Japan, in Australia, in the Scandinavian countries, in Latin America. The show is just huge. And the result is that our students come to us from all over the world, and they come to us for a reason. And the guests know that there's a reason. And therefore the guests have a reason for coming there, which is to teach them. And it turned out, I thought it would be so dull. I thought it would be so dry. I thought we wouldn't last a year. I'm serious. I thought we wouldn't last a year. Here we are, 19 years, the second longest running show in the history of cable television. All of these things, it sounds like I'm bragging. Maybe I am. But it's also the truth. And it's not something that I had anticipated or even planned. It just evolved organically, the way an acting role is supposed to evolve.
Yeah. How did you accept being thrust into pop culture like that? I mean, the parodies that have been done about you, which are hilarious.
It appears that it appears that I am a figure in pop culture.
Sure.
Watch Arrested Development when it comes back on the air on Netflix. I'm back on the show. The Warden Gentles, like the character that I created on the original show. I'm back on the air. The Will Ferrell, of course. We all know about that. And it's not something that I can plan, but it is something that, to be perfectly frank, that I treasure.
Yeah.
I mean, Will's a friend. He asked me to be in his movie with him, which I did, and this thing has evolved too over the years. This relationship. Do I like it? People ask me, "Do you hate it?" Hate it? I would crawl on broken glass to have this kind of thing happen to me.
It must have been odd, though, to be the dean of a university.
It's all happening at once. I was one of 7 deans in a university, which is an academic position, of course, and at the same time, all this madness was happening.
Yeah. That's an amazing story.
Of all the people you've talked to, what was something that shocked you? Like, what's the piece of information somebody gave you?
The most shocking one, I think. Well, brace yourselves. It's quite a tale. It's brief. Jack Lemmon was on. I'd known Jack Lemmon when I was a young actor and came to New York, and he was already a famous actor. And Jack was, you may know, an absolutely elegant human being. And it was near the end of his life, just a few months from the end of his life, and he was on the show. And because I'm dean of the school, I'm always trying to make a point for the actors. I'm didactic, which is one of the things people make fun of me for, and some people dislike me for. They think it makes me pompous. And but I'm always trying to teach them something. And so I was working with Jack, and we were talking about Days of Wine and Roses. And I said to him, you know, all the famous scenes in it, the scene next to the crib with the child, the scene in the greenhouse when you smash it, trying to find a bottle that you stowed there, the scene when you're arrested, all those huge scenes, emotional scenes. But the most moving, the most thrilling scene in the movie is the quietest. When you stand up in front of AA for the first time and say those historic words, and then I paused. I'm always trying to get my guest. I tried to get De Niro to say, "You're talking to me," he wouldn't do it. I did get Tom Hanks to say, "Life is like a box of chocolates." And I waited for him to say it, and he said it. He said, "My name is," he couldn't recall it, and he said, "My name is so-and-so, and I'm an alcoholic." And I turned to the students and I said, "See, look, no pushing, no begging for anything. Just do it. Just do what the character does and let the audience provide the emotion. See, no pushing." I said, "That's acting." And he said, "No, it's not. I'm an alcoholic."
Oh, wow.
Wow. And there follows a 15-second pause, which I kept in the edit because I edited the show. And it's right there, and we just stare at each other. And I saw he didn't want to go any further, and so I went on to the next question. But it was the most startling moment in the history of the show.
Wow.
And afterward, his wife said to me in the green room, first time Jack's ever said that in public.
Wow. So the fact that he said that, I guess, obviously meant he was in recovery and had kept that private. Wow, that's
he was, but he had never admitted to it in public in his life until that moment. Would you call that a surprise?
Yeah. Well, not in this studio, I wouldn't. You know,
come on, I enjoy a couple of beers myself. But
you're an interesting guy too, in that you how much of this is folklore. But back in France, when you were a younger guy, you know what is this? Are they
James
God,
Lipton? Are you going there? Okay,
we have to ask. Yeah, you were.
Go ahead.
You were I don't want to say a pimp per se, but
I was a macro, which is not strictly speaking a pimp. A pimp is somebody who exploits the women who work for him, and generally speaking, that relationship nowadays it's unthinkable. Unthinkable. I'm talking about when I was a youngster. This is long, long ago, where it was all regulated in France and so forth. But a pimp exploits the women and often treats them horribly. We know that. But a macro works for the women. They employ him. And I was living in Paris. I couldn't get a work permit. It was out of the question in those days.
Were you acting there while you were there?
I had been acting in Greece in a film. And then I came back, and I didn't want to come back to the United States for a while. I wanted to live in Europe, and I particularly wanted to live in Paris. This an expression in French called rite de passage, rites of passage. I was going through it, and I wanted to continue to go through it. And I had met, by chance, because I had gone, as Americans did in those days, to the Rue Pigalle to see a sex exhibition, which was, in those days, was commonplace in Paris. And in America didn't exist at all. And afterward, I had had a drink in the bar in the bordello and met the young woman who had participated in this, and we became friends. She was from Cannes. She was a beautiful young Cannoise. And in those days, France was going through a very hard time, and the men couldn't get work, and certainly the women couldn't. And there was no opprobrium associated with women who went into what was called le milieu, which is that world, and then came out of it. The names I could name for you, movie stars and so forth in France, who were in it for a time. And there was nothing. There were students who were in it, who were earning their way through school, women who were supporting their husbands who were going to college, for example. Wow. It was an entirely different world and completely regulated, medically regulated and everything. Anyway, then when I ran out of money, she suggested that I would become her mech so that I could stay there and we could continue our friendship and our relationship. And I did. And it was one of the most interesting years of my life. Now you know the whole story.
Wow.
But
what is one of the responsibilities of
I would go to I would
probably not mopping up.
In the morning. I would appear at American Express, which is where all the tourists turned up, especially the American tourists, right next to the Palais Garnier and to the Paris Opera. And other people would be there saying, would you like, I conduct tours, would you like to see Chartres, would you like to see Notre Dame de Paris, etc. All these people would be these tour guides. I was a tour guide. I would say, you want to see some sex?
Okay.
And these startled Americans would say, yes, this is really what they came to Paris for in those days. And then
when was this roughly?
1950s.
Oh, okay.
And so, France was still recovering from the Second World War. And I would have to go with them because they were nervous, they were frightened about it, and so I would take them there to the bordello, and my girlfriend and another woman or a man or whatever it was we had arranged, this thing would occur, and these people were electrified by it. And they would ask me to translate for them and speak to these people and tell them what they wanted to see and so forth. So it was a very strange time in my life, but it was literally the only way I could remain in France. I couldn't earn a living any other way. I would gladly have done something else.
Now that's probably a much more fun way to make a living. Did you get involved?
Interesting.
Were you a part of
What do you mean by get involved?
Well, what I would love to have done.
No. I mean, she was my girlfriend, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to, betray her even with her.
Wow.
You follow me? It's very complicated.
You didn't get jealous?
No. No. Well, she wasn't. We were friends. We were really friends. More than anything else.
Right, yeah.
And she had arranged for this. It had to be arranged for her. They would have found me floating in the sand because you couldn't practice that profession unless you had been endorsed. Okay. And so she got me endorsed.
Wow. What a great story.
I've never discussed this with anybody else before on radio.
Well, it's quite amazing. Part of your history and just part of history. We never do that.
Well,
What's going on?
I never would have discussed it at all. I did in my memoir, Inside.
Yeah.
It's there in black and white for everybody to read. But Arthur Lawrence, the great playwright, had been there, and with a whole group of people, with Stella Adler, who was my acting teacher, and they were all there in Paris. They came for the summer, and I was there, and that was when I was working. And they asked me to, and I took them all and arranged one for them, this as a sex exhibition. And Arthur wrote about it in his memoir.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 6 years ago, just before I wrote my memoir. And he talked about it, and so I felt he had outed me.
Did he drop your name in there?
Drop my name?
I thought maybe it was an anonymous type
no,
of...
he devoted a chapter. He called me that.
He didn't mention your name. The guy who hosts the Actors Studio.
No, I wasn't that then. He called me the sex guide.
Wow.
Of Paris. And so once that had been done, there was nothing I could do about it except in my memoir to put it on record truthfully once and for all. When Julia Roberts was on my show years ago, and Julia had played, of course, a prostitute famously. And I said, did you interview prostitutes? And so, well, she said yes, and we got into that. And then I began to talk about, I said, well, when I was in France, and so forth. And then I realized I had trapped myself. That was long before I ever discussed it. And I didn't want to go any further with it. And Julia, she started laughing. She couldn't stop laughing. And it's one of the most famous moments on the show where I was just sort of fumbling around and I didn't know what to say or how to get out of it. And Julia could not stop laughing. I tried to drink her water and her teeth were rattling on the glass.
She let you off the hook, or she probably could have pursued it. Oh, she did?
But I didn't confess anything.
Right.
It wasn't until Arthur Lawrence wrote about it as an experience of his life that I decided I'd better set the record straight, such as it is.
It's an interesting story, and you know what? It's so it's in a time in history where it doesn't seem as seedy as anything like that now.
Listen, the women who were in the milieu in those days were, some of them were very, very elegant, and as I say, they were examined weekly by a doctor. It was completely regulated. Some of the bordellos of that time were among the most famous in the history of the world. These women were like geishas, and they were so royally treated, and as I said, women moved in and out. They needed the money. They were desperate, and so they would do this for a while. Then they would come out of it. People would know that they were in it. There's a very famous, very, very famous French movie star who was in and out of that milieu. I won't say who it was, and that's not my right. But I know that she was. And when they came out of it, there was no opprobrium whatsoever. People never even gave it a thought.
Wow.
The French have always been look. We're the United States of America.
We're uptight.
What tradition do we have that the French do not have? The Puritan tradition. There is a Puritan tradition in America, which we inherited from England. But the Catholic countries of Europe, France and Italy and so forth, do not have a Puritan tradition. As a result, they look, neither does Asia, neither does Japan, for example. And so in those countries, you don't find the same kind of nervousness or obsession with sex. They're much less, much less obsessed.
Less uptight, too. Just less uptight.
One of the problems with the Catholic Church today is that it has become absolutely riveted on the subject of sex.
Right, yeah.
And I'm not criticizing them, that's their right. But it is a fact. And they are more sophisticated perhaps about it, or and certainly more casual about it. They don't see it as every encounter as a life-changing event.
Sure.
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it's different from our own tradition. We are more uptight, and it has to do with our Puritan tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it takes away from some things that could be, art. I think it takes away from art in this country a lot.
At Japanese art, the greatest Japanese artists, the Rembrandts and the Da Vincis of Japan, all painted pornography. Pure graphic pornography. My wife is half Japanese and half Irish, and she studied art with a great Japanese artist. He was a national treasure. They declare them national treasures in Japan. And he gave her as a gift once. It hangs in our house. This painting by a master, one of the 18th century masters of Japanese painting, and it is a pure pornographic
and it has a place in your home right there prominently displayed?
pride of place.
You see? Wonderful. I love it.
Why not?
Absolutely. Why not? Absolutely.
Did you study with, did Brando study with Stella Adler too?
Brando studied with Stella Adler. De Niro studied with Stella Adler. Harvey Keitel studied with Stella Adler. I studied with her for 2.5 years. She taught for 2 years, and actually she asked me to stay for another 6 months, which I did and worked with her. She was the greatest single academic influence on my life.
So you knew Brando?
Yes, I knew Brando when I first came to New York. He was already, a star, but I did know him quite well. Yeah.
I'm always fascinated with people who got to know him because he seems like one of these guys that was rather difficult to get to know. Like,
at the end of his life, I was always trying to get him to be on the inside the actor's studio. By then, he was reclusive, and he would sit up in his home, and he would make phone calls. He would call me, and we would talk for 45 minutes, but he would never appear on the show. By then, he would not come out of his house, and he was very, very, very bizarre. He'd speak to me in Spanish, and I said, I don't speak Spanish, and then he would stop. But we used to talk for a long time. I said, why don't we say this on the air, for God's sake?
Right.
And nobody wouldn't do it. So he's one that got away. But by then, it wouldn't have been very valuable anyway, because he had spit the bit. And he was no longer interested in acting, and he contemned it, and he hated himself, as we all know. It ended poorly. But when I first saw him, when I first came to New York, I saw him in Streetcar.
Oh, wow.
And he was the greatest actor I ever saw.
Did he really dislike guys like Rod Steiger? Because there's this famous story about when they were doing that, I Could Have Been a Contender, Charlie, that he wouldn't even do Rod's close-ups with him, that he hated his acting. Is that the truth?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't answer that. I don't know that he did. But certainly that scene is justly famous. He did everything wrong in it. He did everything unpredictable in it. Instead of being angry at his brother, instead of being frightened of his brother, the two things that you would think that any actor would have chosen, made those choices in the scene, his brother was destroying him at that moment. What was he instead? He was heartbroken. He was heartbroken that his brother would do this. It was the most amazing choice, and only a Brando could have made it. I think that nothing impresses me in an actor more than risk. If an actor takes chances and is utterly unpredictable, then I know I'm in the presence of a great actor. And there's one more ingredient that's necessary. If the actor... First, you are absolutely startled by his choices or her choices, and in the end, you realize they were what? Inevitable. That's what makes a great actor, and that's why Brando, to my taste, is the greatest of his time. And we have some great ones going now.
Who do you think's unpredictable now? Like completely, who shocks
Philip
you?
Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah. Wow.
He is good. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Did Brando ever talk about acting and the actual craft of acting in public in any way?
Yeah, he decided after I started inside the Actors Studio. I think he was inspired by it because he's a member of the Actors Studio. He was so aware of it. He decided he was going to teach a class in Los Angeles. Advertisements went out. People flocked. And they rushed to be taught by Marlon Brando. And they arrived at the appointed place, and he was waited for the door to open for him to come in. He walked in a dress, as I recall. It lasted, I think, about 24 hours.
That was it.
By then he was two.
Yeah,
he hated acting.
Isn't that odd?
He thought that acting was not a worthy profession. And you know why? Because he was a genius. Geniuses make one mistake consistently. They think that whatever they do is easy. Why? Because it's easy for them. And they didn't have to learn it because it came from instinctively. And as a result, they think it's easy, and it's easy for them to become contemptuous of it. Because, look, I'm doing this thing. What's so special about what I'm doing? Why should anybody make a fuss? And eventually, people like Brando become contemptuous of it. For example, Ted Williams had to teach himself every moment of swinging a bat. he could teach you how to swing a bat because he had to teach himself. He wasn't a genius. What he was a great, 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 great student. And he taught himself how to do it. Willie Mays never gave it a minute's thought in his life. He was a genius. It just happened. He would get up there, he'd swing the bat, and he'd hit a home run. There are those two kinds of, those two approaches to a craft. And Marlon was absolutely a genius. He just was able to do it. Now, he was well trained by Stella Adler. He had a thorough training from her. When you put together technique with talent, you can't teach talent. Talent's what you bring to the table. And
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you know. And, but you put together talent and technique, and then out comes Brando.
You know, I can't even watch movies like Miracle on 34th Street was on recently. I just can't watch things from that era anymore because, again, like watching guys like Brando and like Hoffman and whoever, I can't watch the old school acting anymore. It just seems so disconnected to anything I enjoy.
Because it was English acting until the Stanislavski system took hold in America through the group theater, out of which came Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg and all the teachers whom I have studied with. Until then, it was a pale imitation of English theater. They had a kind of false English accent.
Yeah.
Everything had to look good, and they practiced in front of a mirror until they had themselves just the way they wanted. None of it was organic. None of it was felt. None of it was emotional. None of it was real. It was all a system of posing. It was rhetorical. It was essentially false.
Very much like old stage acting.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It was theater acting.
Yeah,
they took it to film. But then when the Moscow Art Theater on Stanislavski came here in the 1920s, there was a revolution, and that was when Strasberg and Stella Adler and Harold Clurman and Cheryl Crawford, they saw what was happening on that stage, and they knew that the door had opened, it would never close again. And then they founded the group theater. Out of that came the plays of Odets. Out of that came all of our greatest actors. And today, it is it's transcendent in the world. There is no actor who is not touched by it in one way or another. And in America, we've had some very, very, very great teachers. The greatest of whom I thought was Stella Adler, and she did teach Brando, and once again, there with me, I brought a minimal talent to it, so I was okay, but he brought this great talent, put it together with her technique, and out came a very great actor.
There's footage of the same thing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I just want to ask one more question. Did they say this footage? I'm not a fan of Shakespeare. I can't enjoy it, but I watched Brando doing like, Caesar, he was Mark Anthony, I think he was doing,
yeah.
and I couldn't take my eyes off it because it was like, this is the only guy I've ever seen do it.
Neither could the English actors. I remember once one of the English actors on my show, was it Tony Hopkins or John Hurt? I've forgotten which one it was, or Ian McKellen. They said to me, look at the Julius Caesar. You'll see what Brando was doing. Here we all came with this classical training, with the perfect body, the perfect voice, the perfect behavior, and Brando came on that screen, and we were all of us in the shadow. And he was able to bring to it the kind of deeply felt emotions of American training and acting. When applied to Shakespeare, who was a great writer of emotion, a great writer of feeling, a great writer of character, and when you put those two together, then you've got a performance like Brando's. But I mean, others do it very well. I think Tony Hopkins is a perfect combination. When he was on my show, he told me that while he was studying at the Royal Academy in London, learning the kind of acting that we all associate with Shakespeare and with the English tradition. He was sneaking off and studying Stanislavski with an acting teacher in London, and putting the two of them together. And when you put that exterior technique, which is external, in which certain aspects of the character are acquired externally, together with an internal technique that digs deep into your own soul and makes you recreate whatever it was that Shakespeare wrote and said organically from your own life experience and from your own deepest, the marrow of your bones, then you get the kind of exquisite acting that all of us can react to and never forget.
Yeah. Wow. So rare to see.
They're telling us what they do.
Oh, yeah.
You have other press to do.
You got a lot more press to do.
You're very busy today, apparently.
James is promoting, of course, Inside the Actors Studio. It's an amazing show. You get more out of actors.
You watch Tina Fey, which is tomorrow night on Bravo. And we talked about what? Improvisation. Because she came from Second City.
Sure.
She gives a lesson in improvisation that is incomparable. And guess what? We then improvised, and I was allowed by her to interview Sarah Palin.
Oh, she does.
Watch it. Yep, she does. Sarah, we do about 8 minutes together of Sarah Palin, and it is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah,
it's improvisation. We're
totally improvising.
We're both improvising.
You're an amazing interviewer and a great guest, and
Yeah, thanks so much.
What you get out of actors is amazing. No one gets that kind of stuff out of them.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming in.
And I think a great interviewer gets things out of people. Like, some people got James to talk about things that he hasn't talked about.
Right, Jimmy.
Yeah, my wife is, if she hears this, she's going to kill me.
Meanwhile, you should have maybe gotten an acting lesson from him instead of acting.
Yeah, I really should have. I do things that are unpredictable, too. I forget the lines, and when I do remember, I suck.
Jimmy has a problem. He doesn't know what to do with his hands to make them look natural as he's acting.
Yes.
It's either by there or fault.
Hands are the problem. Look at, you watch Humphrey Bogart. Bogart never figured out what to do with his hands. He usually tucks them into the belt of his pants.
Really? Bogart couldn't even figure it out?
Watch him. He was never comfortable with his hands.
I find that, what I'll do is I'll just put them over my head out of frame, and people just forget that they exist.
That's why in the K Mutiny he was doing that with the Marls, but he just brought those one day. It wasn't even part of the script.
The worst is yet to come. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far. On the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hey, this is Meg Griffin. SiriusXM channels can now be personalized to fit your taste with My SXM. Like on my channel, Classic Vinyl. You can hear more early vinyl. Or maybe more British rock. How about more American rock and roll? Declare your independence. Get more of what you want and less of what you don't with My SXM. For more details and a free trial of SiriusXM Internet Radio, go to SiriusXM.com/MySXM.
I need to protect my company's email.
Do you want an email security solution that's hard to install?
No.
You good with paying a fee for every user?
No.
How about a little extra for outbound email protection?
No.
Offshore or automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Spam and Virus Firewall, the world's best-selling business email security gateway, with email encryption and data leak prevention included at no extra cost. Available as a hardware appliance, virtual appliance, or as a cloud service. And always humans to answer your calls. Try the Barracuda Spam and Virus Firewall free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Are you looking for a deal this summer? This is Bob Diener, president of GetARoom.com, and I've got some great deals for you. In Myrtle Beach, the Myrtlewood Villas, 20% off. In San Antonio, the Crockett Hotel, 20% off. In San Diego, the Sophia Hotel, 30% off. In Boston, the Charles Hotel, 10 to 20% off. In New York City, the Helmsley Park Lane, 40% off. Go to GetARoom.com.
Ron found out he was in big trouble with the IRS.
Between the state and the feds, I found out I owed $70,000.
Ron had no idea what to do.
There was no way I could have paid that off. They were getting ready to garnish my wages. But who knows what else?
Until he heard about 911 tax relief.
911 tax relief. That was exactly what I needed. They talked to the IRS for me. I didn't have to make one phone call. They just kept those guys off my back. And within an hour, they had it figured out. Done.
911 tax relief has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and you're faced with bank levies or wage garnishments, or if you have unfiled tax returns, do what Ron did and call 911 Tax Relief at 800-331-3628. You may be able to eliminate up to 85% of what you owe.
Seriously, 911 tax relief saved everything. My house, my cars. They saved my marriage.
Call 800-331-3628. 800-331-3628.
I wish we were prepared for this. Now my husband's gone with no backup plan. The kids and I have to move. I don't know where we'll end up.
Life insurance is something you leave for later. Unfortunately, later is usually too late. IntelliQuote makes planning ahead for life simple and affordable. For example, if you're 40 years old and healthy, you can protect your family for less than $16 a month with a $250,000 term life policy. IntelliQuote has access to a vast selection of all the best companies and policies. It's easy. With just a little information from you, we shop the most competitive life insurance companies for the best possible quotes. You pick from the best available, save lots of time, and save up to 70%. For free, no obligation, multiple quotes. Call 800-239-5680. Choose a policy and get a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-239-5680. That's 800-239-5680. Rates subject to change. For terms, rates, and restrictions, visit IntelliQuote.com.
We love beautiful skin and the sun, but daily exposure can cause premature signs of aging and irreversible damage. HelioCare is an antioxidant, anti-aging supplement that can help your skin maintain its defenses against the sun for more youthful-looking, resilient skin. And the advanced science of HelioCare starts working the first time. Look for it at Rite Aid and Walgreens, or visit HelioCare.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now.
It's the worst of 2013 so far with me, Sam Roberts, as Opie and Anthony enjoy their week off. We listen to some of the great moments that have already happened this year on the Opie and Anthony show. You know, Jim Norton sobered up at 18 years old. That means that none of us who are around him now got to see him when he was drunk. He came in one day and decided to give us a taste of what that might be like. Jim Norton is a man who knows himself quite well. And if he says this is what he would be like drunk, I believe him. I don't think anybody would voluntarily act like this. It's Jim Norton, drunk, on the worst of 2013 thus far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
My goal is to get Jim Norton to throw something.
It won't happen though.
I know. I know.
Today, you realize I'm in today's 26 years sober for me. February 1st, my anniversary.
Congratulations.
But I'm saying it's amazing that I'm in a creepy mood on a day that I should be.
Because those thoughts
celebrating.
Because I think all those thoughts come front and center when it's an anniversary, don't you think?
Yeah. You tend to want to sabotage it, but I won't. But
26
years.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Imagine how awful it would be if one morning we're sitting here and Jim comes in all fucking drunk. I'd be like, "Oh no!"
At this point, he just can't.
No, but you'd know because I'd come in late and you guys would be talking.
Yeah,
and you go, "Hey," and I would just kind of like.
Oh, no.
My God, that's the look.
The head down, looking like
the pile
over the top of his eyes, kind of like, private pile on the toilet.
Dude, that is a scary look. Is that how you look?
And then it's like, Jimmy, are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy, you okay, man? You feel all right?
Yeah.
You seem sick or something.
You fucking guys don't appreciate me, man.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that suck. I would literally start crying. I would fucking feel so bad.
I give you fucking everything.
Oh my God! I would remove myself from this situation.
Oh God! I'd run out of this studio.
I would run.
Oh my God! Jimmy,
when's the last time I got a fucking thank you?
Oh my God.
Jimmy, we appreciate you. Obviously,
fuck your ass.
Jimmy, I'm gonna ask you something very. Might be sensitive here.
Yeah, I don't fucking. What the fuck do I care?
Have you been drinking?
Who fucking cares? What? Do you fucking care all of a sudden? You don't give a fuck.
Oh my God! Oh
what
my
now?
God.
Now you fucking care? Where was the fucking caring?
Holy shit!
What have I done in the past that showed that I wasn't caring about you, or whatever you're doing?
Who the fuck is Kenny? He doesn't give a fuck either.
Why do you want Kenny, Jimmy?
I want fucking coffee. Oh, I got it.
Oh. Oh, he's got his coffee.
What the fuck are you filming?
Just because I've never seen you act like this, we're concerned, Jimmy.
You don't give a fuck.
No one gives a fuck about him.
Right. You don't fucking care.
I hate that no one gives a fuck about me.
What do you fucking care?
I think we've proven we care.
Yeah, fucking, where's Gary? Fuck him.
You were that guy.
If it wasn't a big deal, I would love to see this.
Oh
for
my
real.
God. No, it would be the saddest thing.
Yeah, it would be sad. I do want to say that, but holy fuck.
You were not the fun guy?
Look at the
No,
look.
you're the fucking fun guy, remember?
Oh.
I don't even want to play act with
It's
him.
so fucking... I've seen this in other people, and it's a part of Jim that, like, you can't even imagine.
Well, you fucking act like you never overslept. So what? It's 7:30. I know. Fucking Dracula called me. Cocksucker.
Oh, God. Where were you last night?
Fucking home.
Oh, yeah? Feel all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Fuck.
What were you drinking? What were you drinking last night?
I don't fucking know.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And then the crying started.
No. Fucking no.
This would be so fucking difficult to sit through. I would never sit through this.
You all right, Jimmy?
Fuck you. I'm fine.
You sure? You don't sound
Yeah,
fine.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Someone's saying, oh, maybe that's it. Maybe Fez is drunk every day.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, Fez. Get married.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting married.
Yeah.
You guys fucking care about that.
But we don't care about...
You didn't make any prank calls or anything when you were on drinking last night, did you?
Man.
Fuck, man. My phone was on. I think so.
Who'd you call?
Scott.
Oh, God.
You're talking about the president of this company?
God.
Yeah.
You called him? What did you say to him?
I don't know. I was just talking about how he doesn't care.
What did he say to you?
I just heard boop.
He hung up on you?
No, I left a message.
Oh.
I don't know if you heard.
Well, people are wondering. Well, Mongo the trucker, he wants to know how you feel about E-Rock.
Fuck Mongo. What are you, part of the fucking show? Fucking Mongo.
I wouldn't be able to deal. No fucking way.
What is he fucking Mongo now? It's the Opie and Anthony and Mongo show. Get fucked, Mongo. Get fucked.
Look, dude, you got to calm down a little bit.
I'm calm. Dude, I'm fucking perfectly fucking
They'll
calm.
throw us right the fuck out of here. You got to calm the fuck down.
Dude,
you got to calm down a little bit,
I'm
all right?
fine.
You all right? You sure you're fine?
I'm late fucking one
no.
fucking time.
Jimmy.
I thought yesterday was Sunday, so I'm here now.
Well, that happens.
All right, you
Fucking Tuesday.
Yeah, that happens.
You just got to chill the fuck out, though, man.
Fine, dude.
They're listening down the hall. You all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we understand. We've had a few. You could just be happy, though, right? You could be fun.
I'm happy.
Have some fucking
I'm
fun.
fine, dude. I'm fucking fine.
Oh, God. Why you like?
Why is fucking Lady Gaga getting sued?
Jesus Christ. That would be something that would really be important.
What the fuck, man?
I don't know. It's something to do with her old assistant, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 26 years.
Of what?
26 years sober and you fucking blow it. I don't get it.
Fucking who fucking counts anymore, man?
What's the number, right?
Doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
You're not gonna drink today, right?
I'm just fucking doing what I do, man. You do what you do. I'm fucking just doing what I do.
Fair enough.
Who fucking cares?
You look like you're gonna be sick.
I feel sick.
Oh, no.
How many drinks?
I didn't drink.
You said you drank.
I'm just tired.
Oh, it's just tired.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing you're fucking doing. I'm looking for a fucking ending to this bit.
The worst part of that is the look.
Oh, I know.
You knew how to look. Did you look like that?
Yeah. I was really I was a monumentally unpleasant. Now, of course, that was like an exaggeration, almost like a Brewer character, but I mean, that does capture.
You're never happy drunk?
Never.
Even in the beginning, like some people, they start out a little bit of
First
like a
drink
happy
or two,
drunk,
I was fucking, I was Charlie Cheery. But then by fucking drink 3, I was Dan Dreary. And by fucking drink 5, I was Oscar Obnoxious. And by... I wish I looked like a superhero.
Oh, you do, Jimmy. You've lost so much weight. You look so good.
You want to be a superhero. What kind of superhero, though?
I don't know.
Just a lot to choose from.
I would just go around helping people.
Yeah.
Yes. Grocery man.
Grocery
like
man.
if you have too many groceries, I would zip it and carry them up for you.
Grocery man?
He's very helpful. Like there's a woman walking, and she doesn't realize that her lettuce is falling out, and her lettuce falls out of the bag. And all of a sudden you... And I fly and I catch her lettuce, and I place it back in her bag, and I say, "There you are, ma'am."
And what does she say?
"Oh, thank you, grocery man."
Of course he does.
I zip away.
Thank you, grocery man.
I fly away.
It's a blurb on page 26 of the paper.
Grocery man. But meanwhile, I'm flying over and around rapes and child kidnappings, and I'm ignoring them to help someone. Like I'll zip into like the Whole Foods, and just as the guy is about to put the heavy milk on top of the eggs, I grab the milk out of his hand. And I say, "Son, look at the bottom of that bag."
Oh.
And he'll say, "Oh, grocery man, thank you. I forgot there were eggs in there."
Wow.
"Don't put that on the eggs," I'll say. And all of a sudden I go, and I've got a plastic bag out, and I put his milk in it. And I fly away.
Do you bag groceries for old people real quick?
Yes, I do, if they have to do it themselves.
Yeah.
All of a
Just
sudden,
like...
the old lady is paying... "Oh, my arthritis is bothering me."
Yeah.
And she's looking at all the groceries pile up off the little conveyor belt.
Yeah.
And then she pays, then you're... And all of a sudden I'm there, and I give her the salute, and all her bags are in the cart.
Wow.
And I say, "Have a safe trip home, ma'am."
"Oh, thank you, grocery man."
I fly out.
Yeah, and you fly out,
get home?
and there's somebody getting fucking robbed in the parking lot.
Yes, there is.
Pistol whipped.
Yes, a gentleman of color is taking the butt of his gun and caving it into the nose of another old woman. But since she has no groceries, I allow that. I allow that to happen.
Grocery man is the worst.
You have a code.
Yes.
Yes, I'm only here to help with groceries.
Yeah.
Does that would do well at the box office?
Oh, yeah.
Priorities.
There's the one scene where the woman is walking with her groceries, and in slow motion you see the handle break.
Oh, shit,
and
that'll
the
happen,
groceries
yeah.
begin tumbling.
Oh, man.
And meanwhile, I'm somewhere, and you see me look up. And then
you can sense that.
I sense the groceries are falling. And then I jump out the window, and I change into my outfit as I'm falling. And I fly down with a fresh bag, and I catch all of her groceries.
Wow.
Before they hit the ground.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah, and I just put them in her bag. And I go, "Here you are, ma'am." And I take the other bag. No littering. And I fly away.
Man. That's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Is there a scene in the movie where something happens to you and you're not available and somebody's groceries maybe fall out of the back of their truck while they're loading it up? And it's like...
Then everybody stops and looks.
And they're like, "Where's grocery man?"
Yes. You see milk. It's in the slow motion. The milk hits the sidewalk, and the milk splatters in slow motion.
Oh, boy.
And everyone stops, like traffic stops, and they all just look at the milk. And they know grocery man is injured.
Mama, we're grocery man.
Grocery man, pick up grocery. And I'm wearing my grocery man outfit is like a green cape. But it's the consistency of lettuce.
This is terrible.
No, it's not.
Do you have a symbol?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Is there like a grocery symbol when there's trouble?
Yes, there is. Like, it'll just be a tipped over bag with items falling out.
Oh, wow. Is that on your chest?
No, on my chest is a paper bag with 2 healthy handles and a smile on the front, which signifies happy groceries inside. Grocery man will come.
I fucking hate grocery man.
Why? He's helpful.
He's not helpful.
Yes, he is.
He's so not helpful.
Yes, he is. He flies in a lot of times. Like, somebody will be going to take an item off the shelf that's past the expiration date.
Oh, wow.
And as they go to put it in their cart, all of a sudden, whoosh, flies by, and it's out of their hand.
What if there are a bunch of bad grocery things happening at one time?
He just fucking is that quick.
Wow.
I go everywhere.
Just take care of everything.
He's just fucking that
And
quick.
they go to put something into the car past the expiration, and I snatches it out of their hand.
Wow.
And
Do you chastise people for leaving their carts like across the aisle when you're trying to fucking get through and they're looking for some stupid shit, but they block the whole fucking aisle?
So I'm telling you the climax. There's a scene where there's a guy pushing carts and he's got like 50 carts, but there's a car coming down there and he doesn't see the cart guy.
Oh, shit.
And Grocery Man flies in and lands right in front of the car and puts his hand up in the stop motion.
Oh.
And the car stops and then he waves the carriage guy across the street.
Oh, my God.
What an insignificant hero.
Yeah, it doesn't even
this
sound like
guy
you have a
is.
nemesis. You're just helping people.
His nemesis is probably Iraq, wants to eat all the groceries.
No, my nemesis is expiration dates.
Oh, wow.
And poorly packed grocery bags. That's my nemesis. There are many nemeses of mine, and I must stop them all in all lands.
I don't think this would gross as much as Iron Man 3.
Yes, it would.
Yeah?
I'm putting it head to head. Grocery Man 1. Iron Man stinks.
Against Iron Man 3?
Yes, Grocery Man flies around and helps everyone with their groceries.
Who are you thinking to play Grocery Man for the big movie?
Moi.
You?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I am Grocery Man.
That's amazing.
Especially with my new physique.
Yeah, I'd go.
Is there a love interest to get the female audience?
Oh, yeah, there should be a love interest.
There's gotta be. Come on.
Yes.
She's the only one who knows your identity?
Grocery Man's got a really weird love interest.
Oh, no. No, go ahead.
No. Her name is Betsy.
Oh, Betsy.
Yes, and she has cerebral palsy.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
What?
Why?
I don't know.
You don't know? I don't know.
Betsy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I read out of improv.
No, I'll tell you why. Because
okay,
that's how he met her because of her cerebral palsy. She was always dropping groceries.
Oh, and that's something Grocery Man hates.
Yeah, so he began and he fell in love with her after he helped her. Like she dropped another can of peaches.
Why peaches?
Every day.
She likes peaches?
She loves peaches because they're just fun to hold with her fucked up hands.
Yeah.
And she dropped the can on the bone of her foot.
Ah.
And she was like, ah. And the Grocery Man flew in.
Saved her.
Yes.
Helped her out.
Yes.
That's nice Grocery
And then he made love to her violently while she laid on her side.
Grocery Man has no ethics.
her hand was propped up stiffly like a praying mantis hand.
Grocery Man, it's not against his ethics to use his Grocery Man status to get laid.
No, what he does is like when a woman he takes his lettuce cape and he covers their face with it and he violently makes love to them.
Violently?
Yes, Betsy with cerebral palsy.
Yeah, his gal.
Yes, she's
That's
52.
his lowest.
52? 52, yeah. It's going to be a hit with all the kids.
This will not fucking gross $10.
You don't think this will be a hit?
No.
You know what happened if it's going to be such a big hit that the headline is going to read Grocery Man, GROSS dash.
Oh, yeah, for the gross.
Yeah, the big box office gross.
What did the box office gross?
Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes, not in this movie.
Yeah, see? Oh, boy.
How did Grocery Man first find out he had these powers?
When he was a boy. When he was just a baby. His mother was running around, futzing around, and something fell off the shelf.
Yeah.
She was making some baby food, and she screams, ah! Because the baby food's falling, and there's a little fat baby hand
so
caught
upset.
it.
Oh.
Grocery Man caught it and held it up like, Mama!
And she looked all like,
oh my God, you were in the other room. What happened?
Yeah.
Grocery. That was his first.
His first word was
His
grocery.
little fat hand. Grocery.
This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard.
It's a fucking hit.
No, it's not a hit.
Yes, it is.
The worst is yet to come. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far. On the Opie and Anthony channel.
Honey, I love this SiriusXM app you got for my smartphone. Perfect for the summer.
Home and away feeds of every Major League Baseball game.
Number
24, Cabrera. The
All-Star Game live. Every team's local broadcast. Expert analysis.
I love you so much right now.
Anywhere you are this summer, the Sirius XM app is the only way to hear every Major League Baseball game on your smartphone or tablet. Get it today by adding Sirius XM Internet Radio to your subscription and downloading the app for free. Subscription sold separately. Visit SiriusXM.com/Internet Radio for complete details.
Eastside Dave McDonald smashes face first into the space between sports and pop culture.
So Aaron Hernandez, huh? Because there's just nothing exciting than seeing a person's world disintegrate in front of your eyes.
It's live, uncensored sports talk like you never heard it before.
Say what you want about Davey Mack, but I've never murdered someone.
The Davey Mack Sports Program XL. Today at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. Or listen when you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand on the Opie Anthony channel.
Attention business owners. Are you sitting there right now worrying about payroll this Friday? Will your customers' payments come in time to cover that payroll? Are you wondering, are my customers having cash flow issues? Are they going to file bankruptcy and we don't get paid? If you're asking yourself these questions, then you should be asking yourself, why are we not calling AmeriFactors? Hi, I'm Kevin Goen, president of AmeriFactors. At AmeriFactors, we will advance you the cash you need on the day you generate your invoices for the goods or services that you provide, and we wait to get paid. Also with AmeriFactors, if your customers can't or won't pay, then you don't have to pay us back. We take the loss, not you. So if you want to stop worrying about your money and your customers, and you want to grow your business, call AmeriFactors at 800-884-3863. That's AmeriFactors, 800-884-3863. Or AmeriFactors.com for approval and funding within 24 hours.
Look, you've got to plan for your future. You do financial planning, you get insurance, but to get real peace of mind, you've got to make sure your family is legally protected. So where do you turn for affordable legal protection you can trust? LegalZoom.com. They've been helping Americans get personalized wills, powers of attorney, and living trusts for over 12 years. LegalZoom also helps protect your assets with incorporation and LLC filings, trademarks, and real estate documents. The service was developed by a team of experienced attorneys, and LegalZoom takes care of you from start to finish. If you're a parent or entrepreneur, don't wait any longer. Call or visit LegalZoom.com today and see how easy it is to get legally protected. LegalZoom can provide self-help services at your specific direction or connect you with an attorney, but they're not a law firm. For even more savings, be sure to enter SiriusXM in the referral box at checkout. That's LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new iPhone, iPad, or MacBook? How about the new Samsung Galaxy S4? Gazelle.com will buy your gadget and pay you cash for it. Now they'll even buy your used Kindle Fire, Galaxy Tab, or Microsoft Surface. To get cash for your used electronics, visit Gazelle.com to get a free offer. After you accept an offer on their website, they'll send you a free shipping label so you can send them your iPhone, iPad, or MacBook. Gazelle will also wipe all of the data from your gadget, so everything is completely safe. It's a fast and easy way to get a little extra cash in about a week. Take a minute to go to Gazelle.com today to see how much you can get for your gadget. For a limited time, get an extra $10 on your first gadget by going to Gazelle.com/100. That's Gazelle.com/100. Do it now because your electronics may lose value every day you wait. What's your gadget worth? Find out now at Gazelle.com. Don't forget to go to Gazelle.com/100 for an extra $10 on your first gadget. That's Gazelle.com/100.
We love beautiful skin and the sun, but daily exposure can cause premature signs of aging and irreversible damage. HelioCare is an antioxidant, anti-aging supplement that can help your skin maintain its defenses against the sun for more youthful-looking, resilient skin. And the advanced science of HelioCare starts working the first time. Look for it at Rite Aid and Walgreens, or visit HelioCare.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now.
Yes, sir. Worst of 2013 so far. While Opie and Anthony are on vacation, I, Sam Roberts, will spend the week bringing you the best moments the Opie and Anthony show has had this year. Now, we've been following the Penn Jillette Trace Atkins thing going on. We were able to have Trace Atkins in studio after we had Penn. After we broke down what the two were doing and who was really more likely to win, Trace Atkins stopped by. And you know what? Penn Jillette is a friend of the Opie and Anthony show. But when you look at a guy like Trace Atkins, and when you have a great time with a guy like Trace Atkins, it makes it goddamn hard to stay loyal. Trace Atkins. Judge for yourself on the worst of 2013 so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Trace Atkins.
Here comes nice Magnolia Bakery treats.
Those are delicious.
Yes. That's not Trace Atkins.
No. Is that the wife that shot him?
That looks like a
Should we not bring that up?
Oh, God damn.
Yeah, right.
Hi, I'm Trace Atkins.
There he is. Trace.
Trace
Take a seat. Take a seat over here. Right up. Pull up a mic. We're on the air live. We just do this. Like, look at there's the voice.
They told me y'all were, so.
Oh, yeah?
Goddamn Trace Atkins. Let me tell you something. We're really good.
Mitts on him, too.
I know. Do you know Colin Quinn?
Stop holding my hand, Quinn. How you doing?
If you're people with those,
good to see you. Back in the day.
Yeah.
You guys know each other?
Trace? No.
No, but I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Colin Quinn? And Tom Papa to your right.
Hey, Trace.
He's good friends with Jerry Seinfeld. That's his claim. No, I mean,
he's acting with Michael Douglas in a new movie.
In that
the Liberace movie.
The Liberace movie.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, really?
I'll brag for my pal Tom Papa.
Indeed.
So,
Thank you. Do you honestly think Trace or any of his buddies down there are going to go see that Liberace movie?
Hell no. Hells no.
I'm probably not.
Trace, we had a Penn Jillette in here yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And he was pitching his ice cream, apprentice, a celebrity all-star, friggin' amazing apprentice this season.
Yeah.
You guys are head-to-head now.
Yeah.
So
much.
now the object is to sell this ice cream.
Yes.
At this point.
Right.
How do you feel you're doing?
I'm doing great. I got a little pint of Penn's ice cream yesterday. Found a booger right on the top. There's a booger right on the top. There's a booger on the top of it. So his ice cream has boogers in it. I'm just telling you.
That could be detrimental to ice cream sales.
At least I tried to disguise mine with macadamia nuts.
So if something falls in there during production, people think it's a macadamia.
Right.
I think that's a good strategy.
But his just has boogers.
But we got to explain to Trace. We're really good friends with Penn Jillette. He does the show a lot. But then we kind of started looking into your history, and we're all in. We're hoping you win
We're
this
like
thing.
Penn is sunk.
Because your backstory is way better than Penn Jillette's.
Absolutely. As far as country artists go, you fit that bill that everyone has stereotyped over the years of taking tragedy and turning it around, making pulling yourself up by the proverbial bootstraps, as they say.
Well, I suppose so. That's why I think I've written one positive love song in my life. And I was commissioned to write that one. And I think that's about it.
You came up as a working guy. You worked at
I worked in the oil field for 10 years.
Oil field.
I worked offshore on a drilling rig for 6 years, roughneck, worked derricks.
Jesus.
Wow.
So
that's a real job.
That's how I cut my finger off.
Yeah. You apparently we read you cut your finger off.
Yeah, I cut that one off.
It was then
off.
It's permanently at 90
degree
angle.
They put it back on, but it's bent like that. The doctor asked me. He said, "It's not going to work anymore. I think I can save it, but how do you want? You want it straight?" And I said, "No." I said, "Put it in a sus position."
So now you can play.
And I said, "At least I can suspend a D or a G, And I said, "Put it in the sus position." He went, "Excuse me?" I showed him with my other hand. I said, "Do it like that."
That's having some forethought.
Wow. Well, dude, no, not really, because the second that I cut it, that was the first thing I thought. Well, there goes my guitar playing. I knew it was pretty much over at that point.
Wow.
There's no way he's singing Liberace.
No, it's not. No.
But wait, you worked in those oil rigs that go off the coast and stuff?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's where the offshore ones are,
I worked
Colin.
on the Gulf.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh, no, I hung you out to dry there. I'm sorry, Colin. I didn't mean to. I told Colin I'd be nice to him when another guest was in.
And by the way, as Bobby Kelly pointed out to me, it was always funny to me when it was Voss or Bobby Kelly. Then it was me. Then I was like, oh, this is not funny at all.
That's true.
Man, that thing you and Seinfeld did a while back was brilliant.
Oh, thanks.
That was absolutely brilliant.
The one-man show?
That was brilliant.
He's got a new one that we saw last night. That was great.
Great.
I'll bust it out.
I want.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm all over it. I'm in.
He does do a great thing. What are your
Barrow Street Theater?
What are your I could probably guess, but your political affiliations as far as that things that are going on in the news these days, the what I say is the dismantling of the Constitution. Do you get involved in much of that?
Well, I don't get involved in it. I don't. And people know that too. They come to my shows and they're not going to get beat over the head with any.
That's good.
I don't do that. I never have. You know what? And I don't like people that do. Mm-hmm. But at least some of the ones that do it, they're right up front with it, and that going in that you're going to get that. I don't like to be ambushed by somebody.
Right. Right.
But anyway, I'm a pretty conservative guy, sure. You know, and what's going on right now, you know, I believe that when the government starts using agencies to persecute people that they have political and philosophical differences with, that's tyranny, my friend.
Thank you. Absolutely. God damn, I got to agree. And with that fucking voice saying it like that?
Yep.
That means business.
It makes you believe.
I agree.
No kidding.
God, it's so nice. It's so refreshing to see somebody in the business that we call show.
Right.
Well, I'm sure you heard something similar to that from Penn yesterday.
Well, yeah, a little bit. Penn again, also doesn't really put himself out there politically that much. Yeah, he is a libertarian, and an atheist.
He's sort of a libertarian.
Yeah.
Quasi-libertarian.
And a libertarian is just a Republican that smokes dope.
That's true. That's really true.
Do you go shooting and stuff?
Yeah, if there's something needs shooting.
No, very good. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy a little gunfire. But I go to the range. You know, there's not much going on. Well, I do appreciate my Second Amendment right.
I've got a lot of guns. I got a lot of guns.
Yeah.
As many guns as he does.
I got a lot. It's very difficult in New York
Predator
too.
drones.
Well, I don't have a Predator drone.
I want one of those. I want a drone, man.
Well, no, I got a pretty big one with cameras on it and stuff. I could send it up autonomously to patrol the neighborhood.
Awesome. That's great.
I monitored some people getting a pizza delivery the other day. It was very exciting, very compelling video I got from that one. But no, I really do. And in New York, it's very difficult, as you probably know, to even say that you own guns. But no, I love it. I picked up a Barrett 50 cal.
Man, they make those just right down the road from where I live in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Oh, isn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
You ever fire one of those? They're
I have.
a lot of fun.
I don't have one yet. I'm about to get one.
Yeah.
I just got a Desert Eagle 50 caliber.
I got one of those too.
Oh, wow.
What a treat. You take that down to the indoor range and
They won't. At my indoor range, they won't let me shoot it.
They won't?
No.
Over here in Nassau, they let me. But you watch everybody from all the other slots, they peek their head around like, what the hell
somebody's got a cannon.
is he firing there?
You know,
it's a 50 caliber pistol.
Yeah.
It's the Arnold Schwarzenegger one from that.
The guy that I got it from, you know, he said, dude, don't ever shoot anybody in your house with this.
It's not the most practical
Wait till they go outside because it will make a mess.
It's not the most practical gun to have, but it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the killing. I'm worried about the cleanup.
The mess. You shoot a melon with that thing, and it
can't find much of it.
Explodes.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's fun to shoot.
Yeah, it is.
Is it heavy?
It's heavy.
Yeah,
very. You put a full magazine in there because the shells are really big.
Really big.
You could bludgeon, so you could do some damage with just beating someone.
Yeah, you don't have to shoot
You don't have to shoot the damn thing.
We got to ask you, man. Speaking of shooting, what we learned about you yesterday, you got shot in the heart.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Holy fuck.
How'd that happen?
The stories are insane.
Really mad woman.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
You know, and she had the pistol, and it was I learned a very good life lesson from that. I held my hand out like this, and I said, "Give me that pistol, or I'm going to take it away from you and beat your goddamn brains out with it."
Oh.
And she stuck it under my arm and pulled the trigger. The bullet went in here and came out here.
Wow.
I mean, it went
straight across the chest cavity.
Went through both of my lungs.
Did you think that was it? Was it right in your chest?
You know, right when something like that happens, you just, you don't think. You know, I just remember thinking that it was brand new Berber carpet, and I thought, if I bleed on this carpet, she's going to shoot me again. So I went to a room that had tile floor and laid down there to die.
It's amazing what you think.
Oh my God!
Wow.
How close were you to dying?
Huh?
How close were you?
I don't know. You know, they life flighted me to the trauma center at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. They saved my life. It was. Had it not been for that trauma center there, I wouldn't be here.
Did she call 911?
She did. Yeah, she did.
That's
and he never pressed charges.
Well, I got a good clean divorce out of the deal.
Wow.
You know, now we
know
understand.
What? After my
Ann went
divorce,
through one
I
of
would
those.
rather have been shot. I think it would have been less painful.
Now we understand.
Financially viable.
Because we're like, how do you not press charges? Well, he answered that question.
That is a good.
It was cheaper.
That's a good chip to bring into the courtroom with you.
Well,
oh yeah, and by the way,
right. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it didn't go to court.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. That is something.
You must have really pissed her off.
Yeah, I did. I really did.
Tom's taking her side. I love it. It's like, hey, Trace, what'd you do?
Right.
Trace, I'd be
You
remiss
know
if I
what,
said just
man?
enjoy
My
a
body
muffin
is
from Magnolia.
covered with scars, and I deserved every one of them.
Every one of them,
I'm
huh?
not going to sit here and try to say anything.
An oil rig accident is rarely just, hey, someone got a Band-Aid over there. It usually ends up being pretty...
Yeah, I got a scar here. You know, I busted my ribs, and, you know, my elbows I've had to operate on because jacking the pipe in the derrick, you know, and I wore my elbows out. So, you know, I'm all used up, but, you know.
Was that good money at the time?
Yeah. It's good money. Yeah. Better than what I make now. I make hundreds of dollars a year now.
Fuck, man.
Oh, damn.
Were you playing music the whole time you were out there, or did that come up later?
No, yeah, I was playing guitar and trying to write stuff when I was out there. Yeah, I started. My old man got me a guitar when I was 10. I don't really know why he did it. He didn't play, so that's when I started.
Oh wow!
And what was the big break there for it got you off the rig?
My second wife wanted to move far away from my first wife because they didn't get along at all.
Yeah.
So we moved, and she said, "Let's move. I can't stand her." And I was like, "Okay, well, I don't really like her that much either. Where you want to go?" And I said, "Let's just go to Nashville." I said, "You know, I like to sing and play, and maybe I can make something happen." So,
were you knocking around the clubs over there in Nashville?
Yeah, I played clubs there for about 3 years.
They got a lot of bars.
I was working construction and playing. You got to have a day gig in Nashville too.
Yeah.
And you just kind of play clubs in the same way until someone notices. And
yeah, I played the club circuit in Texas for about 5 years, in Texas, the Southwest, Texas, New Mexico, you know, Oklahoma. I played that circuit for 5 years.
Did you enjoy it?
In the late 80s.
Was it fun?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I really did enjoy it. And it finally got to a point where I faced myself in the mirror one morning and said, "You know what? 5 years ago, I wouldn't even have hung out with somebody like you because I'd gotten really strung out, and it was, you know, I had to get away from it, go back to the oil field to save my life."
Wow, really?
Wow.
Damn.
Too much partying.
That's some perspective.
That's what strung out means.
Yeah.
For you from the Liberace movie. Which one of you Nancy's doesn't like maple in my ice cream anyway?
Oh, boy, I don't know. Who said that? Sam, was that
Somebody
you?
said.
Oh, Sam saying he doesn't like maple.
Yeah, I don't know who said that, Trace. That would be crazy to say in front of you.
We just assumed with everything you have going on in your life, you were probably head of the maple producers coalition or something.
Hey, let me write that down.
Yeah, write that down.
We're all
They
big
may
fans
need
of
a
maple,
spokesman.
right, Ed?
Yeah.
We love
This is
maple.
where it starts. Now stop. Trace, you're an oil rig guy, a badass, a bar fighter. How the hell did you end up with maple macadamia mashup? We're putting a stop to it tonight.
Okay.
We're putting a stop to it.
Let me tell you where I'm at in my life right now, man.
Yes.
I have prostitutes coming up to me going, "Dude, the shit you're doing for money is just, you know what I mean? How can you live with yourself?" And I don't disagree with them. I have no pride anymore.
You know what, though?
I'm just like Quinn. We sold our dignity a long time ago, and I sold mine cheap. I don't know about him.
I gotta say though, the All-Star Apprentice ice cream here from Trace, the maple macadamia mashup. Proceeds going to the Red Cross, the American Red Cross.
Right.
See, that's pretty goddamn good, right there.
Yeah.
You can't totally say you sold out. And then also your Wounded Warrior Project work is amazing.
Well, that's been a privilege.
Absolutely, right?
You know, the association with them has just been just something that has just been a humbling experience for me. I've been doing that for a few years now, and just a great organization.
We hope you win Celebrity Apprentice.
I do too. That'd be cool.
You just told Penn
understand that yesterday.
No, I don't even know. No, I said it after we looked at his backstory that we have to go with this guy. I did say that. I changed my opinion, even though he's a really good friend of ours. But how do you not root for a guy like this?
Penn's a really good friend of mine, too, man.
Yeah, but Penn has a sex dungeon. That's all he's got going for him.
How is the Midwest going to appreciate a magician with a sex dungeon?
Right, we're going all-American with this
one. I
one.
wonder what bars they go to when you work in the oil rigs. Don't you guys have like a group of bars you go and you get into a little flack with the local,
Didn't you see
Corpus
Armageddon?
Christi?
What's wrong with you?
No,
Of course they do. You didn't see Armageddon?
No.
Bunch of roughnecks out there in space?
I don't like those kind of movies.
Did you watch that, Tracy, and just go, get out of here? I could have done that.
Stupid.
I could have done that.
No, it was one of the most ridiculous
Let's
movies.
make a movie about real oil riggers.
We got Guy Fieri outside, too, so I don't know what to do.
Oh, step aside.
I'll sit on the couch.
I saw him. I saw him the other day.
Oh, my God.
What are you guys doing?
Sharon,
Colin, you can't do that.
I'm sitting right
Hey,
here.
look, that's Fury's manager. That's a big, look how big
that is a big son of a bitch.
He
right
might be
there.
taller than you, Trace.
He is tall. I met him yesterday. He's taller than me.
Here's Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri, rock and roll, AC/DC.
Yeah.
For those about to rock, right on his fucking chest, baby. What's up, Guy?
Yeah.
See you, buddy. You know Trace?
I just met him the other day. God, is he tall?
Yeah, he's tall.
Your manager.
Yeah, your manager's pretty goddamn tall.
But he's
right
not rocking a cowboy hat and boots.
Yeah, true.
He's in Nikes and a golf shirt.
Yeah.
No, I saw him. We met the other day, and what a great guy. And you hit the tour, man. You've been all over.
Well, that's what they make you do when you have a new album come out. They make you go dance for Granny.
The girls were going nuts at that show the other day.
I can imagine.
I'm like, hey, I'm here. I'm cooking. I'm making some food.
You were cooking at one of his shows?
I should have been cooking at one of the shows. It would have been. We were doing
one of the morning shows.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Had a good time. So we were standing out there grilling and talking about food and the whole thing. And he's from Louisiana.
Knives. We were talking about knives.
We were talking about knives.
You got to respect the guy that's got his own line of cutlery.
Yeah. We were just looking at that. Knuckle sandwich knives.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Crazy.
What a great name.
Flames on them. Big sharp blade.
Hi, Kyle. Great name for his knives.
Yes, indeed. God, do you remember we met? Austin, Texas.
Really? Colin Quinn?
Colin
makes a face like,
nah, you recognize me.
Austin, Texas.
He's so proud of himself that he remembered something.
Really is.
Did you see that? That look on his face.
Really
that was
is.
awesome. He had a senior moment. He's like, I remembered something.
Come on, I know exactly.
Senior in the Magnolia Bakery treats, guy. CQ. Who else?
Wait, nice. You also switched spots with Tom Papa.
Yeah, I think Tom felt a little like,
Tom should be on the couch, quite frankly.
No, I was like, Colin Quinn is to be up here. But Guy and I go way back also.
I want an expert opinion.
Tom, will you
try some of that
up
ice
here,
cream,
man?
I don't care if y'all try it. I want him to try
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah,
He's an
Guy,
expert.
try the maple.
He's the expert.
What is this called? Moonshine mashup? See, I tell you, if there would have been a little moonshine in this, I think these are great.
Well, we know.
Yo, the Mad Cuban's in here, too.
No, you're not alcoholic.
Mad Cuban.
We love him.
Is he a character?
You were the one that introduced us to him, and now he does our show.
Mapley. It has a butterscotchy taste to it.
It's very good.
That is good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
Hope you should try some.
Shut the front door.
What's all Guy?
And I just thought, Penn, he did, he went way out there and mixed vanilla and chocolate.
Did you just call him out on that?
I think so.
Just call him out.
I did a maple macadamia, which my young lady, they called her an ice cream wizard. She said that, as far as she knew, that hadn't been done. So.
I'll tell you, I had Penn's yesterday, and he's got salt in his. He's got a sea salt in his.
Sea salt in
With
it.
salt and the counterbalance to the sugar. I mean, it really plays nicely. And it had big chunks of chocolate in it, kind of a bittersweet chocolate. But I'm not a huge chocolate guy.
Oh.
This right here reminds me of like pralines and cream. That macadamia nut survives in there. A lot of time the nuts kind of get, they kind of get crushed and they're a little soft and they don't have any texture. This has great texture. It's not overly sweet. You think maple, and I'm like, oh boy, someone's going to go crazy with the Mrs. Butterworth. But this got a good balance, man.
She kept coming to me, and I would say, come on, give me some more maple. And she kept cranking up the maple intensity. I thought I may have gone a little too far with it. You think it's all right? It's almost too much.
Can you ship this to people's houses? I mean, or can you only buy Duane Reade
and Walgreens? Yeah.
Walgreens, Duane Reade. Is it only in New York they carry it?
No, it's everywhere.
Everywhere.
I'm nationwide, dude.
National, right?
Nationwide.
Oh, yeah.
Nationwide.
God damn, is that a great song?
Tell us about the new album that's coming out.
I got a new album out. It's called Love Will, and it's just nothing but love songs. I've never done that before. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Love Will, ... Huh? There you go.
Attention.
Thank you, Guy.
I'm
yeah,
right there.
man.
Guy knows.
Did you do that?
The first time I'd ever done that.
We just started playing your songs yesterday. And
I didn't set out to do it, really. I thought I had the album done in August, and then this Apprentice thing came up, and I hoarded out and went and did that. So I couldn't come out in the fall with the album like I thought I was going to, so we had to delay the release of it. And in the meantime, I came up with a few more songs, and I recorded them, and then I realized that I had 11 love songs. I had about 18, 19 songs cut. And I thought, wow, 11 of these are love songs, so I'm just going to put out an album of love songs. But it's not like a bread album. I mean, don't think that it's that, because you got to keep in mind, I'm the guy that thinks Badonkadonk is a love song.
Right,
so,
yes.
Yeah. So, but I will say this album is a deal closer. You know, if you've got, and she's not cooperating and spend an evening with her, put this album on, close
Sounds
the
like
deal.
Fast Times at Ridgemount
or
High.
let her go.
Yeah. It must have been somebody's baby. Jennifer Jason Lee's getting plowed again. Every time that goddamn song came on. So what did anything change in your life where you're like, I love songs, let me jot a few of these down? Or
no, I don't, not consciously. I don't, but maybe there's something going on. I think I don't want to get all into that stuff, man, but I suppose there's a time in a man's life when he starts staring mortality in the face, and and you start realizing.
What was that for you, like 10 based on your bio? Holy shit.
No, I always thought I was indestructible. Now I kind of know that I'm not. So
yeah, that kind of sucks.
Getting shot in the heart does that to a man.
Yeah, man. Who said that? Oh, the couch.
Oh, my Tom.
Poor Tom. I can't even see him. He's at the kid table.
I couldn't stand to see Colin Quinn after watching his show last night sitting on the couch.
I couldn't stand to see Colin.
You can't have the legend be on the couch.
You should have seen when Mark Cuban and Bill Burr was in here. I was sitting on that couch. It was ridiculous.
You would be just being pounded. That was terrible. And
now you're just name dropping Mark Cuban. Wow.
If I had a fucking Desert Eagle that day, there'd be no Mark Cuban.
Whoa, wow, damn.
Or Opie or Bill Burr.
And of course, Guy Fieri, you have a book with like the longest title ever. What is that?
Listen,
do I have to read all the signs?
No, don't read all the signs.
Oh, it's New York Times best-selling author Guy Fieri.
Just leave it at that.
That's the first sign. Then it goes to the next one.
Diners, drive-ins, dives, the funky finds in Flavortown, America's classic joints, and killer comfort food includes behind-the-scenes stories and jocularities from the Triple D crew and restaurant owners.
Cut me, Mick. Cut me.
Wow.
Cut me, Mick.
Next time, I swear.
That is.
Listen, I don't know about these publishers.
Just put it in a search
These
engine.
publishers, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Get every tagline, every phrase you can. What might be associated with it?
But another book, Guy, man.
I'll tell you what it is.
How many is this?
This is my fourth book, but my third Diners book, and we've done like 600 locations on Triple D. And so people ask, like, how do we find the places and get us a map and do this? So we just eventually. I mean, this is like 2 years later for the third book. So
you could literally take a little road trip, and stop in at some of these joints.
In the back of it, it gives you the address and the website and all the
Nice.
We have people that are traveling. I mean, I run into folks when I'm out there doing the show that have done like 300, 400 locations. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what do you?
Wow.
I mean, they've got like they're doing more locations than I am, and then they're bringing me portfolios of other places I should try. I'm like, no, get ahead of the wave. I mean, just let me go at my own.
Hey, you know what we're doing this fall? We're taking a bus trip, a tour bus from New York, down to where we ended
Branson, Missouri,
but
Nashville.
we're going through Branson.
That's
because
right.
we have to check out, even though I think Yakov's not going to be there. But check out the Barry Williams 70s song Explosion Extravaganza.
It's a long story.
Was there a Yakov Smirnoff reference in there?
I think Yakov.
Well, that's why we're going.
Seriously, did I just hear Yakov Smirnoff?
Yakov.
That's why we're going.
I
He's got
saw
a diner
him in
theater.
Vegas when I was in college.
Trace is just shaking his head.
So you want
Hey,
Trace
Guy, I want
and
to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
The magazines on the airplanes, and they've got the list of the 10 best
don't give
steakhouses
me-
in America.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
okay,
know,
but
I know.
those people pay Do these people pay you to be in this book? Ooh.
No, but geez, you started getting WWF on me. Just start pushing me into the next one. Let me ask you a question.
Listen to me, brother.
I'm gonna break it down. No, did you see how he turned around? I'm like, no, yes, maybe. I don't know. I don't think.
I kind of like seeing somebody fucking alpha male in your ass.
I'm telling you, just because you saw me start to serve the ice cream
right in his face. He's like, let me ask you something.
Yeah. Hey.
Suspended.
He turned around right in your face.
Man, I'll suss you. I hook this suss in your nose, and you're in deep trouble, my friend.
No, we don't take any.
I'll suss hook you, man.
We don't take any bribes, as far as you know.
That's some good shit, Quinn. I've never even thought of that. I'm gonna suss hook you, boy.
All I know is he's got his pinky curled up like he's going to gaff somebody in the nose with it. I might have missed that piece.
Yeah.
We're going with Trace to win Celebrity Apprentice.
I might have to.
Gillette's a friend of ours.
I don't know. Boy, we are really.
Tell me about this road trip, by the way. I want to hear about this.
I don't know. It's just jumping on a bus.
So we're going to be stopping at a few places. You know anywhere? Where's a good place along the way? Give us an example.
Where should we go? You guys just give me the itinerary. I will set up the feeding zone. And we'll weigh you at the beginning of the event.
Like McCluskey
and then we'll weigh you at Branson. We'll put 3 of those Branson, Missouri buffets under your belt.
Nice. You know, I hear Yakov's place, at Yakov's Dinner Adventure. What happens is, he gives you a real metal tray that has a magnet on the back, and it sticks on the seat, because when you watch Yakov's Dinner Theater, it's in movie theater seats. You're literally sitting in movie theater seats. So they have magnets on the arm. You click your metal tray, but don't get discouraged. Genuine linen napkins, real silverware.
No, you get a spork. I know you get a spork.
This is what they actually pitch.
They're
on the
advertising
website.
this shit.
That they have real linen napkins, real silverware, and a chicken. Which I'm sure is just being pumped out of there like the chocolate on that Lucy conveyor belt.
Yeah. They're going old school with that.
Yeah.
What's the Cherry's Jubilee?
Cherry's Jubilee.
Right. I went to Baked Alaska.
We're very excited about that.
So how long will the trip take?
A week.
About a week. We're just
going
to
do Memphis, Nashville.
Oh, we got some
Austin.
I got some good food.
We're going to Austin.
I got Austin, great food. Memphis, great food. Nashville, great food. I got a barbecue joint right outside of Nashville.
Can we just walk in and go, Guy Fieri sent us rock and roll. Yeah.
We're going to try to set it up to that degree.
Like cakes and shit.
No, this will be good stuff. How many people in your crew? And what's your posse going to look like? Like Winnebago? Is this going to be like Rubber Ducky Convoy?
Not including the broads that we're going to get on the bus. The broads. Oh, boy. Yeah,
because you know they're
asleep by fucking 9:30 at night.
The posse's going to look like, you ever see that scene they stop at the gas station and one flew over the cuckoo's nest?
That's about right. They're going to look like Convoy, with all these dilapidated rigs behind you.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty shitty.
People flashing you when they drive by in the bus.
I'm hoping to get maybe a couple of CBs so we could talk to each other.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, old school would be a nice touch.
Yeah, buddy, I was the Wrangler.
Are you going to bring the hardware?
That's right. What?
You going to bring the hardware?
I don't think I could bring my piece.
Why not?
You cross state lines, everything's fucked up.
It's not Smokey and the Bandit.
You can't do that.
I had one on the bus one time I forgot about it. It was in my nightstand by my bed, and then we crossed the border going into Canada, and they put me in jail.
Oh, they did lock you up?
Yeah, they locked me up for 6 hours. They locked me up for about 6 hours.
How do they come on and handcuff you is what I want to know.
No shit.
Well,
Whose job is that?
Get on there and get him.
I copped to it immediately because it was like border crossing trainee day, and so they were just like going through everything.
Oh, man.
So I immediately said, okay, wait, I forgot about something, and then I told them where it was, and then they just...
Shouldn't they take things like that into consideration and know that it's like, look, it's Trace Atkins. He's not going to fucking be blasting off in Canada with this gun. It was an honest mistake, as opposed to somebody is trying to commit some kind of real crime there.
Right. It was weird. And then when they gave me my pistol, it was a little .380 automatic, wasn't a big deal, but they handed it back to me, and they had completely disassembled it, so it was just all in pieces.
Kept souvenir
and
parts.
I had to walk back across the border and mail it home. They wouldn't let me drive back across.
Wow. So now do you have a weapons charge on you in Canada or something?
No, but that's why they really got mad, because I had a weapons charge here. And
Oh, boy.
I like the fact that every question Trace answers is like another story.
Really? This leads to another whole
Pandora's box. Just
I love it, man.
We were shipping the Camaro we used for Triple D across the border, and I just been at was at Kid Rock's place doing a shoot for Triple D.
God!
And we loaded it up. We loaded it up. Uh-oh. You don't like the beer? Or you don't like rock?
They found guns and dope and women in the trunk of the car.
So we loaded up. He makes this great beer, and we had on the show, and I wanted to take some back to California, so I threw it in the trunk of my Camaro. Well, I just happened to forget the Camaro was on its way to Canada, so I get a call from this driver stressing out. There's beer in the back of your car. Where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but they let it go. They let the car come into Canada, cruise around with the 10 cases, and cruise back out.
Oh, okay. Did they know?
No weapons charged.
No weapons. Yeah,
No.
You gotta watch that. I hate the fact that you go from one state to another, and your gun's good here. It's not good here. You're responsible, and we trust you, and you went through all the hoops here. Like in New York, you got to go through so much. I should be able to cover every goddamn state in the union, but I can't drive across Jersey. Unless it's in a locked box, separate from the ammo. You're not stopping until you get to Pennsylvania, shit like that, which is really stupid, because then if someone steals the car, instead of the gun being on you where you have possession of it and know where it is and it's not going to get in anyone else's hands, now someone's got your gun and your car. The laws make no sense. They punish the law-abiding citizen, do nothing to make anyone safer.
Where is this coming from? I've never heard you talk like this before.
Exactly, Carl. Do you know a New Yorker just got arrested? A New Yorker just got arrested because of the new law that only allows 7 rounds in your magazine. And he had 10, because he had a 10-round mag.
Right.
And he got pulled over. He had the pistol on his seat. A statey pulled him over. And looked, saw the gun. The guy says, yes, I'm completely legal. I got this. The trooper checked the magazine, found that there were, 3 more too many bullets, or 2. I think it was a 9-round mag that he had, so it was only 2 extra bullets, and arrested him. And now the guy's got a weapons charge on him because of that. How did that make anyone any safer? How did that law just make New York a safer place to live because a guy that legally owns a gun, has all the permit, had 2 bullets too many in his magazine? The laws are ridiculous.
Talk to you, boy Cuomo.
Yeah, well, he's
one of your people.
The gun charge I had was a similar kind of thing. I wasn't doing anything illegal.
How did it?
I had a pistol, and it was in my boot pocket of the door of my truck. And at the time, I didn't have a carry permit. But anyway, so the pistol was there in the door, and it was loaded, of course, and I got pulled over for something else, and the guy looks and he goes, "Is that gun loaded?" And I said, "Is your gun loaded?" "Yeah, it's loaded."
I carry it as a paperweight.
There are 2 useless things in this world: a dull knife and an empty gun. So he said, "Assume the position," and took me directly to jail. Wow. But that's my gun charge. I mean, I didn't like.
What state was that?
What state was that?
That was Tennessee.
Tennessee. Wow. I think
now I have a carry permit. Tennessee,
in Tennessee,
so they're all cool with it.
If you hook up like fucking Ted Nugent, they like deputize him, and he could carry anywhere in the country.
A bazooka.
You got to get that.
I like the fact that Trace doesn't think he's going to get arrested. He's like, "Hey, officer, there's 2 useless things in this world: a dull knife and an unloaded gun." Instead of going, "It's loaded, sir, but I'm on my way." What did you tell him? "Hey, fuck you! You're not going to do nothing about it."
No, he did. He asked me. He says, "Is that gun loaded, sir?" And I said, "Hell, is your gun loaded?" I mean, come on, man. Yeah, it's loaded.
Absolutely.
God.
Why wouldn't you have it loaded?
6 steps out of the
truck.
truck.
I look like I'm in a Liberace movie.
Hey! I got caught stealing bubble gum once, and they put me in the back. My dad had to come get me.
Wow, that is frightening.
Hard time.
Trace has lived the life here, man. The whole the work ethic, the getting hurt on a real man's job,
right?
The country music star. Weapons charges. Jesus Christ. It's fantastic.
How are we going to tell Penn Jillette that we're not rooting for him anymore?
I know.
We've already told him.
I'm all in with Trace now. And this is fantastic.
Yeah, look, Ant's trying the ice cream.
Now it's a little mushy.
See, it's wonderful.
Oh, that's good.
We probably should take a break.
You know what?
Get Trace.
I got to go anyway.
This would be good on waffles. This would be great on waffles.
I got to go to Atlantic City and hang out with my peeps.
Atlantic City? Where do you stay when you go there?
I don't stay anywhere there. I go there and
in and out.
I go there and they give me money and I leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got to go do a show tonight at Caesars there.
Caesars in AC.
Can we play one of your new songs?
That'd be cool. I didn't come over here. Just
we're going to do it though.
He throws a smackdown. No matter what he says, you're that close from getting punched in the face.
He is very intimidating guy.
It's authentic.
Say no to a woman or watch the world end.
Say no to a woman.
All right, we're going to do that for
Watch the World Ends, a really sappy love song I did with Colby Calais.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, but it's not good for this show. I don't think
Nothing beautiful is good for this show.
I don't know if any of the songs on this album are good for this show. You should go back and do something off one of my other albums. Whoop a man's ass or something like that.
We played Arlington yesterday.
Oh, did you?
That's a tearjerker. What the fuck?
A lot of people commented that they were bawling.
Yeah, that's a tearjerker, that song. And we played another one. What was the other one yesterday?
Honky Tonk Badonky Donk.
No, we played that. But
of course.
Well, that's a love song. That's pretty sensitive.
Of course it is.
No,
I mean, especially when the Moneymaker line comes by.
It really brings a tear.
E-Rock, what was the third one we played?
As a father of 5 daughters, that one really.
Oh, shit.
You got 5 daughters?
Yeah.
Wow.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I've had people say, "Well, why you have 5 daughters?" Because I wanted to have one son. And after the 5th one, I didn't even leave the hospital. I just walked down there. I said, "Dude, you got to do something about this, man."
That's it, huh?
That was it.
Man.
Wow.
How old are they? How old are the girls?
28, 24, 15, 11, and 8.
All right, so you've had to deal with guys coming
All
over the
of
house.
it, yeah.
How does that for a dad?
I've never had a problem with it. Some of my likes.
Of course, you're 6'4".
Hello.
Man, that would suck.
What
Man,
part?
you meet a girl, you liking her and stuff, and it's like, oh, let me introduce you to my dad. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, by the way, my dad's Trace Atkins. You're like, oh, my
he
God,
doesn't
he's
put up
giant.
with shit.
Yeah.
He wants to wrestle you in the backyard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Just don't fucking.
All right, we got to get
stay
Trace
away
out
from
of
his
here.
pinky. He'll put it in your nose.
Don't let him sus hook you.
Oh my God, King, he's going for the sus hook.
That's going to be my wrestling go-to move, man. I'm going to do some WWE, man.
There it is.
There you go.
Go to the sus hook.
Trace, thanks so much for coming
Absolutely.
in. What a
Hey,
pleasure,
it was a pleasure
man.
to meet you guys.
It's a lot of fun.
I've been a fan for a long time.
It's great, man.
Thanks, man.
Colin Quinn, wow.
Colin.
Thank you.
Liberace.
Liberace in
Couch
the corner.
there.
Tom Papa. Guy Fieri.
Oh, yeah. It gets worse. More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. Sirius XM. The download. The latest buzzworthy moments from Sirius XM.
John Mayer performed live from Philadelphia in an exclusive Sirius XM concert on the Spectrum as part of Sirius XM Sounds of Summer. Electro music superstar Pretty Lights spun live from the Sirius XM's Electric Aquarium for a handful of lucky fans. And New Jersey Governor Chris Christie called into Mad Dog Radio and talked with Chris Russo about the passing of James Gandolfini, the recovery of the Jersey Shore, and the Rutgers controversy.
Sirius XM. The download.
Guys, it's the dog days of summer, the hottest and most humid days of the year, and our balls are sweating. Your boys are not just a little damp, they are drenched with all this heat and humidity. It's time for Fresh Balls, available at freshballs.com and at London Drugs in the deodorant aisle. Fresh Balls is an amazing product that keeps your balls dry all day. Use Fresh Balls as part of your daily grooming routine. It works while you work, while you play. No matter what you do, your balls are fresh and dry with Fresh Balls. Visit our website, freshballs.com. If you order today, you'll also get a free sample of Fresh Feet, the newest addition to our So Fresh, So Dry family of products. Fresh Feet keeps your feet fresh and dry, and you get it for free with your purchase of Fresh Balls. It's a great summer deal, available for a limited time exclusively at freshballs.com.
Go to Fresh Balls right now and enter promo code SIRIUS and get free shipping on your next order of Fresh Balls and a free sample of Fresh Feet. It's the best deal of the year. Go to freshballs.com or visit London Drugs in the deodorant aisle.
Purchase Fresh Balls and get Fresh Feet for free now at freshballs.com.
If you want to work until you drop, reduce your standard of living in retirement, or lose more of your hard-earned money in the stock market, then just ignore me. But if you'd like to generate a steady, predictable income, I'm talking real wealth and financial security for as long as you live, then listen to this. A free report is now available that reveals the money-making secrets Wall Street and the banks don't want you to know. This report reveals how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your hard-earned money in the Wall Street casino. How you can bypass banks and credit cards and become your own source of financing. And how to get the money you need when you need it, simply by asking for it. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement and know your money will last as long as you do. And it beats the pants off any IRA or 401k. To learn more about this method and to get your free special report, visit bankonyourself.com right now. That's bankonyourself.com. www.bankonyourself.com.
It's hot in here. Can somebody open a window? Thanks.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, neither does a business not automating their marketing strategy. You work hard being the best at what you do. Let the industry expert Demand Force take care of your marketing. Demand Force keeps your customers coming back and gets you new customers by automating text messages, emails, and online reviews for your business. Sign up in July and Demand Force will pay for your SiriusXM subscription. Visit demandforce.com today.
It's nice to get a love letter once in a while. And boy, did we just get one at eHarmony.com. Independent research has confirmed that our passion for finding you that perfect someone works, really works. eHarmony.com ranks first in highest number of marriages, first in most satisfied marriages, and first in most enduring marriages. Visit eHarmony.com. Stop waiting. Start communicating for free today.
The results on ethanol are in, and 10 of the top car makers say they won't warranty ethanol damage in vehicles using E15 and E85 if they weren't designed to use it. Ethanol absorbs up to 50% more moisture than gasoline, and moisture can cause corrosion on all metal surfaces in your fuel system. You can run corrosion-free with BG's Ethanol Fuel System Defender Service. Find a shop in your neighborhood at bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com. Ethanol may be here to stay, but you can run corrosion-free with BG.
BG. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013. So far continues right now.
Bringing to you all the great moments that have happened on the Opie and Anthony show in 2013, and we're only in July. This is the worst of 2013 so far with me, Sam Roberts. While Opie and Anthony are on vacation this week, we're looking at the year that was before it's the year that was. Courtney Love was in studio a few months ago. We didn't know what to expect from Miss Courtney. She's a little unpredictable, okay? Yes. She's had a rich history in rock and roll, and she's got a lot to talk about. But she's also known for possibly being nuts, being difficult. We don't know if she's going to be a good interview or not. So what do? We take a chance on it. We see what happens. And what do we get? One of the greatest interviews of this year, maybe of all time. Courtney Love. She gives us all kinds of dish about the rock industry, Anthony Kiedis, Dave Grohl, everything you ever wanted to know. It's Courtney Love on the worst of 2013 so far.
O&A's worst of 2013 so far.
What do you think of Amanda Bynes? You tweeted her recently.
Oh, yeah, that thing. I think she likes the word ugly a lot.
Yeah, she uses that for everybody.
It's like, what's that about? Listen, I was 14. I was so bloody ugly, and I thought I was Kate Moss. I chased this guy named Mark Rennie. He was the hottest photographer in Portland around. Convinced him. I got to show you guys these pictures. They're so ugly. I had this big schnoz, and I had like blusher on like this, and I'm wearing white gloves and black and white thing, and I'm like this, like making new wave faces.
Oh, nice.
And, like voguing. And I am so fucking homely, and I think and a gap in my teeth, and I thought I was the hottest thing in the world. And I was 180 pounds.
Wow.
So if someone calls me ugly, it sort of rolls off my back because, it's not about looks, it's about attitude. I mean, you get laid on attitude. That's
But didn't you think that was kind of shitty? Because you kind of you didn't say anything bad to her.
No, what I said back to her is you misunderstood me. And
well, your tweet was "Get it together, dude." I think.
Yeah,
right?
The first was
something like that.
"Get it together, dude," because you're so crazy.
Yeah, of course.
The wig and the this and that.
Oh, we love it.
And marijuana isn't a drug. Come on. And clearly, marijuana is a drug.
Leads to other drugs.
And then there's this whole thing about Disney kids just they're not educated. Look at how she writes. I'm not educated either, but I'm at least autodidactic. At least I try and read Flaubert. Do you know what I mean? Pronounce it correctly. they have no parental infrastructure, and they just get like after they're not nubile anymore or useful, they're sort of waylaid.
They just lose it.
Yeah.
And then we all pick on them.
She comes off
and
as a little
enjoy
dumb.
it.
Well, we love a train wreck.
Yeah, but
who
it's
doesn't
like,
love a train
don't
wreck?
model your thing on Lohan, man. Like,
right.
Yeah, and we do look at that until something tragic happens, and then everybody's like, "Oh, you know, she should have had help," and this. But meanwhile, everyone was piling on the dog pile like that.
you know, I did the Billboard Awards once, and I refused to lip sync, and it was a huge mistake.
Oh, really?
Why? Yeah, because there's like this little delay, and because I thought it was just. Can I say I thought it was gay? Without offending my homos. Homosexual fans, I love you. I do say gay sometimes, okay? I thought it was just lame, and we actually sounded worse. Because they were doing accu-tuning back then and whatever. And I think Kid Rock said something on the Billboard Awards about people that lip sync. But he's got to lip sync. We all lip sync now.
Yeah.
On those shows. You have to, or you sound like shit.
Oh, man. That's
well, why does it sound like shit? Why can't they get that sound like do a sound check earlier in the day?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It does suck.
You ever hear the Chili Peppers without Anthony's voice accu-tuned? Oh, not going there. Sorry.
Accu-tune is something they do live. Is that like...
No. They can do it live, but it's where if you're hitting flats and sharps, they can.
It rounds it up to where it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Puts it where it's supposed to be.
It's
what they did with Mary J. Blige's voice, in my opinion. Mary J. Blige had this fantastic, phenomenal, soulful, wounded, great voice. And lately, what I hear is really accu-tuned, and it's like Barbie. It's like, where are you?
And have you used that?
For me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm white. I don't hear.
You like it? You're not going to do that, but the live shows you do, it's all real. You don't use any of that stuff.
Course.
But Anthony Kiedis doesn't sound great live, huh? If you take that away,
I would say, without insulting one of my oldest friends who let me use his rehearsal space before I even had a band, therefore I wouldn't even be here without Flea, that Anthony's voice is slightly banal without a little something like reverb or something.
Well, when they first started, he wasn't even on key a lot of the times. That was kind of the way the music was written, too. And then later on, when they got very popular, it was more of a pop thing, and it needed to be on key and everything. Right? Yeah, he was very loose with his being either flat or sharp with a lot of things.
There was like something there was like a lack of personality for a while.
Yeah.
And when you're in studios, you hear people's voices naked, which, I mean, you hear your own voice naked, it's embarrassing enough. But when you're hearing other people's voices naked, it's like taking a look at them showering.
Yeah, I think that's why you can never...
So it's kind of like tattling on it isn't really cool.
You can never really get the impact of what people are going to hear on a record.
Cool.
No. You can't really tell what people are going to hear on a record because you hear it as you're singing it and you hear just bare through the cans. And every time you listen to that song, even through when they're processing it...
Unless you're in love with yourself.
You can't... Well, yeah, but who is?
I am.
Are you? Really?
What happened with you and Eric?
He took 74 guitars from my storage. 18 of them were Kurt's. They're left-handed.
Jeez.
And then when he needs money, he has sold... like Kurt went to England and got all these Marshall stacks, like 7 out of 10 Marshalls are lemons. So for a guy with perfect pitch, like Kurt, and Miko, who's in my band now, going to the Marshall factory and getting the non-lemons, it's a big thing. For me, I don't give a shit. I don't have perfect pitch. Me and Anthony. So anyway, they say Hole on one side, Nirvana on the other side, and he sold them.
Oh. Wow.
And then he sold like a headstock that Kurt had broke for like $100,000. And, it's like there's this guy in BC who collects stuff. And he's a bit gross. Like he collects like syringes. He collects pill bottles.
What a ghoul.
Paul Allen also has 45,000 plus items that are like basically the contents of me and Francis and Kurt's entire home. And that's a long story, and I don't want to make allegations against Paul Allen on your radio show because He's got more lawyers than I do.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. But
wait, but how would he get that stuff?
I got to ask
well,
you.
I
Yeah.
can tell you, but then the lawyers would
Really?
I'd have a lawyer.
Because that's
I'd
a lot, potentially,
as I walked out.
potentially a lot of money there, obviously. And
And the less I talk about it, probably the more discreetly and it will be to get that shit out of there.
But you got to be out of your mind about it, obviously.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed that the guitar tech, who was really sweet and nice, we found out that he has 16. So there's 38 there's only 38 Kurt guitars in the world. And he has, Eric has 17, we have 12, and then Ernie has the remaining X amount in a storage space in Washington that he loans out to Paul Allen's museum. And it's a matter, and he did a deposition in Canada. They got no press. And it's really a matter of finding out, proving that Paul's sister Jody knew about it. Because Jody Allen kind of put it together. If she didn't know about it, she didn't know about it. But
how is it like? It's almost like in the Holocaust when they stole paintings and sold them.
Right.
They were
They
eventually
did it to the
returned.
Hendrix family. The EMP Music Project did it to the Hendrix family. They came to my house, and this guy, Peter Blecka, he's the curator there, he showed me pictures of things, like I said, needles, spoons, pill bottles, things you don't want on display. And asked me, and I answered the door. This is 1998, so he died in 94, so this is 4 years later. And I answered the door in his long johns, Kurt's long johns. He goes, "Oh, you're wearing artifacts." I'm like, "No, I'm wearing my dead husband's clothes."
Oh, my God.
Dude, like, what? And then he wanted a bunch of stuff, and I figured Paul is really rich. I'm like, "Okay, give me a foundation. I'll give you some stuff." And they weren't playing ball. And then I put everything in storage with my name on it. So it said Courtney Love, which is like a big fucking red flag. And then sometime in 2003, the name got changed to a corporate name, and it went in arrears after 90 days, and they did an auction, a public auction.
Wow. Oh, my God.
But there's a good part to it, which is somebody was so stupid they left their real name.
Uh-huh.
So were they saying you weren't paying your monthly storage bill? And that
They changed it to a corporate name.
And what was the monthly storage bill? Like, what was it? Was it a couple $100 a month?
$1,500
a month. And so for that they changed.
So this whoever this person is paid something like $1,500 for 18 holds.
Wow.
I got everything. And Frances asked me recently for this chair of her dad's, and I'm like, I don't have it.
Oof.
It's at Experience Music Project. So
I don't see that on Storage
we'll
Wars.
see how that goes.
No kidding. That'd be a hell of a storage
this interview.
Wow.
Well, it's amazing how Bobby Fischer, the chess player, he had stuff in storage, valuable stuff, and somehow somebody else got a hold of it, and it was like, that's your personal shit.
They put your name into a corporation. They go 3 months without paying it. Then they put a little teeny ad in like Bethlehem, Pennsylvania that says you were going to have a sale, or Acme LLC Woodside 944 is having a sale.
Because that way your name's not on it, so nobody comes.
So no one knows what they're selling.
Only one person a sale.
I understand.
Wow. And they take it all back to us.
That's sleazy, man.
It was in Anaheim, California.
Who has the lead belly guitar?
You mean the Nixon Now?
Didn't Kurt get a lead belly guitar?
He did have one. I don't know where it is. Ernie might have it. The last guitar he played on Unplugged, Frances wants, though. She wants to keep that.
Who has that?
That's an art pack. I have that.
Oh, you have that. Good.
Frances and me have that.
Who lives in the old house?
What old house?
In Seattle,
the old house that we lived in?
Yeah.
This Microsoft lady who doesn't win the little kids that come next door for their pilgrimages.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got
It's a really waspy neighborhood, too. That's where Howard Schultz, Starbucks guy, had he pulled a 1901 easement on me so I couldn't build a driveway because the city of Seattle picked on him, and then he charged the city of Seattle with anti-Semitism, hired Rogers and Cowan, da-da-da. And his kid was the same age as Franny, and he wouldn't let her play with him, which I thought was snotty. And he had built his driveway, like, seriously 2 inches onto the thing for Veretta Park, but it's so waspy, and it really is an anti-Semitic town. Really. And if you don't like Jews, you don't like show people. That's a rule. So I remember going into this meeting, it's all these wasps, and it was the Friends of Veretta Park. And if you look at pictures of that thing, I mean, every day they have to take the every whatever month they have to take the bench down because people write shit on the bench. Because his ashes aren't anywhere because no graveyard in Washington that's in the Willamette Valley will take his ashes.
Why? That doesn't sound right.
Suicide's a felony in Washington. It's actually in some states it's considered mental illness.
Right.
But in Washington State, for insurance reasons, because lobbies tend to make a lot of laws.
Right.
Suicide is very high. It's very high by men with guns, and so the insurance lobbies made it into a felony.
So you can't.
So there's no life insurance. You
no
collect
life insurance.
on and all
You got
that
it.
stuff too.
That's it.
So where are the ashes?
It took me, by the way. I have a lot of them.
Oh, you split them up a little bit?
I split them up with his mom, yeah. And so she has them in this Tibetan stupa. And then there's some under a willow tree that we don't know what to do with the bloody willow tree, though. Because she's moving out of that house.
Oh, sure.
So
But I don't want to give it to Paul Allen until we straighten this little mess out.
So dig up the willow tree and bring it.
Put where?
How do you,
Central Park?
how do you do that?
Yeah, it's hard to carry a willow tree.
Yeah.
Put it in the back of a.
Willow trees are really delicate.
I'll take it.
No, you have an arboretum guy. Like, be very, very delicate. They have
I understand, but if you're going to leave it there,
no,
we'll
we
take
can't leave it there. It's
All right,
got
we'll take
houses,
it.
It's grown,
And it's got a beautiful
robust.
house. You want the willow tree?
I don't think I could use a willow
it should be
tree.
like a public willow tree.
I think you're right.
But I don't know. I don't want to do that Yoko Strawberry Fields.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not really me.
Yeah, but at least Strawberry Fields is kind of protect. You want it to be somewhere public that can be watched because somebody will take it.
Yeah, that's why I thought of Paul Allen because he sort of owns. What was I saying? Oh, I don't know. Now I want to make sure that this whole Experience Music project, which is that museum thing, is clean, and that my stuff isn't there.
Right.
So in order to do that, there needs to be dialogue, and there needs to be dialogue between lawyers. And as Shakespeare said, first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers.
One other question, because I think you got to go.
Yeah.
Where are you at with Dave Grohl these days?
I don't know.
You guys
I
cool?
talked to Pat Smear
Yeah.
a little while ago, and about 2 weeks ago, Pat was the only other person in L.A. that could not drive. And he was also really happy. And when Kurt wanted somebody in his band that was happy, he wasn't that great a guitar player, but he was fucking happy. So I said, I know this guy that's really, really happy. And he was working for minimum wage at the SST Superstore with my first husband, Pauline James. And Pauline James said to him, if you join that band, you're selling out. Seriously.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah. This guy was a tranny that I married in Las Vegas. It's an annulment. Whole backstory thing. It's in my wiki.
Who knew we had so much in common?
We all do it, right?
Of course.
Courtney Jim is into trannies, so that's what I was
really,
saying.
I married a tranny in Las Vegas. Thought it was funny. No, came back to the Club Lingerie. Peppers were there. L7 was there. Gun Club guys were there. I said, I just married Paul and James, and no one laughed.
Really?
Now, if these people aren't laughing, I did something bad.
Right.
And then I didn't have money for a lawyer for like a year, so it took me a year to get it annulled. He was really into pantyhose.
Yeah, of course.
So when Kurt called Pat at the SSC Superstore, Pauline James was there, he's like, if you join Nirvana, you're selling out. So Pat, to this day, is in the Foo Fighters, and he said, you know, every time this shit comes up, Dave says, I have nothing to do with it. He goes, you know, have you ever thought that it could just be the lawyers? And that actually is food for thought. But when I went on Howard and I said, many years ago, I said, I'll have lunch with him. He went on Howard and he was like, you know, basically fuck her. So it's not a Yoko thing about us. What it is it's not even a dislike thing on my end. It's that, first of all, I had absolutely no awareness of how big they were until a few months ago when I bought my guitar player a Telecaster, looked up at Guitar Center and saw what I thought was the Super Bowl. It was a Foo Fighter show. Holy fuck, they're big.
You had no idea?
They're huge.
Arenas.
We
all know that.
Like big arenas.
But how did it take you so long to know
that's
that?
not even the point. The point is that there's a financial issue with like money market accounts, pension plans, under something called Nirvana Inc. that doesn't include Francis, and I need to get to the bottom of what that is. And maybe it's just lawyers, because lawyers are hacks in rock and roll. So, you know, but I'm so sick of lawyers. I just want to play rock. TV's just never been my thing, particularly what we call reality TV or whatever. And this isn't like some E channel Courtney's life thing.
What TV show is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Because it's a network thing. So it's a big thing.
Is it something that's already on, or is it brand new?
No, it's already on.
Look at that.
Well, maybe like, American Idol.
I can't say. I just can't say.
Judge or something.
I just can't say.
A judge on American Idol.
I just can't say.
That's a big
She
gig.
can't
I just can't say.
Wow, you're going to be on American Idol. That's great. That's a great gig.
I did not say that.
I'm
That's
just
a
saying
great
that.
gig.
Yeah,
Wow.
that
American
All I know
Idol. We
is
got a
that-
scoop today.
Is that this show is looking for.
Yeah.
I read the demographic thing they're looking for is disaffected. I love that word.
Oh.
Disaffected females and homosexuals.
Oh.
And therefore, there is only one person to call. That would be me.
Wait, so what show? The Voice?
Yes.
No, I get the
it still could be American
cutters.
Idol.
I get,
That is true,
What happens
yeah.
to my mic?
That's on.
It's on.
No, you muted me.
No
You're
way.
silencing me.
No.
Is it your
You're
headphone?
silencing me.
Hit your headphones with your
Who's
name.
Opie and who's Anthony?
Opie.
Anthony.
So American Idol, that's a great gig.
I did not say
It's either that or The Voice, I'm saying.
Yeah,
I did, okay, I
All
couldn't
right.
get
The
on The
Voice.
Voice if you pay. I mean,
Oh,
I
okay. It's not The Voice. But she's not saying no to American Idol.
I'm not saying anything.
American Idol, they're knocking everybody out.
What's the
too.
dance show to
Dance with the
Stars?
Dance with the Stars.
Because, because I'm sorry, my poll work gives me so much,
I enjoyed that greatly that you
capacity.
just did that.
Did you, Jimmy?
Does she have the goods covered up?
Very covered up.
All right,
very
they're covered
sexy.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a thin strip.
With
Very
a thin
thin
strip.
strip.
A very thin strip.
Yeah, that was a hit.
She's not denying American Idol.
No.
They're getting rid of everybody.
They really are.
That'd be
They're
a great
gutting
gig.
That would be a good one.
They
Yeah,
like
nice
someone that's
wardrobe
outspoken,
budget, that's right.
a little
Yes.
outrageous.
Yeah.
They like that on the show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'd be
yeah.
perfect for that show.
You'd be honest.
Yep. She's not saying a word.
Oh,
All right.
rumor has
Rumor
it.
has it. That's how it
Well,
starts.
it's been too soft because nobody's been honest on that show for a while.
Yeah.
And you need that.
Don't you think like badasses are supposed to go on there and be badasses, and then they go on there, it's butterflies flying out their asses? It's like,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
Well,
we get the real
Tyler,
Courtney Love.
even like he was nice.
They were overly nice.
Well, your buddy there, Howard, he is a bit soft on some of the acts. I guess you can't just wheel in there and go
mellowing
like,
out, though.
yeah. You can't just go in there though and be
We
like,
just had a total Grace Kelly to, he had a totally non-controversial, fantastic discussion.
Yeah,
I hope I
yeah.
get invited back.
So you think that on the show you'll be more outrageous and you'll speak the truth if someone's bad?
On American
I
Idol,
didn't
you
say
mentioned.
what show it was.
I know, I'm not saying, I'm just saying whatever
In
show
general,
it is.
Whatever show
it
you're
is, I shall
judging.
speak the truth.
Right, so if someone's lip syncing or all that stuff, you're gonna call
I
them
did
out.
the Billboard Awards once, and I refused to lip sync, and it was a huge mistake. And I'm sorry about our misunderstanding
no,
about
it wasn't a
shock
misunderstanding. It was
jocks.
nothing.
No,
it was nothing.
See, it wasn't shocking.
We barely
Courtney,
even
right? This
mentioned
interview
it.
wasn't shocking
Yeah, we
at
were-
all, right? That we didn't.
Yeah, we weren't bothered
I
by it.
know.
We just want to get to the bottom of it. That's all.
we were just happy.
we were cool all the
Bottom of the
time.
damn thing.
Look, we're just happy American Idol. That's friggin' awesome.
That's
Congratulations on the American Idol.
said anything about American motherfucking Idol.
More awkward moments.
Can you turn your head and cough?
Epic fails.
That was a shitty joke that Bob.
And foul-mouthed rants.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Continues. Next.
Hey, this is Mark Goodman. SiriusXM channels can now be personalized to fit your taste with My SXM. Like on my channel Classic Rewind, you can hear more classics from the 70s. Or maybe more from the 80s and beyond. How about more songs you don't get to hear very often? Declare your independence. Get more of what you want and less of what you don't with My SXM. For more details and a free trial of SiriusXM Internet Radio, go to SiriusXM.com/MySXM.
Hey, this is Robert Kelly, and I'm promoting Friends of the What is it?
Friends of the show.
Ugh, I'm not a friend of anybody here. But anyways, let's lie to the people and tell them what they want to hear. So I'm doing Friends of the Show, and this weekend it's all about me. Robert Kelly's You Know What, Dude? Podcast.
Heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show. Now, hear them do their own thing. This week, Bob Kelly's You Know What, Dude? Friends of the Show. Starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the Opie and Anthony Channel.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? Okay, well, we need to get this thing started. Okay, everybody, my name is Alan Smith, and you probably heard my amazing story on how I lost 51 pounds and 6 inches without even really trying. Well, I'm the creator of the Bistrictin weight control system. No, this is not another diet pill or anything you've ever tried before. Bistrictin is an all-natural alternative to gastric bypass surgery. Just drink our liquid complex, and it's going to expand in your stomach over 50 times in size, forcing you to eat 70% less food without surgery or ever feeling hungry. In fact, you literally can't eat for 5 to 6 hours, so you can lose weight from day one, safely and naturally. And if you call in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to let you try Bistrictin completely risk-free. So you either lose weight or you don't pay a dime. But this is a special limited offer, so you gotta call now. 1-800-480-3559. That's 1-800-480-3559. 1-800-480-3559.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. We know that not everyone is hoping to get married. So if you're looking for a fun, rewarding dating life, eHarmony.com could be perfect for you. We'll bring you people that share your passions and are truly compatible with you. Think how much you'll enjoy life when you have people of quality to date. Visit eHarmony.com. Stop waiting. Start communicating for free today.
We come down here for the month of February every year, and I was taking chemo in Evansville, and my doctor suggested that I take chemo down in Florida, and he researched this facility and suggested that I come here.
Florida Cancer Specialist has over 60 locations, including West Palm Beach, Sarasota, Bradenton, and Naples. For an office in Florida near you, go to flcancer.com. World-class medicine, hometown care. flcancer.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, it's a fact that they have the power to take everything you own, including your home, business, and even your freedom. If you've received a letter from the IRS, don't ignore it. Your problem will only continue to get worse. Here's the good news. The IRS has recently released new programs geared at helping struggling taxpayers, where you may now qualify to settle your tax debt and wipe out up to 85% or more of what you currently owe, including penalties and interest. If you're being audited, have years of unfiled tax returns, have a federal tax lien, or worse yet, are being issued a wage garnishment or bank levy, listen carefully. Authority Tax Services expert staff of ex-IRS agents, attorneys, and CPAs can immediately protect you from IRS and state collectors and get you the best possible tax settlement guaranteed. Call 800-443-1070. That's 800-443-1070. 800-443-1070.
It's the annual 4th of July Savings Explosion Sale at DaveSmith.com. Over 1,500 new Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, Rams, Chevys, GMCs, Buicks, Cadillacs, and top-quality pre-owned vehicles are on sale. Go to DaveSmith.com and see what all the fireworks are about. We are the world's largest Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram dealer and the Northwest's largest GM dealer. Celebrate the 4th with low prices. Go to DaveSmith.com.
This is the Opie Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
It's hot in here. Can somebody open a window? Thanks.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, neither does a business not automating their marketing strategy. You work hard being the best at what you do. Let the industry expert Demand Force take care of your marketing. Demand Force keeps your customers coming back and gets you new customers by automating text messages, emails, and online reviews for your business. Sign up in July and Demand Force will pay for your SiriusXM subscription. Visit demandforce.com today.
The results on ethanol are in, and 10 of the top car makers say they won't warranty ethanol damage in vehicles using E15 and E85 if they weren't designed to use it. Ethanol absorbs up to 50% more moisture than gasoline, and moisture can cause corrosion on all metal surfaces in your fuel system. You can run corrosion-free with BG's Ethanol Fuel System Defender Service. Find a shop in your neighborhood at bgfindashop.com. That's bgfindashop.com. Ethanol may be here to stay, but you can run corrosion-free with BG.
Ron found out he was in big trouble with the IRS.
Between the state and the feds, I found out I owed $70,000.
Ron had no idea what to do.
There was no way I could have paid that off. They were getting ready to garnish my wages, but who knows what else.
Until he heard about 911 tax relief.
911 911 tax relief. That was exactly what I needed. They talked to the IRS for me. I didn't have to make one phone call. They just kept those guys off my back. And within an hour, they had it figured out. Done.
911 tax relief has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and you're faced with bank levies or wage garnishments, or if you have unfiled tax returns, do what Ron did and call 911 tax relief at 800-331-3628. You may be able to eliminate up to 85% of what you owe.
Seriously, 911 tax relief saved everything. My house, my cars. They saved my marriage.
Call 800-331-3628. 800-331-3628.
I wish we were prepared for this. Now my husband's gone with no backup plan. The kids and I have to move. I don't know where we'll end up.
Life insurance is something you leave for later. Unfortunately, later is usually too late. IntelliQuote makes planning ahead for life simple and affordable. For example, if you're 40 years old and healthy, you can protect your family for less than $16 a month with a $250,000 term life policy. IntelliQuote has access to a vast selection of all the best companies and policies. It's easy. With just a little information from you, we shop the most competitive life insurance companies for the best possible quotes. You pick from the best available, save lots of time, and save up to 70%. For free, no obligation, multiple quotes. Call 800-239-5680. Choose a policy and get a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-239-5680. That's 800-239-5680. Rates subject to change. For terms, rates, and restrictions, visit IntelliQuote.com.
It's nice to get a love letter once in a while. And boy, did we just get one at eHarmony.com. Independent research has confirmed that our passion for finding you that perfect someone works, really works. eHarmony.com ranks first in highest number of marriages, first in most satisfied marriages, and first in most enduring marriages. Visit eHarmony.com. Stop waiting. Start communicating for free today.
Feel like telling someone to fuck off.
Fuck yeah. I like where this is going.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line.
You can do anything. You can literally do anything you want.
Say something. Do what you gotta do.
866-FU-LINE-1. That's 866-FU-LINE-1.
Fun stuff.
That's genius.
Amazing. I love it. It's the Opie and Anthony FU line. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air. Fuck yeah. This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This week, Robert Kelly's podcast, You Know What, Dude?
Hey, it's Bob Kelly. Thanks for listening to the You Know What, Dude podcast. Dude, I listened to the podcast on the Opie and Anthony channel, man. They edited some stuff out, dude. It wasn't the complete thing. You want the whole podcast unedited? Go to riotcast.com for the whole episode in its entirety. Riotcast.com. Bob Kelly. You know what, dude? Go get it. Special guest.
Louis J. Gomez.
Not you friggin' ape.
Well, that's good. Come on.
Awesome.
We have, of course, we have Louis J. Gomez, the in-house Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
We have Kurt, the fucking, the union Metzger.
Yeah, Jesus.
The fucking union leader.
Oh.
Fucking Christ.
Norma Ray.
He's fantastic.
I know, right?
I mean,
we got Fat Kelly, who's on her way to being fat again.
I know.
Somebody slice her asshole quick.
I'm wearing a sweater around my jeans because I didn't realize they didn't fit me anymore before I left the house. I'm a piece of shit.
Did you used to be fat?
Yeah.
How fat?
Like 40 pounds heavier.
No, it's not like fucking...
Yeah, it's enough. It's enough!
So why are you
God
getting
damn it.
fat again?
I don't know. I just can't stop eating.
Not moving and eating a lot.
I was back home. I was back in Australia for a month, so I was getting cooked proper meals instead of eating dollar pizza every fucking night. So
Yeah, but I think that's not it. You were getting chunky before you went back. You were getting fat before you went back.
Yeah, well, you know.
And that rhymed.
Well, that's what I do. I'm a yo-yoer. Anyway.
We got Sean from Comics Comic.
Hey, Robert.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I can already tell you're going to be fucking very boring on this show. right off the fucking the way you said hello to me.
Just read his blogs on air instead.
Whoa, that was fucking vicious.
Wow, that wasn't even vicious.
That was vicious. First of all, I'm a fan of his, and he's a friend of mine.
I'm a fan of his too. I go to his website all the time.
Shut up! Don't backtrack, you Puerto Rican.
Wait, are you asking me to read my blogs to you?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because you can't read them. And then, of course, we have even we Trump fucking show. You were the special guest, and then we trumped you at a last minute fucking trade. We traded up, and we got Opie.
Wow.
From the Opie and Anthony show on Sirius XM.
Don't overplay it, please.
That's true.
I'm tired.
He's very tired. This is actually, we don't get Opie, we have Greg.
We have Greg today.
We have Greg Hughes.
This is like bedtime for me.
I know, right?
For you comics, you guys are just starting to get up and start your day.
I know.
I'm on the opposite side of that.
I know. What time do you go to bed at night?
9.
What the fuck?
9:30. As long as the kids cooperate.
If someone said to you, Kurt, said, all right, you got to move to Florida or move somewhere. We're gonna give
already
you...
no.
No to the move. All right, you can stay in New York, but you're going to 5 days a week for 5 hours a day,
right.
And we're going to pay you, what, 7 figures. We'll give you 7 figures. 9,000 figures.
Jesus, that was.
You're gonna be
a lot of figures.
Wow,
you're gonna be a thousandaire. Let's
nice.
It's him, not you, Opie.
Okay.
Wait, 1,000?
A thousandaire.
You know, I should count in my head how much 7 figures is. Like, I don't like.
Would you do it? Would you quit comedy, quit the road, quit what you're doing, and do it?
Temporarily, man. Just to
no,
pay
you're
my...
gonna be for the next 15 years, you're going to be the guy in New York. You're going to never worry about money again.
No,
you're going to wake up every day at
No,
fucking 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock, 5 days a week, and do a show.
Couldn't I just do it for a year and get fired?
Jesus.
Listen, I don't want to lose this deal.
Right?
I don't want to lose this deal.
We're talking 7 figures.
Yeah, dude, you're talking a lot of money.
Yeah, but I don't want to get up like that, man. That's the whole point of.
It has nothing to do with his love for stand-up comedy. He just doesn't want to get up in the morning.
That's a big part of my love of stand-up comedy.
You do adjust after a while.
That's what Patrice said to me once. He goes, because when I first moved to New York, I still had that, I should be getting up and working. That was the first time I quit all my jobs, and I was just doing stand-up when I moved to New York. Other than that, when I was in Boston, I had 5 jobs. And for the first year, I'd feel guilty around 3 o'clock. I'd be like, fuck, dude, I should be doing something. He's like, dude, I worked 7 years to be fucking lazy.
Right, yeah.
Go back to bed, you piece of shit. And I was like, oh, I get it. All right, I got to switch this up a little bit. There's something that happened this week.
Yes.
That with Kurt.
Yes.
I thought that's why I was here to begin with.
Well, no, you're here because I wanted
pussy.
you to be on the show.
We need to balance the funny.
This is what fucking blows me away about this fucking why do you need a reason to be here?
Why do you have a podcast?
Because I have friends of mine on and we shoot the shit and have fun. You fucking
This beautiful frat studio. We covered it at the beginning of the thing.
I mean, are you having fun?
He's better in print.
I haven't.
Opie's got me nailed.
Yeah, we should.
Nothing wrong with that.
We should have just blogged this whole show.
He gets me.
I didn't. I had you on because you're a friend of mine, and I've known you for years. And I had Dylan on last week, and I felt bad when I saw your face.
Bobby, can I try something for you? Have him ask a question to you.
Well, I want to set this up because what happened this week. And
he's going to be involved with the Kurt.
He's going to be involved.
Well, I wrote something about this today.
Yeah. So So why don't you explain what happened? You'll explain it a little better, Sean. Go ahead. Explain what's going on with UCB and what Kurt did and what's happening.
Yeah, I like him explaining because I want to know. I have in my head what it is, but I'm like, I wonder what the fuck
wrestler
people
world.
think. Yeah,
Kurt's a lunatic.
Yeah.
Well, this is just the new iteration of a debate that's been going on for years.
First of all, dumb it down already. Iteration, not my fan base. Go.
I knew what it was. It's okay.
Well, Bobby, I don't know if you remember 10 years ago, there was an issue with comics getting paid even at the showcase clubs like here at the Cellar or Caroline's or Gotham.
Yes, I do.
And there was a big to-do. There were petitions made. People wanted to get enough money.
Right.
Well, it was Ted Alexandro.
It was Russ Maneve.
Buddy Bolton. And Buddy Bolton.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, though, is that all the comics, all the clubs in the city paid $50 for the last 30 fucking years.
Right.
So we didn't get a raise. They made more money. There was more clubs. There was more comics. Everybody was getting money except us.
Yep.
So it was like, fuck this. And then some clubs actually stepped up and some clubs didn't. So we had to all come together, have meetings. And where it got convoluted, When open micers were there was more open micers at the meeting than fucking headline, like working comics, and they were like, "Well, what about us?" Well, fuck you. What about you? We were. You have to pay your dues. Right. You don't get paid. We're the ones that get paid, so that when you move up, you have something to look forward to. You know what I mean? You have something, goals to get. I want to be a paid guy. I want to get a food spot. I want to get weekends.
Oh,
blah,
right,
blah,
food
blah,
spots was a
Remember
thing.
those?
Yeah.
So what happened? We all got together and we changed the way New York City, and I think it was the first time it's ever been done here, where everybody upped their money.
Yeah.
And it went to $65.
But some of these guys try to fuck Tay.
$75.
Fuck Buddy. They try to go. They try to blackball them. I don't know if you want to name names, but some dudes did that shit.
Some people did. Yeah. Some people. Go ahead. Well, all right, whatever. I'm not going to force you to do it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude.
So who?
I mean, you could guess. Try to take a wild guess.
Al
Martin. Try to guess.
All right. So
take a wild guess. Who would do something like that?
Al Martin.
Yeah. The inventor of the bringer.
Yeah. Okay. So those guys, but they most of the clubs though accepted them,
right,
and understood, and blew over quick, and we got our money.
Yeah.
Everybody got paid. Even the fucking new people, even the newcomers got at least $20 a spot.
Right.
And during the week, it was $20 a spot.
It went 25 from like 15. Right.
So the new issue is, over the course of the last few years...
Nice segue, by the way.
There have been these other venues. You don't call them alt rooms or indie rooms. You just call them these other independent venues,
Right.
such as the Upright Citizen Brigade Theater or the Pit. These other rooms, places in Brooklyn. They're not full-time comedy clubs. They're not theaters, but they're trying to charge lower fees for ticket prices.
Right. Right.
And in exchange for having a lower ticket price, they're saying, well, we're not going to pay the performance.
We'll just cut it out of your end to have the ticket price. It's fucking amazing. They're having like the old arguments that some of these club owners have, which is like, we can't afford to possibly pay the reason that we have the fucking business.
But it's sold out shows.
It was one show. I complained about one show.
Okay, tell me what you complained about.
They had a show called If You Build It that I did. This girl, Kara Clank, runs it. That I used to work with her in the Video Game Awards. So it's her room at UCB East. Okay. The show's Friday night.
Can I just stop you real quick? They were so successful with UCB.
Right.
They actually opened up another club.
That's right.
All right. So if you're not successful, if you're not making money, you don't open up an East club.
Yeah, but let me interject.
Right.
The business model isn't so much that they have successful shows. The business model is that they charge improv actors a fee to come and learn improv at their school.
I'm saying I'm not saying the show. I'm saying they're successful at what they do. Correct?
Right.
They know what they're doing.
What I found out, I talked to the dude, Matt Besser from UCB at one point.
So what happened? You just tell me what happened with you.
So I was doing... I did the show.
Don't look at those. Don't even look. Those aren't for you.
I did the show.
Whatever was pictures of my wife's vagina. He was just like,
your wife's vagina looks like
Well, at least someone's looking at it. Boom.
My wife's vagina looks like Patrice. My God. So I did the show a couple times. I noticed it was Friday night, and I just assumed I was getting paid.
Right.
Because it was packed. It was a 120-seat theater.
She didn't clarify that before.
How much your ticket?
$10 a ticket, which is not high.
She never told you that you were getting paid before.
She just assumed, or?
No, all these fucking people, because it's 10 years since the coalition. So all these new fucking comics are such low self-esteem fucking illegal immigrants. They just take this. Well, not even. I mean, Lewis is smarter than that.
I'm kidding.
Puerto Rico is part of it's a commonwealth. It's
thank you very much. You know what? I'm back on Sean's side.
But so I would do the show, and then like on top of that, the people that would run UCBs like were kind of like dicks. Like they had these little rules, like the comics couldn't use their drink ticket until after they perform.
What?
Yeah, this guy Nick Turner, if you look on my Facebook, put a whole story that some guy poured his beer out because he goes, "You can't have this now before the show."
And Nick was like, "I got to get out of here because I've got another spot to make." And the guy poured it out in front of him instead of just giving him the drink.
I would just, and I really don't think I can fight, but I would just for the story, just beat the daylights out of an improver for doing that. Like, just to say that I did it, I would do that. Like,
I would have said, "Give me 2 things that piss you off."
Wait, what?
That was a joke. Give him the fucking bomb bandana, please, right now.
I thought that was good.
I didn't.
You should have.
It was an improv joke.
Used better words.
It was an improv joke. It was give me 2 things that piss you off.
Dude, it was so anyway. So I just initially
that was
it on there good.
I actually threw you off track.
Yeah, it shorted out my story though.
Yeah. That's called blocking.
So this is like a month. I don't know how many months ago I posted this thing. Like first, I just posted one anchor. I was like, "I'd love to meet whoever came up with this shit," or something that sounds like kind of threatening.
You said, "I want to meet the manager of UCB East right now.
No, I didn't say that. That's not the exact word. I said I loved it. It's not those. Anyway.
Bring it up.
He's right here, Kelly.
Then I did the show.
He can actually tell us what he actually fucking said.
I was supporting these arguments.
Stupid Aussie.
So that was the initial thing. And then I got like, some people were like.
Hurry up. Opie's fading. He's past his bedtime.
So I did another show. there. Well, don't interrupt me and I'll tell you the goddamn story.
Sorry, guys.
So I go do this fucking other show, and I made fun of this on stage at UCB, and I see the light going. Well, I'm talking shit. It wasn't even mean, like the crowd was laughing.
Right.
But it was this guy Michael Shalky had a show there, right?
Right.
And so supposedly they threw his whole show out of the lineup because I was talking this shit.
They deny that.
They deny that too.
Who's they? Can you give me a couple names?
Coloreds. I don't know any of the fucking names of these people. I don't know any of their fucking improv names.
Are they black?
It's improv. You think that they're black? You think that's a black man's sport?
They're black people in improv, by the way.
The black improv is...
Yeah, but not like...
They're not good at it.
Yeah, they got Chuck
like
Taylors on and shit, trust me. They got some fucking Hannibal glasses and... and Chuck Taylors if they're doing improv.
Yeah, you're gonna add an E if it's black.
It's a white man's
Get it?
like
Improve?
fucking scam because you got to charge kids that are having their rent paid for them. You know.
So these people,
they're like this shit. So I complained about this Friday night.
So they said fuck. They not only were mad at you, they took this guy's show and said go fuck yourself.
They didn't say anything to me. They
But
took
to
this
him.
Yeah, and so officially that's not the reason they did. But supposedly the tech guy, who was the guy lighting me, was
Right.
like, "You're not controlling your comics." So I found out about my.
I'm sorry. We have to be controlled now.
Well, Kurt does.
That's not their official policy, according to Matt Besser, and a lot of this shit is not their policy. It's the people working there that is how this.
So there's controlled creativity. That's how it works.
The people that are the employees are fucking. They're performers. You know, they don't pay a staff to run the shit. It's people that want to be on stage
for nothing.
So of course they hate your guts as a comic coming in like, oh, this guy doesn't have to clean up popcorn after the show. I'm like, no, bitch. I'm not a fucking bitch improver. I'm a comic.
First of all, I started out in improv. Me, Dan Cook, Aldo Benny, and Jay Hall. Al and the Monkeys. Okay, we were Boston's best fucking improv group.
I believe that.
That was the
I believe that
BCN,
100%.
the BCN bash or
You've
something?
never seen me do hands improv. I'm fucking
whatever, look.
awesome.
Look, I'm just talking about.
Go ahead, give me three things that piss you off. Go ahead.
Oh, I get that,
baby.
I get the joke now. I get it. All right. So anyway, I had another show that nobody said anything to me that they were mad about. The next night I did this If You Build It show, which is the packed one.
Right.
Okay? And this is the only show I think was supposed to pay. Like, they have a bunch of shows I'll do for free because they're not taking money at the door. You know? Whiplash is a good show. I don't give a shit. Like,
love Whiplash.
Yeah, it's a great show.
That's a free show.
That's UCB West.
Chelsea.
Right, UCB West.
Fucking love that show.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Great
no
show.
problem with that. And I don't think any
Great
comics. Yeah, crowd's fun. I don't think any comics really have a problem even doing free shows. But if I watch you taking money from people at the door, I'm like, none of that goes to me. It all goes into the fucking club. Like none of it.
And it's 100 people at $10 a
Like
pop.
I'm donating to your fucking improv shit, like ass pennies, whatever the fuck it's called. Like that's my job, you know. So that was the thing I was pissed off about, and I posted a thing about that and about how.
This is why I love Kurt, though. It's
a real ass dude.
He's a real ass dude.
I don't think a head is how that is.
No, this is
Like,
what you, I follow you on Facebook, and you're one of my favorite people on Facebook.
Really?
Yeah, he's the best.
Well, because you
No filter.
there's no filter, but you write these fucking little essays.
I'm a fucking blogger, dude.
But here's
He's a blogger.
you're not a
I'm not a
blogger,
blogger.
dude.
Lowest form of life.
It really is.
I'm telling you, man.
Nothing lower than a
I
blogger.
really, your Facebook is always interesting, always funny, and it's fucking honest as shit. I'm not saying that to blow smoke in your ass, because I hate Facebook.
Right.
But I love your Facebook. I followed this whole thing this week.
Yeah.
And then I saw the video you did. You went up at the stand, and
Right.
the UCB was supposed to meet you there. And
No,
kinda,
dumbass Patrick. Do you know what Patrick set up? So after I made that initial complaint, right?
not a fucking dentist appointment.
No,
I know that.
certainly not a dentist
fucking
appointment.
shit tooth.
Patrick. So, it's hilarious, dude. But I like that club Stand, by the way. It's a good club.
Stands it, Greg. You been there, Opie, yet?
No, I have not.
It's a good fucking
You'd like
club,
it,
man.
dude. You should go down
I'm
there.
glad those guys
All
opened
right,
the
I'll
club.
check it out.
So he read this.
That's all I got to contribute right now.
He read this
I'm a little
complaint.
confused, by the way.
Why?
Because it's not my world.
Yeah.
What happened?
The show doesn't pay comics and they charge the door. I complained on Facebook about it.
Right.
Patrick saw that and said, hey, do you want to have a debate show?
Right.
And at the stand,
What, debate the fact they're not paying you?
Right, and in my head, I'm like, okay, but I don't even see what the debate is. It's just basic how things work. Like, but I'll go do it. Like, I won that debate already, right?
And there was nobody there to debate.
Yeah. So Patrick, his idea.
Wait, so did he set up the debate?
No.
Here's how he set it up. He told them first that they were going to get an award for being in the New York comedy scene, and they were going to come collect their award, and then I just burst in and ambush them and tell them.
First of all, what award is Patrick giving out?
I mean, if they fell for that, that is their fault. If Patrick
They actually
calls
deserve it if they fell for it.
Yeah, they do. But like, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? So he goes, no, we're going to get people. So then they didn't get anybody for it. There was nobody coming. This guy Matt Besser, they said might be coming.
Yeah.
Lives in L.A. He was not going to be at this show.
So maybe they were going to fly him in.
What amazes me about this, being an outsider, the little you guys are paid for your spots. I'm amazed by that.
Well, that's the
I was blown
that's-
away by that.
Yeah, why
when
would
I
that be
first
a part?
heard?
Yeah,
because you guys are all really talented stand-up comics, and to get
Not Kelly, but everyone.
and to get $50 a spot,
Real
and then
fans.
you're fighting to get it to 65. That's just
look,
amazing.
I get how a showcase club works. It's not like on the road.
Let
We all
me
get it.
explain it to
but
you.
that should be a no-brainer just to give you the fucking $50, $65.
Here's the thing.
He
man.
wasn't even asking for that. He was asking for a 20.
Yeah.
So this is all over $20?
Before we throw this out there, stop.
Yeah.
Most clubs right now, where it stands,
Right.
this Comedy Cellar, we'll just take that for example.
Yeah.
It's $85 a spot.
Yeah.
On a Friday and a Saturday.
To me, that's low.
Okay, but here's the deal.
Just
I'm
as
gonna
an outsider.
I'm going to explain it to you.
Go ahead.
It's a showcase club, so everybody does 10 to 15 minutes. So they have 6 comics on.
Right.
And the club's 100 seater downstairs, 110 seats they get.
Right.
Okay.
But what are they paying for a ticket?
They're paying 15 to 15
On a weekend, it's 20.
What is it?
20, 22.
Oh, $22.
And then you got a meeting and drinking.
Okay,
So
great.
How much does the average person?
I don't know, Kelly.
Spend, you think?
Bring out your phone and add it up.
It's probably like $16, $17 a person average after the drink minimum. Like the Cellar, because they have cheap drinks. Some places, stand up New York, Comic Shop Live, they charge $15, $16 a drink.
Right.
So they'll spend $40 a person, $45 a person just on drinks.
I mean, the Cellar, because it's 6 comics.
$3,000. It's $3,000 to sell out the room just on.
It's 3 shows too.
3 shows.
Yeah, I understand. I understand with the Cellar because it's a really small room and there's a lot
Right.
of comics. I'm talking about these other places where it's only a couple of you guys.
Okay, well,
And they're-
okay, I'm working Gotham this weekend. I'm getting paid thousands.
Right.
So I'm doing a headline spot though.
Right.
I'm doing an hour. Hang on, sorry. Gotham Comedy. Oh, actually, this is coming out next week, so it was this week. So if you didn't go, you're an asshole.
Was it good?
It's a great set.
You had a great set?
Fucking great.
That's
Amy Schumer is actually middled for me.
And it was good.
That was a great drop-in.
She just jumped on the show.
Yeah.
Nice.
Joe List as well.
Joe List was on the show.
Nice.
It bombed. It was horrible.
It was.
Sorry about Kurt,
You're
though.
shit.
But
Wait, what?
yeah. So we get paid. Look, maybe we should get $100, but the Comedy Cellar is good because they actually raise the money, and during the week it's $30 a week.
Yeah.
Everybody gets $30 a show during the week.
And the weeknights, the Cellar doesn't really charge. They do charge cover, but people get free tickets.
But you
online.
can see how people are content with a pittance of money. Like, it's not that hard.
Right.
It's not hard to make comics not complain about
Yeah,
that.
and beyond that, it's not about the $30 or the $75. It's about working on your craft, getting to a point where you can take it on the road and get a few $1,000s for the weekend.
Well, it's not my honor to be on the stage at UCB. It's your goddamn honor. But, the guy said that to me in so many words when I talked to him. But, so anyway, I fucking, I'm supposed to do this show, and then leading up to it, there became like I didn't even realize until like a couple days before, but there's all this like Tumblr shit. Because this is the other thing I realized about the people that are taking the improv classes there. There's such a community of like North Korean snitches. There's such a fucking collection. I mean, they're just like, so that's why that's why it blew up like that. I don't even think it was people complaining as much, although a lot of people were complaining. Like I wasn't trying to organize shit. Like, people had long-standing grudges against UCB East that they all came out like fucking Sandusky victims, And so these people, well, I think that it's. So the bottom line is they fucking. It was this huge thing, and then I heard no one was going to come to the debate show. So now I'm posting. I hope they don't punk out, and because New York Times is coming to it. Because now I was starting to get mad, like they're not going to come and even talk about it. And then the guy contacted me, Matt Besser. From
who is that?
He's the guy with like that looks like Sideshow Bob more.
What does he do? What is he? Is he the owner?
It's him, Amy Poehler, and then other guy with red hair and somebody else. Like the guys from UCB.
You know Matt
Adam
Besser.
McKay.
Matt Besser, Matt Walsh, Ian Roberts.
Adam
Ian Roberts directs the Key and Peele show on Comedy Central now. Matt Walsh is on Veep.
They mean the Black Chris Rock show?
No, that's
Chris Rock, right?
No, that's
Producer.
Kamau Bell.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
that's Cowbell.
Okay.
So fucking So he called me up because I think what got to him was like I was saying all this shit where I was like calling him like doing slavery. I was like
what?
I was doing like a slave voice online. I don't know if you read that. Then I was like, our proud improv heritage cannot sustain itself if we pay a stand-up comic. They better off here than in that scary old hot jungle of a comic club. Because I was getting arguments from them. If you read the arguments that the improv people make, they're insane. Like, it's not the arguments the UCB top guys made. It's the ones the people there make. You know what I mean? Which is like, well, we're cleaning up the room for you. I'm like, that's your job anyway.
Really?
Did you not see that shit that girl
that was
wrote?
really funny. It was like, we sell beer to your fans. We clean the room.
Oh, I don't have to bring beer to my show?
There's treats for everybody.
I hate 'em.
And by the way, they don't do that. In practice, it turns out all this shit about a nurturing thing. It's not like that. They lord it over the comics when people come over, you know, like do the shows. They bitch at them because there's too much popcorn on the floor or whatever the fuck. And the tech guy's a fucking cunt. And most of this all comes out of UCB East. And
But the real thing boils down to the fact that the UCB
that your wife left you. Also.
Why'd you have to bring it back to that?
There was no need.
Jesus Christ!
Wow.
Fucking sad.
I had moved on. Why can't
you mean she moved on?
Duly noted. Duly noted. The real contention, the debate comes about because these new clubs aren't used to doing stand-up shows,
right?
And when they did do them, they weren't doing them on a weekend and charging money for them.
That's right. It was a weeknight, which nobody gives a shit about.
Yeah.
And that's what he said to me. He's like, we didn't know the stand-up culture,
Right.
and I don't think they do, man. Based on the shows people write, they don't understand stand-up culture at all.
Well, I talked to them today, and they told me, a couple of things. One is, they could pay if they raised the ticket prices to $15 or $20, but they don't want to do that because they want it to be an open place for people to come and see the show.
Yeah, but that particular show on Friday raised the fucking ticket price of $15. You're still cheaper than the other places. You know?
And then his other point is that those places aren't supposed to be treated like a comedy club. They're supposed to be a place where you screw around.
Okay, fine.
So-
but
so-
look, I understand his thought
It
process.
should be a
the way
workout
that-
space for you,
but,
not a place for you to do
Friday
things.
night-
Like, here's the thing.
I'm not working out.
So
to a
you
packed
agree?
house.
So you agree with him?
No, I'm saying you guys
I'm
are
asking
arguing different things.
asking your opinion. Do you think that it should be free? Do you think you should be able to do stand up on a Friday night in a packed crowd at UCB because of what it is and what they represent? Do you think you should say, hey, take the hit and fucking, if you're going to work there, you don't get paid, that's it?
I don't know that they should be doing that, no.
I don't think, just because there's 3 locations, in his head it's a special, unique place, but you got 3 locations, dude. So that means they built a business model that's based on never... Like, they built some commie fucking system that, like, it all goes
I
up.
just think that, look, we fucking... Here's the thing, all right?
But
guys, here's the thing.
Let me just cut Lewis off for
No, don't you fucking dare, you cunt.
I do have a better understanding of it, because the guy talked to me, and he wasn't like he wanted an apology or something. Like, he was pretty nice and calm when I talked to him. So I understand how they're thinking a lot better, so I'm not as enraged as I was when I initially wrote
Are you
going
to be able to go back there? Or are you done?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's not a...
Would you go back?
Yeah, to the fucking Whiplash and shit.
Well,
yeah,
any of them.
I'm not doing a Friday night thing that's packed and not getting paid. I'm just not doing.
I think that's the point, though. It's like you have every right to just say, I don't want to perform at the place. And hold on, listen. There's people like Kelly that are never going to get paid, and she needs.
Jesus Christ!
You needed to cut the
Opie,
fucking.
what were you going to say?
How much are we talking about here?
Like 20, but dude,
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. But his thing is
that's
it's gonna open,
that's just insulting.
Yeah, it's going to open. Right, and
I
that's how I took
understand
it.
you're working on your shit, and it's not like you're out of town, headlining. But
I got
you should
letters
get
from-
something every
listen.
time you get on a fucking stage and perform for people,
But
no matter
here's
what.
the thing: if you paid, if the whole thing was
20 lousy
you had-
dollars.
hold on,
Yeah.
but if you had to pay
Right,
somebody,
those are all things I said. But
How many people were performing that night?
Like 5?
Like 5.
Yeah.
$100 fucking dollars.
How many people
It's not an
performed
amateur
there that
fun.
week?
Well, I'm
How
saying
much
on
is it?
Friday it's not an amateur fun show.
How much is
it's
a ticket?
pro show, and
Yeah,
you
you're
gotta,
not doing
you
new
can't-
stuff at 100 people hot crowd.
I got to show up and do my job in that case. So you're not providing this.
Well, you have no choice. You don't have new jokes, but
Listen,
God,
if you had to pay somebody every time they went on stage, the only guys that are going to get paid are at a certain level. So there almost has to be a scene of people that aren't paid to do it, and that's how you fucking
They're
grow.
called improvers.
No, but that's not true, dude. Let me tell you something.
Open mic?
when you started in comedy, dude, in Philly, you did fucking open mics that were sold out at black rooms. I mean, dude, they didn't pay the comics because you had to go and pay your dues.
Absolutely.
You had to go become. You had to strive for something. You know what I'm saying? And I think, look, right now, I'm coming into a place where I'm starting to make.
That was during a
weeknight.
They have the open mic during a weeknight, right? And
look, I don't disagree with you. I think you should never work for fucking free, Kurt.
So why can't
I will work.
I think the point is, why can't Kurt get booked somewhere on a weekend where he gets paid?
He does.
Why can't he only perform at UCB?
I would have just.
He can't get a better gig.
If they just paid me and said fuck everybody else there, I wouldn't have said shit.
The problem with that now is that they're not going to pay people on like a Friday or Saturday night show. People like Kurt are going to go, fuck that, I'm going to go somewhere else that's going to pay me.
No, he should.
No, but that's the point. Because they're not looking at it in terms of like longevity. Because now that booker is going to go, well, I'll get someone else who's not as good
They're
as
not
Kurt.
booking it, though. A comic comes in and produces a show themselves and gets no cut of the door whatsoever.
Yeah, but that comic that's booking isn't booking Kurt now. They're probably booking someone that's at a lower level than Kurt because Kurt couldn't do it.
And that's who should work for free. That's the way it should
go. Then the caliber of show is going down.
Who gives a fuck? It should go down. On
a weekend, you see what the other solution is. They're probably just going to eliminate having Friday night shows to not have a fight because they really hold fast to this that they're going to open a Pandora's box. That's what he's calling it.
20. Wow.
Yeah.
Look, dude, just how you said, just like me.
Yeah. You live in a weird world. I mean, at your stage in your career, you should get paid every time you get in front.
But my whole thing is, I don't want to start a union and shit. I don't give a shit.
No, I understand.
I don't care if they change how they do it at all. My whole point when I said it was, why are you, when you want to produce a show, going to this place, you're like, okay, listen, you do the work promoting, and we're going to take all the money, and you get to say it's at UCB. Like, why would you? Because I know comics said, I'm not taking that fucking deal. And like Kara that runs If You Build It, I'm like, Kara, why is your show there if that's what you get? Like, why would you stop being fucking punks because it's UCB? There's 3 locations. It's not a special, unique fucking thing anymore. It's like Papa John's or something at this point.
And it's the principle. You're not looking to get rich.
I'm not. I don't need a fucking.
Here's what you're getting. Here's what you're getting: cab money, food money.
Yeah.
You're getting a little taste of the action to hold you off to go there and be creative, be the best you can, so that people will come back. We're not improv. We're stand-up comics.
Right.
So if you're gonna have stand-up comedy show, you should have to. You should abide by the rules that the stand-up comics set up.
Right.
5 or 6 years ago, we set up a comic union.
Yeah.
This is, if you're going to have a stand-up comedy show in fucking New York City, you have to pay $20 to this guy, $80, $60, or $85 to this guy during the week and on weekends. That's it. Fuck you. That's what we agreed on.
And even people don't hold it to that.
But hold on. Where do these guys that are coming up that aren't at the level where they don't have credits, they still have to work on the craft? Where do they come in? If
you're having a professional show,
it's an amateur show. That's where they go.
But those are amateur shows for the most part. These
not that Friday show. See, that's the thing.
Well, here's the deal.
A different thing.
Okay, so if they have,
Kara brought that on herself.
If they have you on, Kurt, me, Kelly, and you, me and Kurt should get paid, and you guys don't. Because you're amateurs.
You son of a bitch.
So, I mean, look, if I'm a...
Jesus Christ. I'd pay you, Louis.
If I'm a professional... If I'm walking in the door and I'm a headlining comic around the country and you're having me do your show, you pay me fucking money. Kurt, you should get money.
Right.
Okay, Kelly, you should get the stage time and maybe a little... But I get it. If they don't pay her and she's on, she's going to work a Friday night in front of a hot crowd.
I should at least get a drink ticket.
100%.
Seriously.
You should get a drink
ticket. That show's doomed either way now. It's doomed because either they just cut the show completely or the caliber is going to go down and people aren't going to be seeing such a hot show anymore. They're going to go from 100 to 80 to 60.
By the way, no. Here's why they will, though. Because there's thousands of fucking comics in New York City. By the way,
they're not going to keep I hate this fucking thing. They're going to take the show.
They won't pay. And let me tell you something. There's guys that are on a fucking level. There's guys that work the cellar that do free fucking shows every night all around the town.
I'll do a free show.
Of course, I'll do a free show, too. I wouldn't work half the time if I was doing free shows.
Not if you are taking money from, like, if the door is $50 and give me fucking $5 of it at least, motherfucker. Like, that's the thing.
But I think you have the right to say, I'm just not going to do the show. I don't know. I feel like the way that dude, it's fucking America, dude. People can set up whatever business model they want. We have every right to go, fuck you, I'm not working your club. That's it.
That's all I'm saying. Like, every comic should individually not be a bitch and fucking not.
I agree.
It's not us unifying.
The problem is there's too many comics. That's really the fucking problem.
Yeah, but listen.
Get rid of the comics.
Everybody says that, why don't you comics? We can't because we're not. Look, if someone takes away my gig, and you'll take it. because you got a family, and if someone's going to pay you to do a show that I was going to do, the same money I'm going to get, even though you don't deserve it or you're not there yet, whatever, you're going to take it and you'll do a fine enough job. No, the crowd is not going to know.
No, they have no idea.
Difference.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. That's why you'll step in and fucking do that. That's why we can't get a union, because we're not groups.
We're
not
individual
together.
businesses.
Individual businesses, and it's a cutthroat fucking business, man.
Yeah, so my whole thing was just that. Like, you as an individual, if you get a shit
they don't give a fuck.
go somewhere else.
They care about selling tickets.
It's unbelievable.
That's it.
Do they ever take care of you guys outside the deal?
What
Like
do you
they
mean?
know they had a
Hand
good
jobs.
night, so they're like, you know what?
No,
I know
no.
I know what the deal is, but
I've had
here's a little
club
something.
owners do that. I've had club
I've had that
owners
too.
where I come in, I do the show. My deal is what my deal is.
You know,
I've had guys go, look, we had a great weekend with you. Here's some extra cash.
I've had that,
Vinny Brand has done that.
All right,
with
me and my brother own a restaurant. So obviously it's different, but if he has a really good night, he fucking walks around. He doesn't give a fuck what he pays these guys, and he goes, "Thank you."
To who?
To his workers.
No shit.
And it makes those fucking guys way more loyal, and it makes them work even harder for them. They wanna work for my brother.
Yeah, this guy doesn't understand.
And he does little stupid things. He knows it's someone's birthday, he gets a dumb cake and throws it in the back for him.
I mean,
whatever.
you just got to do those little bones, and that's all you got to do is that shit.
It's always infuriated me over the years, just in my business with radio and stuff. It's like, the littlest thing. Like I make a lot of money doing radio.
Yeah.
But when they do that tiny little fucking thing, it makes me appreciate them so much more, and I want to be there and I want to work
truth,
hard.
man. That's why I try to tell it.
That's why I was asking how much. They're fucking fighting over $20. It's ridiculous.
Because they don't want to pay
the value of that
improvers.
$20 to you would be great.
I got messages from people that have improv teams that are like in this Pandora's box of having to pay that he was talking about.
Yeah.
There's improvers that are like, we're packing the show out with our show. We're packing it out and they're not paying us anything. So
some clubs I go in, and I don't take the money. Like if it's a small club and they're not making, and they're like, we'll give you money to, and I just walk out. I don't take it. I don't want your money. I'll come and help you out.
You guys
that's what I want this guy to understand. Is a lot of comics will do that.
You guys should be helping out each other.
Right.
Obviously.
I'll go to a show and help them out if they're struggling club.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I don't like the stand. I don't want your money. I'll come out and do a show for you.
Yeah.
And I'll promote you. Okay. But even Eastville, I used to go. He used to be like, dude, I don't keep your money. I don't give a fuck. Just give me a cup of water.
I would
Let me
make
get
Marco
some stage
give
time.
me
You should fucking make Marco give you every
Don't
dime
you
of that
ever
fucking
fucking do that
You don't
for
want,
money.
why?
Wow.
Because that motherfucker underpays comics and he treats people like shit. That's
Never
why.
treated me like shit.
Yes, you don't know how he talks to the fucking guys he thinks he's above.
And you don't know how he talks behind your back.
Why, did he?
No.
You're ready to go. You're ready to go.
It's
You guys live in a weird world. That's all I know.
This loser won't even take my money. What a fag.
it is a fucked up world, but
it's a strange world.
Here the thing is too is that even on the road at the higher levels, like with me, it's like I'll see what's like I'll have one club pay me this much money, which is fucking respectable. I know how much I make you. I know how much you make on ticket sales. I know how much you make on booze. You're making thousands. You're making $30,000 for the weekend. So you're gonna pay me, this much. No, and there's some guys that pay me a really nice chunk of that.
Right.
And I don't want more.
Right.
I don't want less, but I don't want more. I don't need to fucking drag you over the coals for every nickel and dime. But then there's other guys that want me to do the same fucking job and for less money.
Yeah.
With no perks, no friendliness, no nothing. And it's like, fuck, I'd rather not even fucking deal with you. Then there's guys who can't pay me what these guys pay me, but they treat me nice. They pick me up. They do like McGuire's. And fucking, they can't pay me what Wilbur Theater pays me or what Gotham pays me. But I'll go out there and I'll work their club. They send me a fucking limo.
Yeah.
I took the train out there one night. The guy's like, "How'd you get here?" And I'm like, "I took the train." He's like, "Fuck that! You're taking a limo home." You just hooked me up with a limo. So
That little shit is a
That's
big
Long
deal.
Island, though.
Yeah.
Limos are easy to get on Long Island.
Well, first of all, the guy.
How many dents were in the limo?
No, the guy owns the company.
Okay,
You know what I mean? The guy's like,
But it's a good-
let's put it
it's
this
a
way.
good-
He was like, dude, I'll get you a fucking limo. Where you get? Hey, Tony, get him a fucking limo.
I was poor growing up, and I was in a bunch of limos. They're easy to get out there. What
But that shit makes a
percentage of club owners around the country that take care of you, Bobby?
The percentage, well, here's the thing: is that the clubs that I work now, are mainly the ones that take care of me. I don't have to.
Okay, before you were able to pick and choose,
I would probably say 25%.
We're good.
We're really look, and when I say good, like the Houston Laugh Stop, which is now closed, the guy who owned it had, he was a fucking nutcase, but he would bring me in twice a year to build up my fan base. I went in, I middled for Dane there once, and then he said, I like you too. I think you should be headlining. I want to build you here. He brought me in twice a year to headline. He paid me enough money that I could pay bills, and it was nice for me. Put me up in a fucking great hotel, picked me up for lunch. We went shooting fucking guns, all this stupid shit.
Yeah, because it's not about the money sometimes.
Yeah, side
either.
splitters in Tampa. The guy brings me in twice a year.
It's just the little things.
Twice a year, gives me a nice hotel, and even this last weekend, the contract was fucked up, and he didn't technically have to give me bonuses.
Right.
But I had 5 sold-out shows. So he's like, dude, we got it. Your contract fucked you because they gave you more money on the top end, but now with these bonuses, you're fucked, but we're still going to take care of you.
Right.
So it's like, okay, cool. It evened out. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, it's like, cool. I don't want to have to fucking worry about that. I want to, you know what my dream is? To be able to show up at a gig, you make money, I make money.
Yeah.
That's it. I just want to make you money so you don't have anxiety about me.
Right.
I want to just come in and have great shows
But
and
you draw
walk away.
that. I mean, I'm not really.
Look,
a draw like that.
I'm not a draw like Burr. Burr can sell out theaters.
Right.
I'm starting to draw more. Thank God because of this podcast in O&A that I can go on these shows. I mean, those are the fans that save my fucking life.
Right.
Because they're the ones that will see. Dude, it's my 3rd time seeing. You know how many times I've been there twice in a year at Side Splitters. I can't tell you how many people got, dude, my 3rd time seeing you, my 2nd time seeing you, my 4th time seeing you.
Write a new joke.
That was what they said after. It's so funny too. You mentioned that. I had a guy.
Is this the new joke?
I had a guy tweet me, and I felt bad, and I hope he's listening. I tweeted me, "Are you doing the same hour you did last time you were here? I hope not." But he meant it.
Bobby, we get it. You're fat. Write some new shit.
He said it like I hope you're doing new stuff because I love you and I'm going to come see you again.
Right.
He didn't mean like I hope not.
Yeah, right.
But me, you can't read tone. You just read.
So you just assume right away?
Well, this is what Twitter is. It's the mood you're in. If you feel good about yourself, it comes across good. If you feel like shit and you're in a fucking Holiday Inn Express and you're looking at that, you just left Albany, you're like, this cocksucker, what do you think, I wrote a new hour in a fucking 6 months? Who the fuck am I, Louis C.K.? The cocksucker sets a curve nobody can fucking... So I blocked him, and then his friend was like, "No, dude, he really loves you, and he wanted to see if you were doing new stuff."
Yeah, because he can't afford it, probably.
Right, and I explained to him, it's like, you know what I do though? I make sure I give fans a ticket. If a fan ever writes me that I can't afford it, I'll try to hook them up.
Don't say that.
Bobby, what are you doing?
What's up with you, man?
Hang on, let me finish.
What are you doing?
Once a year, if you're black, I will hook you. You guys, Pro Flowers. Valentine's Day is coming up.
Just another amazing segue.
I'm telling you, man, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I never know what to get. I got my wife razors and tampons one year.
Oh, boy.
Because I just don't know what to get her.
That sounds like a good gift to me. Like,
But Bob, what are you going to get her this year?
I tell you right now, I'm going to go to Pro Flowers. My friends at Pro Flowers.
We have to do this twice?
Are hooking up. Shut up.
yeah, sure.
Oh, God, that's why you have
about my
no
savings.
sponsors, because you suck at it.
RunAthletics.com.
I'll listen. What do you get, T-shirts and socks? Anyways.
half price on my MMA gym membership.
If you guys, if you shut your face and you can listen, you get yourself, your girl something nice, all right? You get 100 blooms of love and free glass vase with your flowers, which is great. You don't just get the flowers; you actually get a really sexy hot vase, and it's only $19.99. That's 50% off. That's crazy. I don't like.
That's a good deal.
I don't like 10% off. You ever get when someone's like, "Dude, you get 10%." That's I want half off.
Yeah.
I want it half off.
Yeah.
I want a nice chunk off, so I know I'm getting a friggin' deal.
Boom.
I want this to be $40, and now it's $20.
Yeah.
And Pro Flowers has done that. It's 100 gorgeous and colorful blooms, a huge bouquet, 50% off from Pro Flowers. Okay, and for $10 more, you get a spa kit, a gourmet chocolates for $10 more. Okay, You get chocolates and a spa kit.
It's like $30 for everything.
What's a spa kit? I'm not.
You need that after the chocolate.
It's like lotions and shit.
Yeah, it'll be like exfoliators and like scrubby.
Oh, it's good bitch shit. Dude.
Mani petty.
It's chick shit. It's chick shit. They love it. All right, you can't beat the price and convenience. Pro Flowers was recently awarded the highest customer satisfaction online with flower retailers by the J.D. Power and Associates.
That's good for an online company, by the way.
That's pretty good. So check it out. Here's the only way you can get it. If you want to get this deal, there's only one way to get it. This amazing Valentine deal. You can call 800 Pro Flowers and mention dude. Okay, that's D-U-D-E. Dude.
I'm so proud of you that you didn't spell it D-O-O-D.
I had to spell it because there are guys out there that don't.
Remember you had that
What's the fucking code?
The way I spell it is D-U-U-U-U-U-D-E. Dude. It's,
one U.
It's one U. Dude, or go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the top right corner and type in dude. That's proflowers.com. Click on the microphone and type in dude. Order now. Do it now before Valentine's Day.
Before you forget. Don't get her anything.
Bobby, remember I remember you had that treatment for that thing, that show you wanted to do, I'm Finished? That you wanted to do, and you sent me the treatment, and the spelling was so goddamn hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, I tried to break your balls about you spelling like one of those people you took care of. And it was the best answer. I'm like, Bobby, you spell like a moron. He goes, so?
I don't think he's a bad
What do you
speller.
say to that? What do you say?
Well,
So
I'll tell you what I learned from writing the book for the year with Burr and DeRosa, and writing the FX script. We had a script deal. And writing all that and having to read it, I learned so much. And Twitter, getting harassed on Twitter.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, I hate them. I hate spelling Nazis. And I just don't like someone who has to read something. You're fucking it. You know what I mean.
In my heart, I'm a spelling Nazi too. Like, I can't lose it.
I know. And I never went to school. I actually look back on my education. I went to from 1st to 6th.
That was it?
And then I went to 7th, 8th. I was in juvie, in and out of juvie. 9th, I was in and out of juvie. 10th, I came back to school, and I went to 12th, but I was in 2 classes a day for 10th grade.
Wow.
I was, I left.
Why were you allowed to take care of the retarded?
Because I was very close. I knew them well.
He blended.
He was an ambassador.
Like gorillas in the mist, I can speak their language.
Dude, I remember tells everyone he was taking care of them. He puts you in there, right, Bobby?
That's why they give him a bed. That's why they give him a bed.
Yeah, it's like,
you can have your own room.
Really? It's over.
Bobby, you're the head of all?
Now it all makes sense.
Food here?
it's like the life of Pi.
I want to sit you down with the other retarded and have you do that fucking shape block puzzle.
It's the retard version of Life of Pi.
Yeah, it's the retard version of Life of Pi. The retard was me. I shit my pants in the bathroom.
You were jerking off to yourself.
While they were fucking me in the ass. I was jerking off to myself, exactly. So go ahead. What were you telling? What were the story you wanted to
Oh, because the only success one I remember is Opie's, right? You had the only success sheet
in the whole fucking
or was
book.
No, there was two.
I had
not
one
a lot of them.
Really?
Yeah, you had one and Voss had one. Voss rubbed the hot dog on his neck. Yeah, you and
I
Voss were
didn't
the
miss that
only
one.
success stories.
No kidding.
I think I lost
I didn't
my
know that
place
until
in-
right now.
Yeah.
but I'm
But
with
this is-
Voss.
By the way, Cheat. You can get that off Amazon.
a
Off
great
the link
book,
on
yeah.
YKWd.
I took it on the subway and read it and held it up because I want women to see what I'm reading.
You saw a lot of those books?
Did you ever get one?
Yeah, I got like 3.
Okay.
Stop giving them.
Sean, did you get one?
I got one.
Dude,
Okay.
This is my.
Sean, you like the book?
I did like the book.
Yeah. It's a
Where's the
book.
review on your blog, you dick?
Yeah, you never reviewed
It's
it.
on the comicscomic.com.
Oh.
Did you review it?
Just make sure
I wrote
it's
about
there.
it.
Did you review it?
I wrote something about it.
You know
Never
what,
read the
Sean?
book.
He never read it, and you
That's
never
obvious.
reviewed
You
it.
never read the book.
What a piece of shit! You never read it and reviewed it.
I read it.
I'm sorry, it's not fucking Inglever Pumpeldink.
It gave
Fucking
me-
alternative comic
I'm not
that wrote a
gonna
book.
ask.
It gave me a lot. It gave me a lot of clues. Should I ever have a relationship
Inglefer
again?
Pumper.
I don't know. I was trying to come up with an alternative comic name.
It's a good one.
Based
man.
off of Engelbert Humperdinck, the fucking singer from the 50s, 60s.
Dude,
You really do pull yourself back.
Dude, this house is
You're-
on a
you are,
slant.
like,
Kelly,
sliding out the door
take a
half the
note.
time.
We need a fucking door stopper for my chair. And we need new chairs.
Come on, just use your book.
Bomb club.
Wow.
Where's the handkerchief?
You're right.
There
I
you
got
go.
it.
Here you go. Wrap that around.
That was more anger than a bomb. He's a very angry guy.
Yeah,
I really am.
I picked the wrong
So
spot.
go ahead. What happened?
All right, because mine's
Or am I
like
sitting next to him. He's gonna
you're-
knife me.
he will.
Go
do
ahead,
that.
Kurt.
Your story was you were kind of broken up when your shit happened, right? Wasn't that when?
I kept not really.
Or I thought it was like you were on a break, or she.
Well, the whole time she was telling me that she wasn't with her ex-boyfriend.
Ah, well, fuck her.
And
dude.
then things went. She found. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right.
But my thing is similar.
Well,
It was.
she found a pubic hair in my bed. Because I thought it was time to fucking move on.
That's
It was
amazing.
one lousy black.
And it wasn't
pubic
orange.
hair. She was blonde, and then she lost her shit. And
Yeah.
I was still like really into her. I didn't
Yeah.
want to move on. She basically said it was time to move on, but then she was the one that
Right.
decided she had to get me back because she found the one pubic hair, and she left a
Oh,
million
never let that go.
voicemails on my machine. Her having sex with her ex.
That's
that
I
I
love that
thought
story.
the whole time wasn't in the picture, and then obviously
You
know
couldn't
this guy
date two
was.
girls the same hair color?
Yeah, no kidding. And then at one point, she goes, "Guess who's with me?" and hands the phone to him.
Yeah, I saw
it.
it.
Fucking crushed.
Oh,
me.
yeah. Yeah.
So
How old were you too?
I was 24, I guess.
Oh yeah, this is where my and
then
that shit kills you, dude.
Just in case they didn't read my story and cheat, the nice spin here is that she was really close to her grandfather and mother, and they thought she was a fucking saint. I had all these voicemails. I called and left them on their machines.
Oh, meemaw peepaw, huh?
I knew when they were. I knew when they were working. I basically said, "This is what your daughter or your granddaughter is up to," and I put them all back on their machines.
Tremendous. Well,
So that's why it was a success.
Yeah,
because I got her back.
Yeah, I live with a fucking two gay people, a gay woman and a gay guy, back when I first started comedy, and it was like $125 a month for rent. I had this one room. And this gay guy always tried to fuck me too. I
bet.
literally he'd
with
be
those shoes and the curly locks.
The ringlets.
I would see his silhouette in my door. He'd be like, Bobby.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm like, what, Brian? Can we snuggle? I go, no. He goes, no, it's not gay. It's not gay.
Wow.
And he'd be like, it's just snuggling.
It is
and I'd
just
be like,
snuggling.
get the fuck out of here. And he's the guy who told me he was studying to be a weatherman, and he goes, all weathermen are gay. Most weathermen are gay. Now when I look at weather guys, they're all fucking smoochers.
And you get a boner.
Yes.
Smoochers?
It brings you back.
I just
right,
think of a
Bobby?
silhouette in a window. Bobby, it's not gay.
You could have got free rent.
So I go into his. I get this girl. I used to-
$125 a month. Oh, Jesus.
I had this little tiny room, enough for a twin bed. That's all I had, and a dresser. And I used to fuck so much in this room. I used to bring girls and just fucking eat ass and fucking just turn them. I used to have. I remember this girl came over. She had long hair. I just make her take her clothes off, get on her knees in the corner, and tickle her ass with her hair, and I would just jerk off to it. Just crazy shit. So this girl comes over to my house.
Classic Bobby move.
I had no TV at the time. That's how fucking rockin' I was with bitches. I didn't fuck TV. I didn't want to watch. I didn't know what was on TV. I used to fucking do comedy. That's it. And work with retards, deliver flowers, help fucking juvenile delinquents.
Work at a pizzeria.
And work at a fucking Italian restaurant. But
You're a rock star.
And suck a dick for a steak.
I brought this girl in his room because he had a little TV and he had cable.
Yeah.
And we're in there and we started fucking around. I just started banging this fucking broad. And I think I finger fucked it too hard at the beginning. I must have popped something. Dude, I'm fucking her and I could feel, we're in the dark, but I could feel the juice become fucking dry. Like it was wet then dry. Wet then dry. And I was like, this isn't pussy juice. This is... I turned the light on, dude.
Like a murder.
It's like a murder.
It was a murder scene.
Right.
It was like Dexter. Dude, I mean, it was bad. And I fucking panicked. Because this is my gay roommate's bed.
Well, maybe he
and
thought
I
it was
got
his ass blood for the.
dude, I fucking I had to clean this chick panicked too. She was just looking down at her body like the guy when an Alien when it came out. When the alien came out of his belly. I'm sitting there screaming like fucking Home Alone, just I'm fucking crazy. I had to get paper towels, clean her vag, make sure she wasn't fucking hemorrhaging, make sure like the blood had stopped.
Well, how do you know it just wasn't a period?
Listen, it wasn't her. It was not her period. It was not her period. This was...
She was pregnant.
I popped something.
You scraped the wall, probably.
Something happened.
The cervix?
I don't know.
Cervix?
Is that a clearance then?
That's the opening to the uterus, I believe, from Dr. Lewis.
I cleaned this bitch up. I put her panties off and I said, all right, get out. I told her to beat it. I was like, you need to go and make sure in an hour, go to the emergency room. I gotta clean. I had to do laundry. I cleaned these fucking sheets and I got it back on his bed before this cocksucker came home, and he never knew that I fucking broke like a blood vessel in some chick's pussy on his gay bed.
Wow.
I was going down on my ex-girlfriend.
By the way, it's
once.
probably one of the least bad things that ever happened on that guy's bed.
I was going down on my ex-girlfriend, and I was just fucking really going to town. And she got her period right in the middle of it, dude. So I came up. It looked like I was a werewolf that just fucking attacked a human. Like, fucking started howling.
What did it taste like?
It tasted great.
Fucking pennies.
By the way, pennies. You think that was
definitely pennies?
Should I not have fucking said it was Jen's? Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Friends of the show. Friends of the show. Friends of the show. Friends of the show. This has been Robert Kelly's You Know What Dude. For more info, audio, and tour dates, visit robertkelly.com. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
I'm Nicole. I'm Ryan Sampson. I'm Staley T.
And I'm Rich Davis.
We're the Morning Mashup.
Sirius XM channels can now be personalized online to fit your taste with My SXM.
Like on our channel, Hits 1.
Want more hit-bound songs?
Or maybe more hot hits.
How about more pop and rock?
Declare your independence and get more of what you want
and less of what you don't with My SXM.
For more details and a free trial of SiriusXM Internet Radio,
go to SiriusXM.com/MySXM.
Hey, it's Joe Rogan. One of the reasons I got into podcasting was hanging out at the Opie and Anthony show and realized